Thank you. At this time, we'd like to call to order the Finance Committee meeting for Wednesday, May 8th, 2024. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Chair Burt.
Here.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Here.
Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
We have 3 present. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we're back discussing our fiscal year 2025 budget. And before we go into the first item, we have an opportunity for members of the public to speak on any item that's not on the agenda, but is within the purview of the Finance Committee. Do we have any speakers?
We do have a request to speak. One moment, please.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Karen Holman.
Okay.
Good morning, and your eyes don't look too bleary. I don't know how to say if this is like is on the agenda, isn't on the agenda. It actually sort of is, but it seems like this is the time to speak. So I'm here to speak about the museum and the Roth building rehabilitation at 300 Homer Avenue. And it's a great project. The rehabilitation project is going very well. We are on track to complete the rehabilitation in December of this year, with a soft opening early next year, early to spring of next year, and then a grand opening in the spring of the next year, according to the documents that we have to comply with, and certainly want to comply with. We're here, and you received a letter from former Mayor Tom Du Bois, and I'll distribute a copy of that just a reminder, to ask for a cost sharing of the inflation costs that happened once we signed the lease agreement and the tenant work letter, which is the document that actually allows for construction to commence. When the council approved the lease and said, go forward, go march, have fun, get this done, the cost, that was November of 2021, the cost was for the capital project $10.5 million. By the time the tenant work letter was approved, it was $12.7 million. The council had indicated to come back to the council with the agreements within 3 months. And due to just a variety of circumstances, no one's fault, it took a little over 2 years. And we had this, as you all will know, an extraordinary time of inflation. So that's why we went from 10.6 to 12.7. So we're asking that the city consider as a part of your budget allocations to share, as the partnership would indicate, it's a public-private partnership, share in the cost of that inflation. So, and we're not asking for a 50-50 share. We are asking, though, for $1 million of the inflationary costs. We are using, for the construction project, we're using up the HUD grant, a $3 million HUD grant that came from the support from Anna Eshoo, Congresswoman Anna Eshoo. That $3 million really was intended for the development of the museum itself. We have used $2.3 million of that for the construction project. We're at about 40% completion of the construction project, and we have about $200,000 left in contingency funds. We're doing things to mitigate the inflation the best we can. We are compromising in some of the materials and finishes in the museum, but we really want to be able to develop the museum as well and do the respect and honor to the building that it really deserves. The Roth building is listed on the National Register and has been the recipient of numerous grants from the county and certainly the support of the city and much public support too. Just reminders, like museums are economic development engines, and this project near City Hall will be a great place to take visitors from, you know, other towns, other countries who want to know, why does this happen here? What happens here? What's the magic dust? What's the magic elixir? And that story will be told in the museum. And it's also a great asset for children's programming, students of all ages, but certainly children's programming. So thank you very much and appreciate your consideration. And I'll give the clerk copies of this as a reminder. Thank you.
Chair, that concludes public comments for this item.
Thank you. So the first item we're going to do today is have a summary of the status of the review, really where we are from yesterday. Lauren, welcome.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Finance Committee. Lauren Lai, the Director of Administrative Services for the city. 2 housekeeping items before we go into the summary. One is you'll have a copy of this morning's slides, and then 2 is we posted a replacement to the positions that are vacant that was in the App Places memo. This is for fiscal 24. The one you have in your packet is for 25. So should you want that level of detail, we wanted to provide it to you. Okay, so that's an attachment to the App Places memo yesterday. Yep, just one page, it's double-sided. I know. Thank you. You're welcome. All right. So this morning we want to recap what happened yesterday and kind of go through the process a little bit. And so if we can have the next slide, please. When we opened yesterday, we talked about the process for these multi-day sessions with the committee. One, we put deliberation and direction from committee on the parking lot. Then today, what we're hoping is for further clarification as to some of these moving from the parking lot to actually being finance committee adjustments. So those would be financial adjustments from the proposed budget and or from council contingency. So in the proposed budget, council has a contingency fund of 125,000. Some of these parking lot items could be funded from those contingencies, okay? So the yellow table there is a bit small to read, but I just wanted to understand how things move, right? From the parking lot to either the finance committee adjustments from contingency. And there's also a third bucket, which is referrals. Certain analysis that you've asked us to look into and follow up on, those could be referrals back to this committee or referrals back to the council body itself. All right, so now let's go to the next page. So what's in the parking lot, to the best of our knowledge, we captured this yesterday. You'll see there's two sections to this chart. The top section are revenues and sources. The bottom sections are the uses. Okay, so let's start from the top and then we'll go through all of the slides. And then I believe, Chair, I'll turn it over to you. So then at the end of the day, what we'll do is we'll give you a recap of day 2, and then we'll move things in the wrap-up session onto maybe the appropriations or not. Okay, so at this time, I'm just recapping what happened. So on the sources, we had analyzed the revenue generating CSD programming to meet demand, analyze fire emergency medical response fee adjustments, analyze JMZ revenue adjustments from ticketing and facility rentals. I did? Okay. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Thank you. Yes, so also explore financial outreach and policy process for adding East Palo Alto to resident rates for golf course. Okay, thank you. So moving down on that chart, these are the potential uses or appropriations of additional funds, analyzing increasing revenue generating CSD program to meet demand. So these would be the contract services for said programs. Study of artificial turf replacement and potential funding needed for a study. What we noted here is likely we won't need an additional appropriation because we can take fiscal 24 savings to cover that study. Okay. Park restroom prioritization with specific information for priority of Eleanor Party Park. Add funding to establish a citywide events, special events and programming as an extension of his rep. And so in there, we've included the a suggested amount for that new category of 170,000. Okay. Explore financial and outreach and policy processes for adding East Palo Alto to resident rate for golf course. So there's a revenue side, revenue implications, right, for that discount. And then there could be an expenditure side. So we're just trying to capture both. Analyze upstaffing fire station, fire engine 62 with 3 sworn officers, 3 sworn positions instead of overtime. Analyze enhancement of fire emergency medical response through 3 areas, full staffing, backfill, sworn positions versus civilian position, or through a contract service. Last but not least is evaluate, we received direction last night to put this on the parking lot related to JMZ staffing augmentation and ticketing purchasing system. These will be ongoing cost. You'll notice there's two figures, 613 and 781. And the difference is because the part-time position conversions in fiscal 26 are a partial year, a half year. And in 2025, that's a half year. And in 26, it's a full year. So that's the differential in the math. And so while we indicate the subtotal for expenses, 783,000 and 951,000, I want to call your attention to all the TBDs. Okay, so that amount right now is just the more articulated line items. Okay, so that summarizes our understanding of what made it to the parking lot by the committee from day one study session. Okay, next slide, please. In addition to the direction we received from the committee was to find out and provide additional information. We had 6. The ones with the check marks, we are ready to summarize for you. And item 1, we already did yesterday, which was the public safety pre-pandemic, post-pandemic staffing level. So pleased to bring that back to you pretty timely. This morning, I will summarize to you the general fund transfers to capital historical trends. And then also the fiscal year 25 cost increases for continuing projects in the capital fund. The grants trend, we will come back at a later date because that will require a little bit more work. And this morning, I'm also ready to summarize the UUT and also the document D transfer analysis and the revenue. At the end of last night, we received direction to follow up on contracts. So we will do that in short order. Okay, next slide, please. You saw this yesterday. This was the pre-pandemic, post-pandemic staffing level for fire organization, police organization, in particular, a subset, which are the sworn classifications. Okay, next slide. The slide here relates to the general fund transfers to capital improvement fund for the context of the members of the public who are watching right now. The bar chart segments out 4 categories: TOT transfers, general fund, utilities, user tax base transfer, which is the orange, the TOT transfer is the blue. In addition, when we've had general fund operating surpluses, we also allocated that to capital projects. That's the gray. And then as you'll see there, we have yellow, which is 24-25 with the voter approved measure K and other specific project funding sources. So we wanted to illustrate that. Committee wanted us to bring that back in a more granular fashion. Next slide, please. All right, now we're going to talk about utilities users tax and explain the trend from fiscal 24 to fiscal 25. So in working in partnership with our utilities team, they gave us the revenue projections for the utilities that are under our governance. So those would be electric, gas, and water. This, keep in mind, is the aggregate of residential and commercial revenues. And so you'll see there in fiscal 24, our estimated revenue for those 3 areas of utility is $266.5 million. You look at 2025, the projection is 278.9 or almost 279 million. That is a 4.7% increase. Okay, so the UUT is a percentage of that. It's a 5%. So we just take those gross revenues submitted to us by the utility team and estimate 5%. So you'll see there the year-over-year trend on the gross revenue and the year-over-year trend on the UUT revenue correlates. And then below the line, telephone is what we receive. We receive 4.75% on that revenue that's remitted to us by the different telecom vendors. So that is a representation of how we analyze and develop the UUT revenues in your proposed budget. Okay, so next slide. When we spoke with council on Monday night, there was a question about document D transfer as well. And so we wanted to show how we developed that. The document transfer tax was adopted in 24 at 6 million. In fiscal 25 in December, we thought it would come in at 5.8 million because there's quite a bit of volatility in the property transfers. However, we're pleased to report that actually, as we continue to monitor this important revenue category, based on actual receipts, as of May, we are very confident will come in at 6.9 million. And so the proposed budget before you at 7.3 is very commensurate with what our current trend is. Okay, next slide. Great. So this slide, we are going to add on item 3, which is a follow-up to the general fund capital project. So I'll pause here and turn it back over to you, Chair.
Thank you. Questions and comments? Ed? Ed?
A couple quickies on the utility tax for telephone. That's just fixed line, right? It's just fixed line for telephone user tax.
So the question is, what type of telecom? I don't know if I know enough to answer.
Cell, right? It does include cell.
Oh, it does?
Cell coverage, yes.
Oh.
It's part of our modernized utility tax back in, anyone remember what year that was modernized?
Okay.
2014 or something, or 15, 16? there.
And then on the document tax, in light of the pleasant surge, you're not concerned that this year's forecast is too conservative? It's almost the same as last year, plus or minus, so.
Right, I had that question too last night.
Good.
It is still looking in a crystal ball, because it's hard to know or forecast when someone's going to sell their home, or commercial property. So we can reflect on that further.
Okay. And the last question is, how late were you up last night to get all this done? So
I don't
Thanks
want to
for-
disclose.
thanks for presenting this morning. This is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks. And that first follow up on the document transfer. Is it, I'm trying to remember that proportion of residential to commercial that is, the commercial is the one that fluctuates the most year to year, but typically is it 2 to 1 approximately?
I don't have that info, so I'd have to get back to you, and it could vary from year to year. So,
Well, it does vary from year
Yeah.
to year, but I'm saying typically,
the average,
yeah.
right? I don't have that information. Is that something committee wants us to get back to you on? I
Just to have a deeper understanding of kind of the trends where it's driven by the number of sales and then the value of those sales.
Right.
And we're seeing that residential property has gone back up again and
Yes.
kind of back on that trend line, but I just want to understand
Yes.
that a little better.
Yes, so to committee member Lowing's point, as we look at that 3%, we're going to need to look at the classifications, the categories, and kind of continue to monitor that because there could be some room to your
Mhm.
point. Yes,
Okay.
totally agree.
And then as long as we're on the revenue, let's see, can we go to the slide, I guess 7 on the utility users tax? So first, this shows 4.4%, but the budget report said 1.4. That was the reason I raised the issue. In the transmittal letter, I think that's where it is,
It's
on page
It's-
10, down third bullet from the bottom, it says it goes from 19.7 million to 20 million or 1.4%.
right, totally fair. Great observation. And so as we continue to monitor our revenues, we get revised revenue projections. And so what you have before you is the projected revenue for 24. And so when we published this, the projected revenue was a bit stronger, and that's why that gap between 24 and 25 was smaller as 1.1. So what's on the slide here is the more current information that we're getting.
Well, but then what I'm really interested in is how that affects the budget.
Correct.
So what's the dollar amount change from what was in our
It
report?
does not change 25. So 25 in the report is $20 million of UUT.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
right? Does that make sense? And so what we're doing is analyzing and continuing to monitor fiscal 24 to see how it informs 25. And what it informs us today is 25 still, today's estimate is at 20 million, which is what's in the proposed budget.
So that means that 24 was below what we were projecting?
We're recalibrating the estimate, right? So at mid-year, we thought would come in at X, and as of now, we're saying these are the revised numbers.
Okay, and then we're showing the electric decline, even though the rates declined by almost 2%, even though the rates are going up by, I think, 9%.
Yeah.
So that was an explanation I was seeking.
Wonderful, because I was seeking that as well last night when I looked at this. So what we understand and what we're presenting to you is the full complement of revenues for these utility. And what that means is we have various buckets of revenues in these utility, residential and commercial. Right, and so the slide that we present to Finance Committee and often of most concern is the residential impact. But as you may recall, in the electric fund, we had some fluctuations on the commercial side. There was actually a reduction in some of the rates. Do you recall that? It was a long night. We had like 5 utility rates before you with some cost of service studies, right? So utility is one where we had increases and decreases, and the net impact on the overall utility revenue is actually pretty flat.
Well, what was the net, or the combined rate increase of commercial and residential? Was the 9% only the residential?
Correct.
Okay, and so the increase in of those in aggregate is what?
You want it as a weighted average percentage because what you have before you is right there, the 166.8 million versus the 163.9 million. So it was a net decline overall on the whole portfolio.
Okay, I guess from the last time we discussed it, I didn't at this committee, when we looked at those rate increases, I didn't have an understanding that that we offset the residential increase of 9% so much that we'd actually have a net decline in electric, despite the electrification as well, that we're driving more electricity use. Why we're having to upgrade our grid system and all those things.
I offer this because I don't represent understanding all the nuances of electric resources and the revenues that come into it. Why don't we allow the the utility team who's going to speak later today
Good.
to address some of these questions? And I imagine they're listening and watching and can be ready for it.
Okay.
Sound good?
Thanks. And then I wanted to, on slide 6, on the general fund transfer to the capital improvement fund, we had in the staff report that there was an aim to go from the 13.7 million per year of current general fund transfer to 16 point something. But I'm not seeing that in any of these bars. Where does that line up? I thought that was in our previous report, the orange and the blue bars combined, but those numbers look different on this graph.
Yeah, so the 16.6%, 16.6 million-ish is in 26. So we didn't chart 26.
I see.
Mhm.
So that said that we were trying to get back to that would be on the blue line, correct? The blue bar. That's the, no, that's not the teal. No, it's the orange bar alone.
Yeah,
I see.
that-
That's what that is. So it's a little hard to eyeball that, but I see that's what that's referring to, right? General fund and the UUT base transfer. Is that what it was?
Yes, that's the one that we were referring to. Sorry, Paul Harper, Budget Office.
Okay.
The numbers are.
So it was actually it says in the UUT based transfer, but it was just the general fund transfer, I think is the way it was in the report. And I don't know why we're talking about a UUT transfer as being separate to the CIP?
So there is a transfer of $1 million from the UUT fund or the UUT portion that goes towards sidewalks and street improvements.
Oh.
In our categorization of that in prior years, we've shown it as either part of the base transfer or project specific. We recently switched it to project specific, but in order to compare historically over the past 6 years, we merged it into that base transfer line because it is always going towards those two specific projects. We wanted to call out the project specific revenues for items such as home key and the grade separation projects, which are now getting specific money related to Measure K or the business tax funds.
Okay. So I think this does show an important picture. We when we're looking at that transfer and saying in our budget and our long range financial forecasts, which includes FY 26, we have that 3 million or so increase in anticipated transfer of the orange bar. And the comparison was to the 2020 orange bar. But interestingly, we have the TOT transfer. Not only do we see a healthy growth, but we have FY 20, which has this very drastic drop off. And we had basically 4 months of FY 20 that were the COVID catastrophe on TOT. But up until that, 8 months of the year would have been on the trend that we see in the blue bar on FY 2019 or so. So I'm trying to understand why that blue bar in FY 20 is so low there. Kind of doesn't make sense that 1/3 of the year dropping off a cliff would pull down the whole year so much. Do you follow? That we would have had for the first 8 months of the year, we would have had a normal income on that. And the reason I'm asking is I'm trying to understand the total capital fund transfers that we have in last year's budget, this year's budget, and the long range financial forecast, including the FY 26 that the staff report focused on.
So why don't we follow up to see what happened in fiscal 20? Because it's possible we had an adopted budget that was higher, based to your point, right? COVID was 1/4 of fiscal 20, which was March,
Third, basically, yeah.
March to June. But it's possible that we had an adopted budget higher than the actuals because we had to really be very reactive to the economic and the.
Yeah, but this income, this TOT income.
This is a transfer. This is the
Oh, the
transfer.
transfer.
Right, so we may have made
Yes,
some
right.
decision during the
Correct.
year
Oh.
to reduce the
Right, this is the
transfer.
transfer. This is not the proceeds into the general fund. This is the transfer from the general fund to the capital
Yeah,
project,
okay.
right?
Although my understanding is that blue bar is a fixed formula. So that's why I was assuming it was just tracking the income.
Yes, we understand the question. We'll follow up
Okay.
because we don't have the answers as to your question on 20.
Okay. Okay. And then on the JMZ, let's see, where do we have that? Back on slide 3. I was trying to remember from yesterday evening, and we went through a lot of different things, but I thought that what we were looking at was the option number 2 that was in the staff report, and I thought that the net amount from that was considerably less than this 613,000 in this year. I thought it was
In your binder, if I could have us reference it, because we don't have a slide on this. We only had the consultant slide. It would be in the JMZ staff report.
yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, the table that starts with the word recommendation in the two columns.
Yeah,
Okay, so let's start with the expense side before we talk on the revenue side. We understood that committee was supportive of the resources asked in the first column,
right.
right? Because the second column had additional resources. Okay, so when we read down the first column, the total expense is 613,000. And the projected revenue, which we will have to study more, is 438,000.
Okay,
Okay.
I was looking at the net. Yeah,
Right, and we went back and forth. It was getting to be a late night. And the reason why that table up above has 613,000 and it grows to 781,000 is, if I can call your attention back to the first line. The first line talks about the conversion of these positions, but that's only for 6 months in column 1. So when we make that an ongoing staffing enhancement, we have to add another 170,000. So that's why we go from 613,000 ongoing costs to 781,000.
okay.
Okay.
But now I realize that I was looking at the net
That's right.
amount.
That's right.
And so, so the impact on the budget in the net is more still, I think it was something above that 175.
It will
said.
be.
Yeah.
It will be.
But it's not the 613 impact on the net.
Correct.
We just don't know the revenue adjustment because of,
Yeah,
Right.
we're forecasting the revenue. It may or may not come in.
Right.
well, and we don't, this is based on $14 the whole time.
Mike?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the number here, the revenue number, was based on the estimate of the $14 ticket fee, 7 days a week, and we had recommended doing that only at
That's right.
peak times. So this will go,
That's right.
so the revenue will go down and the net will go up, I think.
Yes, we'll
Yes.
work with CSD staff.
Okay. All right, those were my questions. Okay, so I think we can now. Oh, do we have any members of the public who want to speak on that item?
Chair, we do not have any requests to speak.
Thank you. All right, so we'll go on to item 2, which is planning and transportation, with the first being planning and development services. Welcome, Director Late. Who would like to open up? I'll pick up. Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Renee Escobar, Senior Management Analyst with the Office of Management and Budget. This presentation will be delving into the Planning and Transportation Services area, which consists of Planning and Development Services Department, Office of Transportation, and a portion of the Special Revenue Funds. Next slide, please. This shows a high-level overview of the two departments' combined general fund portion of the budget. It also includes their portion in other funds comprising of development impact funds and the Stanford Medical University Center Fund. For more detailed information on these funds, please refer to the Special Revenue Funds section of the operating budget book. There's also an itemized breakdown of general fund revenue expenses and FTE count for both departments in the bottom. And with that, I'll hand it over to Director Late for his presentation.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chair and committee members. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Next slide, please. And next slide. We're going to go over the Planning and Development Services budget summary. just to highlight that our focus, again, so this is the planning and building side of the operation. It also includes code enforcement. We're going to be spending our focus this year as we have been for the previous years, focusing in on customer service and particularly that interaction or those touch points between customers and city staff at the building permit phase of our operation. As the council members will be well aware, we have a fair number of council-directed policy initiatives that we are also working on related to housing and a number of other programs consistent with your priorities. And we're also making some adjustments to our internal organization to help build some internal resiliency within our department so that we can handle transitions in positions and leadership and create opportunities for career growth and opportunities for staff. To accomplish these goals, we are looking for some to add just a couple of positions in our budget. Most of these are fee-backed, which means that it won't have it'll be balanced out by revenue generated from the permit issuance. One key position is adding a principal planner at the development center, which will enable staff to make decisions at the counter, which right now real time, as opposed to trying to track somebody down and try to get the okay for questions that may be not easily handled. We're also hoping to increase our depth of in-house plan review services by adding a manager, a plan review manager, and a senior plan review engineer, so that we can create an opportunity for more in-house reviews and more timely reviews at the counter, and not rely as much on on consultant support, which has proven more difficult over the last couple of years since the pandemic. Let's see, we're making some adjustments to our sort of data analysis team, which is really in response to how we've had to pivot since the pandemic from more of a paper transmittal and sort of tactile transfer of plans coming in and reviewing them and giving them back to an online service that requires a much more robust technical support in our operation. Everything we're doing now is online, and that requires more resources than we've had and more focus and skill sets than we've had before. And so we're proposing to upgrade a couple of positions to reflect that technical need that we have, and it's a modest adjustment to it's a modest ongoing adjustment to the general fund. And then for the resiliency component, there are a couple of positions that we want to reallocate from one program to another to help create, importantly for me, and I think also for the council, a position that I view kind of as a utility player for our department, which would enable us to tackle some of the issues that we haven't been able to get addressed or haven't been able to dive in as deeply, because our staff is fully committed to the individual works that they have. And so when we have these add-on operational improvements that we can make, they kind of don't get addressed until we have somebody dedicated to do that. So the changes that we're making in the organization help achieve that goal. I believe yesterday you heard from the fire department about the organizational shift that took place, so I won't get into that, but that affects our department in terms of positions that are leaving development services. And then we have a one-time ask for about $300,000 to support city council directed priorities. Next slide, please. And then as far as key initiatives, again, I think the members of the committee will know that housing element, we live, sleep, eat housing element and housing policies as a function of our work for the last couple of years. We will continue to do so for this upcoming fiscal year. We also have some other policy initiatives implementing the rental registry that the council approved. And then we have a huge planning initiative that we're looking to launch by the end of this year related to the San Antonio Road area plan. And work is already underway developing an RFP for that. We have some exciting improvements that we're making in the development services side to improve customer services, and improve customer service. Members might be interested to know that we're exploring, we're doing a beta test with Build Check AI, which is artificial intelligence to help us do our application completeness review to help facilitate and improve that part of our intake operation. We're looking at instant permits for residential kitchen and bath remodels, which is a really important piece to get people to go through our process and not avoid the city, but just to be able to go online and pull these permits. We hope to release that in the beginning of the upcoming fiscal year. And we're making some changes to our residential MEP program to help make that easier for our customers as well. And then lastly, we've got we'll be starting to get a consultant to begin work on a new building codes update, which is it happens every 3 years. Okay, I think that concludes the planning side of the operation, and I'll conclude my presentation.
Great. Why don't we go ahead and do questions and comments and public comment on planning, and then we'll do the same on transportation. Any questions or comments? Ed?
Thank you. Let the committee note that in spite of all the work, planning is doing more than the housing element. And they have a lot more challenges to do. I just want to go back first in history just a little bit. Last year, and I think maybe even mid-year, we authorized some additional positions. Are you hired up on those, or I know you're making good progress. I don't know if there's still openings.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and thank you for the positions in the previous years. Yes, we are doing quite well on our staffing. I think our vacancy rate is somewhere around 10% at the moment, but they're not in, well, there's only one position, I think, in the long range planning area due to a recent vacancy for somebody who retired.
Yeah, I was going to mention that next. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we're doing a recruitment for that presently, and we hope to make a decision to replace that position by the end of this month, I believe, yes. And depending on how that goes, that will inform our next step.
Okay. Then I want to ask you a question about the, I'll call it the redundancy for the director's position. You know, you've got a big load, and I know a year ago, we lost our assistant director, and you looked at various ways. So can you just give us an update of how you're going to staff that and how we can be comfortable that, you know, if you have to go in the hospital for 60 days, the department's going to run?
Okay, let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
I would just note perhaps, Jonathan, while you're thinking that we generally don't use the term redundancy. I don't know that we've got any real redundancy in the organization. We refer to backup, as the case may be, succession planning, or as you've seen in the budget, we're using the term organizational resilience as a way of reflecting a variety of strategies we're using to provide that backup.
Yeah, I think that's a very good clarification. I intentionally used the word because I asked the CIO yesterday the same question, and redundancy in IT is a different connotation.
Yes,
So
exactly.
I wanted to be fair to all the directors that I'm interrogating, so.
Okay, well, thank you, City Manager. That certainly reflects my perspective of our workforce as well. And instead of being in the hospital, I'm going to be on a 60-day vacation,
Okay.
Which is going to allow our staff to continue our operations. So you're right. We did have some challenge. We did do a recruitment to replace our departing AD a couple of years ago, and that was unsuccessful for a number of reasons. But I think there's been a lot of changes organizationally, actions that the council has taken, and just navigating through our own process that's allowed us to revisit this and make some changes. So I am actually, we have some other retirements that are planned in our department, and we're going to use that opportunity to re-recruit for the assistant director position, and that position will oversee long-range planning and current planning operations. We'll focus on that, and then on the other side of our operation, development services, we have George Hoyt, who is the chief building official, who will oversee that complete program. And then for our operations and all the all the stuff that we do internal to our department and our outward facing systems, such as our land use management system, database system. Sarah McRee, sitting next to me, is responsible for that program as well. There's one other shift where we had another assistant building official who was to support George and Mr. Hoyt in his operations that we also were unsuccessful in hiring. That position is now being moved, I think, through some, technical details, but the bottom line is it comes up now over to support me in this, what I call is this utility player sort of for our team. And that'll be this senior program manager who will be able to help us advance our customer service initiatives, the development services permit audit that we received to implement some of those outstanding issues related to that, other system improvements that we need. And so when we have that, well, I think we'll be well equipped to handle, create opportunities for advancement, but also handle any disruptions to individuals that may be in positions.
Okay, excellent. And so that means that with the possible retirements, you feel like you have enough in the budget now that we don't have to put in any specific additional requests.
That's correct. The outside of the budget request that we have for the line and I'll say mid-level supervisory positions, we should be fine.
Okay. Great. And then you're going to do a green code, but you're also doing the I think of it as the earthquake code. Is that still in process?
Yeah, thank you for that. That's been one of those projects that we haven't been able to get off the ground. And so again, when I look at this position that we're adding, this senior programs manager, that's an individual that could take the lead on that project and move that forward. We have prepared a RFP and we hope to release that, I think, in July this year, so that we can get some consultants to respond to that and get that program started.
Okay. And again, you've got sufficient economic resources right now.
We have budget for that, and I don't believe we need any more at the time, right?
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Late, for stewarding this really important part of our city work. I know it's a heavy lift and we're very grateful. With respect to the 2025 adjustments, agree with you that data team, the data augmentation is modest and I'm sure will help. And so definitely supportive of that. I wanted to ask a little bit about just more detail about the on-call contract services for supporting the things that in its significant wisdom, the city council asks you to do. So I know this is a one-time 2025 request for on-call contract services. Looks like a wide variety of things. And so are these things we're doing in-house and then it's just sort of on-call support as opposed to outsourcing, or just describe a little bit more? I certainly want you to have the resources. I'm not questioning it. I just want to understand it a little better. So it's note 5 of where it talks about it was support housing element implementation, development of a transportation ordinance, economic feasibility study, parklet prototypes. It's a lot.
Yep. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so yeah, this work here is specifically dedicated to work that the council has directed or, through adoption of the housing element are timelines that are set forth in that document to get accomplished that we cannot either get done because of staff capacity or because of expertise. And so when we think about some of the assignments that have been that we need to follow up on. One of them is an economic feasibility analysis for housing development based on, development impact fees that we assess and what kind of return a developer can get on a housing project based on our zoning codes and all that analysis. We don't have that in-house, so we'll need to go out and seek a consultant to assist us with that. And we are actually underway in preparing those RFPs as well, or at least a scope of work to help us understand what's going to be involved in that. Some of the other work related to the housing element is just the volume of work that we need to get done in this current, in the first half of this upcoming fiscal year is pretty significant.
Yeah, and I'm not questioning the call for support. I'm trying to understand. It sounds like we would, so as opposed to saying, hey, consultant, go do this, it sounds like this is more, we need bandwidth support, or there's a particular expertise to augment ours. It's,
Yes.
'cause I guess what I'm thinking is, that's a lot of stuff for 300 grand. So
Yeah.
it almost seems like too little for the breadth of the ask. And that's why I'm trying to understand what the interface is with our staff.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So for that clarification. So yeah, there, our city staff on our long-range planning team will be engaged with consultants on this. And so this is to augment the work that we're doing. Um, and, um, and again, just provide that technical expertise that we don't have in-house.
Okay, thank you. And then I just wanted to note the budget adjustments that come before and after that. I really appreciate your efforts with counter service, customer service, sort of immediacy, and helping people avoid feelings of frustration as they're trying to navigate this process. And so in support of that, I wanted to note, I think you may have mentioned it, but that the new FTA principal planner was one that was actually eliminated during the pandemic, and we're just bringing it back. So it's not like we're even necessarily growing the capacity from beyond what we had with that. And so terrific. Thank you. And then for the last one, the plan review customer support, same kind of thing in terms of helping our residents. And this was supported by consultants, and so bringing it in-house, I like, because I think that gives people a greater sense of sort of responsibility to our residents and all of that. So just a long way of saying I appreciate the direction in which you're moving.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate those comments. And if I can add to that,
Please.
you know, after the pandemic, we were all trying to figure out how our operations were going to how we were going to manage them in either remote or hybrid. And what we're finding is that that in person, we as a staff want to engage with our customers at the development center in person where we can. And we are there along with support departments Monday through Thursday, every day of the week. And we are available for appointments on Fridays, every day of the week. And having these additional positions just strengthens our ability to be able to respond more quickly to get people the permits and the services that they want. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for the updates. First, I just want to, on the assistant director position, in my mind, it's not only that resiliency, but it's capacity. I mean, there's so many key issues that come through this department, and ultimately you've got to dive in and be in the middle of them, often at the tail end of the process. And I think this role will really help you on that. In fact, that's essentially the role you joined us on, right? And that's the role that Curtis Williams had before he became Planning and Development Services Director. So it's a really vital role that we've had vacant. So I'm really think that's important. And as you mentioned, the implementation of the housing element is going to have a lot of tasks that are major tasks associated with zoning changes and things. And that'll fall under this person, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. And then under development services, one of the areas that we have as an additional need for that department that is not on the day-to-day stuff, which is, well, it's both actually, now I think about it, is the whole role of that department in electrification.
Yep.
And some of that is changes in policies and programs that we have to do, whether it's noise related to electrification devices or other aspects. And do you think that you have in this plan the staffing that will be able to support those needs?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
There's and I can expand if.
Yeah.
But so a couple of things. One is the senior plan review manager. That position that we're asking for will alleviate our assistant building official to help Mr. Hoyt advance some of these interactions between these different departments. And then the other senior program manager position that we're moving over to report to me will be able to help advance some of these other interests that I know you have spoken to before about this communication and how do we make people aware of different options that cross boundaries between the permitting process of, say, a electric vehicle charger and incentives that the city offers, or how much power is actually needed to support different types of electric vehicle charging systems. So that person would help create those opportunities so that we can create that messaging and have that available to the public.
Good. And related to the EV charging, and for that matter, hot water heaters, one of the things that we've come to realize through the SCAP committee and is that there's just a lot of the EV chargers and gas hot water heater replacements that are done without permits.
Yes.
And so we just don't have the visibility of what's happening, nor the ability to really either incentivize or mandate things if they're being done outside of our system. So are there changes, and we may get into this in the municipal fee structure, I don't know if it's there, changes that are being proposed that will, or planned, I should say, that will move us toward being able to have a high percentage of those installations be permitted so that we can manage what's happening and understand what's happening more thoroughly.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if there's anything in the municipal fee schedule coming forward, but there are a couple of things that we're working on in our department to help add more visibility into that. But first and foremost, what we want to do is we want to have a permit process that allows, that doesn't discourage people from pulling a permit. Because even if you're replacing an existing gas, hot water heater with another gas hot water heater, these are often done incorrectly and can create risk for the homeowner. There's, whether it's venting, too many elbows in the exhaust or other, connections. That's a real issue and concern for us. And so what we want to do is we want to make sure our permitting process is not discouraging contractors from wanting to go through our process. And so we've created an instant permit that is available where people can pull a permit online, and those are typically only require one inspection, once they've done the job. So by facilitating that process and making it easier, we anticipate that we'll get more people wanting to do the right thing and just not getting bogged down by a bureaucratic process to achieve that. We've also extended that to heat pump water heaters. And we would expect to see, and in fact, we have seen an increase in heat pump water heater permitting taking place through this instant permit process. And we can provide the SCAC committee, some additional data on that, but there's more that we need to collect. And this senior technologist upgrade position is actually tied to that position as well, because how we collect data in our land use management system determines what data we can get out. And so how do we make changes to that process to get us the information that we can make informed decisions about incentives or policy changes?
And if I could also add, just to perhaps connect a couple of dots here. John specifically and George have been actively involved in the advanced heat pump water heater program, and we actually meet every other week between planning, development services, utilities, sustainability, to track how the customers basically our experience has progressed through that program, and it has been a very enlightening effort and one that has generated lots of feedback in terms of the permitting process. And really want to give credit to John and George and everyone that has been involved in that program, and how it has been so helpful in identifying whether it's areas that can be improved or simply delivery methods that weren't already evident.
Well, along that same theme, we have a lot of members of the community who are justifiably both enthusiastic and anxious over accelerating our electrification program. And what we have we generally anticipated that there were a bunch of bugs out there that we wouldn't know what they were until we started doing something that was pretty cutting edge. And it's as city manager described, just a lot of learning curve that we're discovering bugs or hurdles and needing to figure out how to overcome them and implement them one after another. And that will continue throughout this whole program as we have a lot of members of the community who have demanded, well, let's just set a date for elimination of gas. And as enthusiastic as I am about our progress and driving that, I think it is really important for well, one, for us to recognize the complexity that's involved and the unknowns, because you can't look at the model of all these other cities who have already done this, which goes to kind of a related issue is, and I don't want to resolve this today, but I just want to put it out there, is how, us thinking about how we communicate that to the public in a way that causes them to appreciate it's not as easy as just saying, just do it. And I think we want to think about that, because otherwise we're going to receive just ongoing community pressure to do things faster under an assumption that it's easier than it is. And I think we just have to share that complexity and think about how we do that. We tend to focus on sharing, the next improvement that we made, and that's critically important, but stepping back and kind of framing this as we're learning. We couldn't have explained it very well a year or so ago, because there were a lot of things we didn't understand at that time. Okay. For instance, on the EV charging, and what we found that, a lot of our need for upgrading of transformers that we were having to do on an ad hoc basis wasn't really occurring because we were getting so many homes that are being electrified. It was because we were getting so many 50, 60 amp level 2 chargers on the same block, some permitted and some not. But my understanding is it under state law that if it's up to a 30 amp level 2, that it's like an over-the-counter permit? Is there a rule? I thought I heard that. Oh,
Look to
George.
Mr. Hoyt.
Oh, sorry. The question is, on EV chargers, is it a state law that I thought that up to a 30 amp level 2 is like a simple over-the-counter permit or something to that effect? I thought there was a threshold there.
I don't believe there's state legislation that specifies that yet, but that is definitely something that we are rolling out in our over-the-counter.
We can't, the public can't hear George.
That question.
Oh, George, you got it.
Thought I had it. Okay. Good morning. Thank you for that question, Finance Committee, Councilmember Burt. I'm not sure that is actually legislation, but we do have our over-the-counter process, which we do encourage permitting those over-the-counter same-day process.
And is that only up to a certain size? So if somebody, the reason I'm leading into this, what we've really recognized is that EV manufacturers have been essentially upselling the size of EV chargers, and people thought they were doing the right thing and putting in a 50, 60 amp level 2 240 volt charger, which means you could fully charge your Tesla at home in 3-4 hours, which people rarely need to do. And it stressed the whole system, and caused people to have to upgrade their panels as well as us having to upgrade transformers. And so my question is, are we really yet integrating the education of applicants to look at right sizing, which reduces the burden on our city, but also has advantages to them, and they didn't realize that they were doing something beyond what was needed. So is that's been a concern I've had. Where do we stand on the Development Services Department, which is doing the day-to-day, face-to-face with hopefully people coming in for a permit, with that education on there's a different and better way to go.
Yeah, I definitely think that that is an area we can improve. And when we have the staff resources to do that, we can work on some education material to educate that. We try to meet with people in person. When we meet with them, we talk to them about the different options so that one, maybe they don't have to increase their service size to be able to put an EV charger in. And possibly we can issue it quicker because there is a certain threshold that utility wants to review, and they're taking electric utilities is taking a little bit of a time to review those. So we do encourage that in person, but sometimes it's the electrician pulling the permit and they don't really ask a lot of questions. They just come get their permit. But we can definitely look at making some improvements around that
Sure.
education portion.
Yeah.
Thanks. Chair, if I might note, it might be good to perhaps hold this, much of the sustainability discussion until we've got Public Works here and they can participate in it. And assuming Mr. Hoyt maybe and Mr. Lake can join us for that as well.
Okay. All right.
Sure. Thank you.
So
Yeah.
thank you,
Thanks.
Joy. Just 2 points on
Yeah.
that. One, again, the senior program manager position that we're asking for will help get that education piece out. And that's exactly the kind of thing where we can dedicate, some time and resources that Mr. Hoyt just doesn't have the time to do and his staff. And then I also just wanted to share with you, and I think this is known, but we have upgraded the Solar App Plus app to take on now not just PV, but also ESS. And I think that's at 38.4 kilowatt per hour for both of those. And that's available through an instant permit as well.
So that's storage, basically,
Yes.
you're saying.
Yeah,
It's
energy storage
That's great.
systems. Yes.
And it goes back to, again, that communication to the community, because that's really great. And we're on a cutting edge there. But when I talk to members of the community, they just don't know this stuff. And they're still stuck in their perceptions that one, they should get a big charger, two, that getting solar permitting in our community is really notoriously difficult.
Or that there's only one contractor who does electrification in the city. That's just not true.
Yeah. But on the solar side, I do want to say and this has been the case for I know over 15 years, as we've made different efforts to try to overcome these problems. We are still notorious for difficulty of installing solar. And we reform our permitting, but what I hear again and again, and just heard it last week from one of the larger solar installers who will not do business still in Palo Alto. And I said, oh, we've addressed certain things, but it's really our much higher and more stringent and difficult inspection requirements as opposed to our permitting requirements.
And I don't know, City Manager, if this is the time or if you want to have another conversation about this, but our requirements are the same as other jurisdictions in terms of photovoltaic installations. What a lot of carriers who install these systems in other jurisdictions experience is a building inspection or a building inspector who may not be looking at the system and the connections and all the details of that operation of that installation. And again, the building codes that relate to this are minimum standards that the state establishes to ensure safety and functionality of these systems. With our inspectors, and we've had some education and we've had to go, there is a reputation that we've been working on, and I think we've made some great strides on trying to provide more tools to help facilitate contractors passing inspection. We have our own torque wrenches that we can make available at inspection, which before was a problem when we wanted to see those tests. Every inspector's got those now in their car. There's checklists. There's a lot of information that we have available online. If they follow, it's all available. We have to do more to, let people know what is available. But I think part of the challenge is We do inspect these systems because we want to make sure that they are installed properly so that the end user, the homeowner, the customer who's receiving this is getting the value of having a building inspection staff. Now, we can talk about, some of, our approach and our customer service and how we do that. And we're working on those pieces, that interaction. But at the end of the day, if we're issuing a permit, we believe that the homeowner has an expectation that it's going to work properly and in compliance with the code. And so that might be an area where we should explore further on some of the tension that we're hearing from some contractors who do work in other cities versus how they do it in Palo Alto. Our standards are the same, but making sure it's
Yeah.
done properly.
And
is
we
part
won't
of
be
it.
able to resolve this today. I'll just say that it may be in part that we've improved those our inspection systems and understandings, and the contractors that have given up on Palo Alto don't know that. And we may have to figure out how to do that. Or it may be other things. But the reality is that we got a problem still, that a high portion of solar installers will not install in Palo Alto, which is also driving up the cost of solar installations. And the ones who are here often say they charge a premium for Palo Alto.
So, and
So it's a
understood,
problem.
it is, and we understand that, and we are committed to helping, again, make the system as smooth and as easy as possible. Solar App Plus is one way, but you're right, outreach and communication is also part of it, and we need to do more on that.
All right, thanks. And then you mentioned this Build Check AI. That sounds exciting. I just am wondering, once again, how do we get that understood that that's happening by the council, by the community that says, oh, look, we have this improved tool, and I think people would be really interested in learning about it.
Yeah, so I think at this point, what we're doing is it's a pilot program, and we're, there's been obviously, and this exceeds my knowledge bank of artificial intelligence and how that all works. It's all a bit of magic to me, but when it does work. But we felt, being where we are and the brand, of course, that is Palo Alto, that we needed to explore and engage in this in some way that would help facilitate or make easier the application process. And so you can imagine we get approached by a number of potential vendors who are interested in this. And so we've interviewed a few individuals, and on a pilot program, we're experimenting with this idea of how do we make it easier to take in applications and take the human part of that review out of that process. So in terms of letting people know, I think our approach, and I'm happy to, have a, continued conversation about, what is the best way to get this information out, is we kind of want to go through this experiment first to see how it is before we would share it more broadly and say, this is what we're doing, and here's, what we're hopeful about, and here's the things that we're, concerned about and we're exploring. Good.
Last topic is code enforcement. And, when we look at page 316 and we see the public perception on code enforcement is good or excellent, and went from a low of 60% to a lower yet of 55. Well, we were at 53. We expected to get to 60. We're at 55. And a lot of that is about leaf blowers. And we could throw an army of folks out there the way we're doing it, and I don't think that's cost effective, but it's a big problem. One of the things that I've been really interested in for a long time, and I have a lot of background in this in industry, is how do you really drive greater self-compliance and other mechanisms. And when we adopted kind of a leaf blower regulations 15 years ago or more, there was really a discussion on whether to license the gardeners and control it that way. And we had a gardener group that formed and said, no, we'll don't do that, and we'll come forward and help assure compliance. And that never really happened. I think that we really need to have something along those lines, and we need to have every gardener's truck have a placard on it that states the rule on the truck. And this would be really simple and bilingually, so that every gardener knows that everybody who passes clearly understands gas is prohibited. And then there might be other mechanisms that I can share with you that we can kind of leverage resources without just adding more and more code enforcement people and never get to the achieving the actual goal of that compliance, doing it more efficiently than we do. Now licensing has its own complexities, I appreciate, but I think we need to think about different approaches. And right now it's not working. I mean, I can tell you when I bike riding here in the morning, I can typically run into 2 or 3 violations just from my home to City Hall on any given day. Yeah. Okay. Well, anything else? Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this?
Transportation.
Well, we'll go ahead and let them speak.
Agendized as a single item,
Okay.
so for the
Well,
public.
We can let them speak on both if they want at this time. Any?
We have no request to speak.
Great. All right. Well, thank you. So we'll move on to Office of Transportation. Welcome, Mr. Kami.
Chair, I might just say for those who are confused with me, like me, or neophytes like me, that the Department of Transportation is within the city manager tab in our binder. So it's not
Oh.
a separate one like all the others. It's on page 190-ish,
Weird.
109,
183.
Oh, I'm sorry, 183 to 194.
Okay. Huh. Typo? That makes sense.
All right,
Hi.
good morning, Honorable Chair, members of the Finance Committee, and members of the public. I'm Phil Kami, the Chief Transportation Official. Today here to discuss the FY 2025 proposed operating budget for the Office of Transportation. Can I get the next slide? This proposed budget, really, we have 3 items that are key proposed changes in the general funds. The first one I should note is an additional associate planner, really to add secondary education, that's middle school and high school education, to our Safe Routes to School program, which has been a pretty frequent request that we've had over the years. But I want to note that we have received confirmation from VTA that we are going to be able to have this position be reimbursed by Measure B funds. So it's actually somewhat not going to end up being a request. It's a reimbursable funding source. So general fund will pay for the position, then be reimbursed. The second one is the additional funding to continue the Palo Alto Link service for the remainder of the fiscal year, noting that we're leveraging the remainder of the grant funding from the initial Innovative Transit Fund, a secondary grant that we've received for transportation funds for Clean Air program, and also the funding from the Stanford Research Park from their partnership. And then finally, just to note that we have that ongoing subsidy that we expect to need for the city's parking funds, as we have not really had parking. I guess I should say we haven't been really generating more funding than the operating costs in the parking funds since pre-pandemic. Still have not had a full return and don't expect to in the near term have a return to the parking demand that we had previously. Next slide, please. Just to cover really high level some of the transportation initiatives, noting that most of these are either grant funded or funded in CIPs, but we have, we on an ongoing basis continue to monitor and provide operational enhancements to our traffic systems, focusing on increasing efficiency, safety, and responding to constituent requests. We have some key studies that are going on, the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan update, the Safe Streets for All action plan, mentioned the Palo Alto Link service. And then we have several different projects. That's really the bulk of the work of the Office of Transportation is in the CIP projects. And that actually concludes our presentation.
Okay. Colleagues, questions or comments? Ed?
Back on your your request slide, yeah, a member of the public had mentioned to all of us about that VTA grant. So glad to hear that that's all tidied up and we can figure that out procedurally in the budget. On both of the items that you want additional funds for, $3 million. So if we said we can't do all that, how would you cut back in either one, or can you?
Yeah, so for the parking fund subsidy, just noting that that is the funding that's necessary to continue the ongoing maintenance and operation of our parking facilities. We've done a lot to enhance efficiencies. You know, we've switched to license plate recognition. We've tried reducing parking permit fees to see if that has driven additional permit sales. We think that there is still stuff that we can do to enhance our permit sales. We're trying to get a new vendor on that can allow some more flexible permits. But the reality is, it's difficult to say we're going to stop maintaining the garage and stop funding the public works, in particular, that is the bulk of the expenses for the garage maintenance. Regarding the Palo Alto Link service, that's the other larger request. Right. That service currently has funding through approximately October through the Innovative Transit Grant, the initial grant. And certainly at the Finance Committee and Council's discretion, that service could discontinue in October.
I was asking for something less than discontinue, but also less than the numbers that we have here.
Yeah, well, I will say that we are looking for opportunities to reduce costs in the Palo Alto Link service as well. Not only reduce costs, but increase efficiency. You saw recently that we took the service and looked at it and found that because there was less efficiency during the midday, that we found more efficiency in the peak periods, and so extended the peaks in order to capture more of the first last mile, the riders that are going to Caltrain as an example, people trying to get to work. So we expanded the hours there so that we can increase the efficiency. That does not necessarily reduce the cost. But we're also looking for additional partners, and we're trying to find other grant funds, similar to the transportation fund for the clean air funding that we found. We're trying to find grants, and we're trying to find other partners that might help support the service.
And how about the fee structure to the riders?
Yeah, we have not considered changing the fees, but that's certainly something that we could do. That is within our, the one thing about this service is it's really flexible. We can design it and modify it as we need to. So once we are outside of the initial innovative transit funding grant, which we did have to have parameters set for what our fares would be, we can adjust our fares. We could raise our fares, we could lower our fares, we could eliminate fares, we could do what we think is necessary to maintain the service.
And would we do that soon, or would we wait until a different kind of cutoff in your planning?
Yeah, so we would need to, we would not be able to adjust the fare structure within our initial grant period. So through October, I should say we probably would not be able to, because that was part of our application and that was part of the points that were, that was the scoring criteria for the grant was based on the fares. So I think that it would be unlikely that VTA would allow us to change it before October. But yeah, that is certainly something that we could change or schedule to change following the expiration of our initial innovative transit grant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Director Kami. Appreciate it. Just a couple of questions. On the expansion, well, just generally on the Safe Routes to School program education piece. I'm just curious about the scope of it. Is it more than just which routes one should use? Is it bicycle safety in general and maybe not riding eight abreast in the middle of the day?
Yeah, well, it's everything, including providing resources in the school, education in the school to the students. So it's really an expansion of what we do currently in the elementary schools. It's expanding that to middle schools and to high schools. So expanding that program that is not just teaching them how to safely ride, helping them to get resources, helping them to, know that they can ride with lights at night and helmets and how to ride safely, not just identifying the safe routes, which we already have, helping them to learn about those safe routes and how to use them and how to ride safely.
How to ride safely. That's the piece that I want to make sure because we observe a lot of divergent behavior, shall we say. Are these like the bike rodeos, that kind of thing, or is that a different thing?
Yeah, so the bike rodeos is one of the components of the elementary school. Sylvia, I think we have Sylvia Starlack as a panelist. She maybe can provide some more context on that. We actually did a study to determine what exactly could be provided out of this position.
Yes.
I
Yes,
should
I'm.
note Sylvia's at NACTO right now. She's at the conference right now, so she's
Oh,
remote.
thank you for
Yes,
joining.
we just had a very lively poster session about the Palo Alto link with people from all over the country, by the way. But I wanted to explain that the secondary school expansion, yes, was studied as Philip mentioned. And we looked at what best practice is in the region and in the country regarding secondary students, regarding trip reduction, and essentially, there are many creative things that we could do if we had staff capacity. But yes, it would be education. Yes, there would be encouragement. But a key piece for older students, since they don't really like adults telling them what to do, would be to develop student peer-led, basically student leadership development so that students are teaching each other to be safer. Students are developing their own bike culture in town on how to be safe on the roads. And so that's what is going to move the needle for students, and having some kind of, student leadership development around bike safety, or maybe it's about in the environment or something like that to hook them into this is really the best practice.
That sounds just right. And I like the hooking it into the climate piece because I think for whatever motivates them, if it helps them sort of learn about, where to ride, how to ride, what to ride, where they can get the things they need to ride. That's terrific. Good. And then I'm intrigued that you just came from this poster session on the link. That's timely. Because I wanted to ask about that. I certainly at the Air District, we talk a lot about our TFCA grants and criteria and allocation. So I'm glad to see that the city has a $441,000 one for this. Yeah, it is. I guess as we think about our resources and our scarce resources, and we think about, per trip costs, how do we make this efficient enough that it's sustainable post-grant or whatever? So I don't know if anything came up at the poster session that's interesting to learn, or Director Kami, you have comments on that, but it's a tricky thing to take forward.
Yeah, I have comments on that. I'm interested to hear about how the poster session went as well, because I know that I saw some pictures this morning, it was popular, but yeah, I'll just mention that the cost per ride is really based on the efficiency of the service. And so as an example, we've reduced the number of vehicles that are available midday, expanded into the peak periods where there was typically a longer wait period. And also I should say that the efficiency has improved since we started the service. So when we started the service, the the cost per ride was something, you know, in the $34 to $35 range or $33 to $35 range. And it's gone down where it's around 29 something per trip. That's the full cost, not just city's cost, but the full cost per trip. We expect that will keep going down, and that the cost will, we're projecting that it would, the efficiency would improve by about 17%. So the cost per trip would go down around 17% over the next year, through the continued enhancements to the service, which would take the cost per trip down to around $24 per trip. And really at that point, for this year, the city portion of that would be a little over $10 per trip, or maybe I can look exactly.
Okay, that's
$10.80 per trip is what we're projecting.
that's tremendously helpful. And I have to ask, because there is, of course, there is the option, do we subsidize rideshare programs instead and take away the administrative cost of managing all of this? Or, we have to get it down to a cost level that makes sense to keep operating it. There are obviously countervailing reasons to do it ourselves in this way. But I think getting that per ride cost down is good. So I appreciate the time, the peak times efforts. So, okay, thank you. Was there anything else from the conference relevant to this? No, she's still with us. If not,
Well,
Yeah.
just a note. Oh, go ahead, Sylvia.
I'm here. There was a lot of interest from smaller cities that are less dense, that are similar to us in that they don't have a lot of fixed route transit in town. So we had a lot of great conversations about that. And the cost was something that came up, of course, but people are really interested to see what we do with this service.
yeah, and I guess I should mention that there's obviously the cost of with the ride shares, they may not all be electric. So you can order an electric one, but people don't. And so there is a cost, of course, to the greenhouse gas emissions that we can't control if we don't run the service ourselves. So I will note that.
Yeah, the pooling effect of the fact that ours is shared ride was really was something that people talked about here, because people came up to us and said, just subsidize Uber and Lyft. And I said, but we know that those services just add congestion to our town. Like, the research is in on them. So
right. So it's another benefit of running it ourselves. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So first, I on the Safe Routes to School, which Measure B bucket of dollars does that come from?
Yeah, it's coming from the local streets and roads
Oh.
Measure B bucket. Yeah. So noting that this is funding that needs to be used by our city for trip reduction purposes. And we certainly consider this as a trip reduction program.
Well, glad to hear it. When we were negotiating Measure B, then Mayor Liccardo fought for that because San Jose had real pothole problems. And I pushed back hard that said, look, we got over a 80 score PCI. We should have discretion on our use. And that's what came about. That's really good to hear. One of the things that I just want to emphasize in the need to reinvest in the Safe Routes to School is that through COVID, we had a decline in that program that had been steadily rising for decades. And we still have cohorts of students who missed out in a lot of their training. And in some ways, this is a catch up that we have to do to try to resurrect that program. So I'm glad to hear that. But that does tie in then to the Palo Alto Link discussion. And as when we discuss this at the council, it's, we're in this dilemma of you give folks something that's really valuable virtually for free, and they say, well, that's a great deal. You ought to just keep doing that and give me more. But is it really sustainable? And sustainable in a couple of ways. Yeah, it's essentially mostly a pool. What is it, about 60-something% of the rides are pooled?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And about half the vehicles or so are electric? Or,
Well, actually, part of our, yes, currently, but our part of our TFCA grant is to switch the fleet entirely to electric.
okay. Although not when we compare it to Uber, but when we compare it to people driving in town, we have a high EV adoption rate here. And
Yeah, it's a 7 out of 10 or 6. I think it's 7 out of 10 of our current vehicles are EVs.
okay. But I do have on this Safe Route School relationship, when we were just getting ready to launch this program, I voiced real concern that for the students, it would become, we're subsidizing chauffeured rides to school instead of riding bikes. And I've heard, I recently heard kind of staff describing that as part of our success, that we're seeing students participate in this. I view this as a sign of failure, not success, unfortunately. And I hate to pour cold water on that, but I think that's really not the direction we want to go. And we're not going to be able to have that additional full discussion here today, but I just want to put out on the table that I don't think we should be doing that. We're subsidizing at a very low rate. What do they pay, $1 a ride or something?
Yeah, that's correct. $1.
Yeah. And really, when we look at who does this serve, it's a convenience, and people go, well, why wouldn't I take it? I can, if I'm I can, rather than ride my bike or drive my own car, I can get this really cheap, highly subsidized ride. But there's still vehicles that are, you're paying someone to drive you there. You may or may not be in a shared ride. And so it's a lot of vehicles on the road. To the extent that it works against our active transportation, it's not progressive. And it's an alternative to actual transit, which we had a shuttle system in our community, and which I think we should be redirecting our focus toward. And one of the things that I brought up was really getting serious with Stanford on whether we could contract with them to modify their Marguerite routes as an alternative to this program. And really also to make sure that we still do not promote in our community that we have a local bus system, and it's called Marguerite. We have eligibility to jump on and jump off, and not 1 in 10 of our residents know that, and not 1 in 20 know the Marguerite routes. I think unfortunately, and I hear that there's all this buzz about it, and I get it, but it's still, it looks great. It's like this unicorn, but when you really get into its sustainability and to what extent is it really a progressive transit system, I'm sorry, I don't think so. There's 2 categories that I think are real valuable to it. It's seniors who are elderly enough that that they really don't have other alternatives, but not the seniors like my wife who uses it, who qualifies for that, but doesn't really need it. It's just cheap and convenient. That's why they're using it. And then maybe teens at nighttime to give them that additional mobility. But frankly, you know, making our streets easy and safe to ride at night is really the better approach. And I can tell you, as a senior, as long as you're able, that's even for seniors, that's a fine thing. So if seniors can do it, teens can do it, is my thinking. And we talked about, well, we're getting more teens to the teen center, which we want, but we could do that through other ways. We could have coupon punch cards for discounts at Ada's, that every time they ride there, they get that. Who knows what creative things we might do to move people in the right direction. And so I have those real concerns. On the parking side, related to the parking was, as we developed all these programs, including the RPP, it was a different era with different parking challenges. And as you've described, we don't have that problem. We have a problem getting people to buy permits and filling those garages because we still have the operating expenses and even debt service on these big structures. And gradually we may see some comeback, but that's a real shift that's happened that it creates new problems. It ties into this very important project we have on what we're going to do on the El Camino bikeways. And we still have neighborhoods who are latched on to the notion that the RPP program is essential to their quality of life when there's just not demand to park in their neighborhoods. And the high priority one is that evergreen neighborhood as we deal with El Camino. So I think we're going to need to make adjustments there, but a lot of it is the education that they still are stuck in a mindset that there's all this downtown worker demand on Cal Ave and University that will spill over into their neighborhoods if they aren't protected by very rigid RPPs. So just want to say we as a council and as staff are going to need to really engage to get people to recognize that the present circumstances are different and as are the circumstances for the foreseeable future, not the indefinite future. I did want to, is PATMA within this section, our subsidy?
Yeah, I believe so, but it was also put in the parking lot, if I'm recalling correctly.
Right, thank you. Okay.
So the PATMA is funded through the parking fund as well.
So just to clarify, when you say the parking lot, I think you mean the additional options for funding,
Yes,
which is that.
not the physical
Yes.
parking lot.
And also just to clarify, so the PATMA is part of the parking funds, which is in the special revenue section of the book, which is tied to the transportation department, but it is in a separate section of the document.
Okay, so it's in a separate section, but it's very much part of our transportation program. And on this El Camino, we have this other big issue of, are we going to be able to have this improved bike system, which hopefully Caltrans will be responsive to the intersection improvements that we're pursuing. But connected with that is the impact on the businesses on El Camino, and that our TMA has the ability to really have an impact there. We're working on making sure that they qualify for the low-cost VTA passes, which I didn't realize that they were having for years to pay for the individual passes. And my understanding is that should be resolved. And so instead of $1,000 a piece, we'll be closer to $100 a piece. And therefore we can, and I know that the Silicon Valley Bike Coalition has volunteers that are helping to have volunteered to help work with business and leverage our resources again, because we don't have enough city staff to go door to door there, and PATMA doesn't have enough staff. So I just want to push that. I think that's a very progressive program. It's environmentally progressive. It reduces traffic and parking, it reduces greenhouse gases, and it's socially progressive because these are low-income workers who we've heard are once they've participated, we have higher employee retention. So that's also favorable for the economic development. So when we look at cost effectiveness of programs, that gets elevated for me, and the link is not. And so I just want to put that out there as we're looking at the budgetary part of this. So are we on within this budget, are we being asked to, is the extension of the Link program in the budget right now?
Yes, that's correct,
So-
for the remainder of the FY 2025.
I'm sorry, just to clarify that, Philip, you're referring to beginning in October through the end of the fiscal year, correct?
That's correct. We currently have funding from existing sources through October, approximately October.
So we're looking at that. So the additional amount from October through the following June is how much?
That's the
what's
900.
in the, yeah, 900, I'm sorry.
Yes, 900,000.
So this is going to be a question for us. I guess what I would like to propose for the parking lot, the figurative parking lot, is that we look at a version that would focus on providing this service for seniors and teens in evening hours, and a reduced program, and look at that alternative.
Well, my original question was, what can we do that's more than this, less than this number, but not zero? So that's along the same, the correct lines. I don't know if we should do those specifics or transportation should come back with what are
Well,
the
that's
best.
what we're asking is in the parking lot, we'd be asking them to come back.
Yeah.
With an alternative approach to Palo Alto Link, which would be a focused approach along those lines.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if it's just evenings or if it's, 3 to 6 or what that is, but I think the hours should be looked at. And I adamantly think that we shouldn't be doing dollar rides for anybody. So I think the fees have to be looked at as well. On all these things, and I think we have to make this very clear to the city is that, we're doing all these things, but we can't pay for all of them. We just can't do it. I mean, we get a de minimis amount from sales tax and other things that we put to good use, but, subsidizing dollar rides, I don't think makes any sense.
Yeah, and we have this very massive list of prospective items that we're not going to be able to do the vast majority of them. And so this is one approach. Vicky, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, so I'm listening with interest to this discussion, and I'm very curious. I don't know off the top of my head the number of PAUSD students we have, but I'm curious what that is and what number of student rides you get on an average day.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I can tell you some numbers that we actually, and just to note, the school service is something that we're trying to look at really closely as well, so we can understand what's happening. We've got a survey out, and we've also been looking at the data. So I can give you specifics for schools. For Gunn High School, 70% of our trips to and from Gunn are actually shared trips. During the 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Hour, which is the morning school bell when students would take it, we have 2.2 passengers per day that are going there during that peak period. It's throughout the day, it's approximately 8 passengers total. Noting that some of those are spread out, so I don't know what this is, but we've got 0.6 passengers going between 10 and 11. Maybe it's somebody one day a week had to go to a doctor's or something like that and is going directly maybe from the doctor's office to there. And then in the afternoon hours, it's less. It's like the 3 to 4 period, which is typically the school bell time, is 1.4 passengers. And then there's some that are like later in the evening that maybe are for like some kind of event. Maybe a school practice. At Palo Alto High School, it's 65% of the trips to and from Palo are shared. It's 4.3 trips that are happening in the morning hour. And it's actually much less in the middle of the day. I'm not sure why there's that difference, but at the 3 to 4 hour, it's 1.8 trips per day.
All right, thank you. So we're talking about hardly anybody. I mean, if it's maybe a dozen trips a day. So I guess I don't want to encourage kids to take Link either relative to bikes, but I do know my kids biked throughout their K through 12. The few days they didn't were either they were carrying a fragile diorama. Or for my older daughter, she was on crutches a lot. Those are both not great bike days, and it sounds like not that many are using it. But I agree with Councilmember Burt that we don't necessarily want to encourage that as a win. But then what that leads me to is two other thoughts, which is that we wouldn't necessarily need to subsidize it to attract it because that's incentivizing it. And I think we want to, to the extent we keep it, we could keep it as an option, because if you're on crutches or you have a diorama, you'd probably pay the $3. And it doesn't seem like we're incentivizing kids who could otherwise ride bikes to do it. The other thought, though, is I like the shuttle idea. And if that were something that could be an alternative, so yes, I like the idea of investigating, exploring. Could we do that instead for them, like there was previously?
Can I cut in just really quickly?
Yes.
Just to note, some things that we've been looking at. And there's we have control of all these things with this type of service. We could completely geofence the schools so that a student could not ride unless they're, say, disabled. That's always an option. We've also been looking at the potential for operating specific shuttles to the schools, which is something that we previously had.
Interesting.
Those are things that we're looking at, that could function within this model. But also there is that other alternative that we could go back to providing a city shuttle. Just want to note that we've talked with Stanford quite a bit about the Marguerite, and they haven't been, I would say, that receptive in the past to operating as a full public transit service. But we could contract like we did previously and operate a shuttle again. That is totally an option. And I think that's something that we would look to compare to this service sometime this year.
Let me.
But you can't do that.
Can I just finish on this? That is of great interest to me, because just like we want to train kids to try to ride bikes, to be adult and senior bikers, I think also training them to take mass transit. A lot of them will end up in urban settings and cities where that's a good option. My daughter takes the bus all around LA. I'm not so sure how much and all that, but she loves it. She loves the price. And I think, growing up with developing these habits. So I would be very supportive of the suggestion to look into these alternatives more fully, because I do think that we sort of have some challenges with the link that are just going to be tough to work out. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was just going to say that for budgeting purposes, it's sort of letting you off the hook a little bit. You can't do a whole shuttle study in the next few days before we start moving this budget along. So we're sensitive to your time frame for that as well, but we have to come up with some number here.
Well, yeah, I do want to note that I can't remember, 2017, 2018, I did present an entire shuttle study to the city council. I believe that to provide coverage for approximately 65% of Palo Alto residents, that was an expanded service. That was going to be approximately $1.8 million from city funds. Also noting that this service, currently the Palo Alto Link service, is subsidized by other funding. We've got Stanford Research Partnership, other fund sources, TFCA, which could potentially be an option for electrifying, is less likely to provide operating funding. And same thing for the Measure B Innovative Transit Funds, which we currently still have, but that's set to phase out. That type of funding would not be available for a traditional shuttle type service.
Yeah, good supplemental information for all of us and the public to hear. What just very briefly, is the Stanford resistance economic?
I don't believe it's financial, because we've been discussing with them for several years. I think it has to do with their concern about liability and operating an expanded service beyond serving students. But it's definitely something we can continue to discuss. I just wouldn't expect that we're going to have a quick resolution.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll just say that I had a number of years ago pushed to have this engagement with Stanford, and after several years, we simply heard back from staff they're not interested, but never really had the engagement with Stanford at the political level. We now have our ad hoc committee, and there are levels that we can discuss this at that we may be able to elevate. But from a liability standpoint, I never understood it because they open it up to the public. Public can go on it, so it doesn't quite make sense. So that's a longer discussion and one that I think we can still have. I will note too that there's a concern that even as we mentioned gun, we actually had a lot of community members who really fought to have I think it's bus route 89 to continue to serve gun in the Rastdale Road there. And this actually, to a small degree, undermines that ridership, and VTA very much looks at what's your ridership if you want to keep a route. There's also at VTA, yeah.
I'm so sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but it's the VTA Route 88. And
88.
I just want to
Okay.
note that VTA, we've been asking them about this because actually that was a criteria when we applied for the grant, that we're not cannibalizing existing service levels. And VTA has looked into the data, and they believe that you cannot infer that they've had a loss of ridership on the Route 88 based on the Palo Alto link and since when it started. They have had declining ridership. That started actually several years before the Palo Alto link service started.
Well, it's not high enough numbers is what I was saying, that it's necessarily, but it is in the wrong direction. Whether they can make that explicit reference, I think it is something you can infer that that a certain percentage of those who take the Palo Alto link might otherwise take a bus if they can't ride that day. That's the other option. And it goes back to the whole issue of transit and bus service in the North County. And one of the things that before actually the Palo Alto link had come on with the initial grant, as I had come on the VTA board, I had been interested in pursuing subsidies for local transit, like our local bus service that we discontinued basically at COVID time. That should be, if they're not going to provide VTA buses, that they give us a share of those dollars towards supporting our local transit system. We haven't pursued that yet. Ed?
Yeah, if I might interject just in the budgetary context, I think we're getting the message from the committee that there's more work that's needed on this particular proposal. So to your earlier point, perhaps we do put it in the parking lot and let's see what our transportation staff can come up with in the context of this budget process in order to give you an alternative proposal that addresses the issues concerned and
Great.
that have been raised.
Okay, that sounds good. All right. All right, thank you. Let's see, do we need to move tentative approval with along with that parking lot referral?
Yes.
So moved, second. All right, all in favor?
I want
Aye.
to clarify, there was one parking lot item, which was link.
Yes.
Okay, do we need to ask?
Any others? Well, we'll give it, sorry, in case somebody came on just for the transportation. Anybody else?
There's no request to speak.
Thanks. Okay. So now we'll move on to infrastructure and environment, capital improvement program, enterprise fund. That's item number 3. All right, welcome. So I see our first item is internal service funds, IT and Public Works.
Actually, if I can
Oh,
clarify
sorry.
that, sorry, Paul Harper with the Office of Management and Budget. Because we moved the capital improvement fund to today, we're going to start off with that and then go into the internal service funds and enterprise funds. I would ask that we can get through all of the presentations before we do questions on this item, just so we can get through that kind of consistently and quickly. Before we get into the capital improvement fund, wanted to revisit this slide on the transfer from the general fund to the capital improvement fund based on the questions from earlier this morning. We did miscategorize a couple of the blocks that we had shown on the previous version, particularly in fiscal year 2020 and fiscal year 2021. So as you'll see, the TOT amount in 2020 went up to about $7 million, which is more in line with about 3/4 of the year. It did drop to about $2 million in 2021. And so you'll see the base transfer amount commensurately adjusted with those adjustments.
Great, that makes better sense.
Next, if we can go into the capital. Yep. So I just want to do a quick recap of the capital improvement fund, which we're going to go through today. It's on pages 63 through 333, I think is what it is. It cut off on the slide, sorry. Also wanted to note that there is a attachment to the transmittal letter that specifically goes over the capital improvement fund. That would be it starts on page 14, I believe, of the capital book. It's attachment A to the transmittal letter. So what we're looking at here is the capital improvement fund expenses by project category. So there are 6 project categories within this fund. Buildings and facilities being the largest one in the first year, the fiscal year 2025 of the 5-year plan. And then because of the rail grade separation projects on the right-hand side, you'll see the traffic and transportation section increases quite significantly above the rest of the categories. Next slide, please. Wanted to highlight that the infrastructure improvement plan projects are still one of the priorities within this fund. Those were the 10 projects that were approved by council. There were 9 approved. One of them was added, the downtown parking project. This shows the source of the funds that are coming in to fund these projects. Total sources coming from outside areas are about 212 million, with about 11 million of that still to be collected in the current 5-year plan. Next slide. This slide shows the expense side of those projects. Again, this plan has sort of fluctuated with cost increases over the years. It's at about $273 million across the 10 projects, again, with about 30 million left. Projects that are currently in flight are the Fire Station 4, which should be awarded soon, Charleston Arrastadero, which should be completed, I believe, this fall. And then oh, it's done. Okay, sorry. And the public safety building, which that one should be done this fall. Summer. All right, I'm sorry.
Not that we're sensitive about it.
Yeah.
Well, as long as we're on it, we should talk about the downtown automated parking guidance system, which will be under construction or actively out there within the next month.
Cool. Next slide, please. So this was one of the questions that came up yesterday. This slide again shows the projects that had cost increases. These are the continuing capital projects in this 5-year CIP. Specifically, the question was, what are the increases or how are they categorized? If you go to the next slide, these are the increases to the projects that are listed here. It shows the increase to the total project and then the total project cost across the life of the project. The 2 at the bottom, the building systems improvements and the roof replacements, those are recurring projects. So the amounts down there are the amounts in fiscal year 2025 because those projects are recurring. With that, I will turn it over to Peter to go through the intro to the Enterprise and Infrastructure Fund, or I'm sorry, Internal Service Fund projects. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, Chair and the members of committee. My name is Peter Hong, I'm Management Analyst with the Administrative Services Department, and I'll be briefly introducing the next sections of our proposed budgets. To start off, we'll be discussing the capital projects for our internal service funds, which include the Technology Fund in IT, as well as the Vehicle Replacement Fund in Public Works. Later on in the slide deck, we'll also be discussing capital projects for our enterprise funds, which for Public Works are the airport, stormwater management, and wastewater treatment funds. And for utilities, the electric, fiber optics, gas, wastewater collection, and water funds. And with that said, I'll pass it over to Director Nomoto to start us off with the Technology Fund.
Morning, Finance Committee. Darren Nomoto, Director of IT. I'm just going to give a brief update on the four projects here within the CIP. First is the ERP system, Enterprise Resource Planning. We are continuing to update that system to enhance functionality and improve efficiencies across the city. Some examples are making it easier for employees to access all their data, including health benefits, payroll information, and approving time cards, and as well as some new reporting features for back-end functions. Computer-aided dispatch in partnership with our public safety department. We are in the final stages of the RFP, so we'll be announcing progress in the coming weeks or months. Infrastructure management system. This includes a new asset management system and document management system we're working with Public Works on, or partnering with Public Works on. And for the IT data center upgrade, this has been ongoing. My goal is to initiate this in FY25, and this is really to reclaim a lot of space in our data center today, since we've been able to consolidate a lot of the infrastructure and reduce our footprint within our data center. So this will provide valuable working space for IT staff. With that, hand it over to Brad. Oh, sorry. Let's see here. Not much to add here outside of the slide. Again, we talked about yesterday the AV upgrade for chambers in this room here as well. And already spoke to all these. So again, this is just the figures associated with those with those CIPs.
Okay, good morning, Chair Burt, Finance Committee. I'm Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. So the Vehicle Replacement Fund is the city's other internal service fund in the capital budget that I'll talk about. And this slide shows the 5-year CIP for Vehicle Replacement Fund. These are vehicle replacements, as I said. You'll note the fiscal year 25 amount is higher than the other years. That's because it includes $5.3 million in reappropriations from previous year's projects where the vehicles have not yet been purchased. We've been talking during the last couple of cycles about the challenges with supply chain issues and lack of availability of many vehicles, which has something to do with that reappropriations amount. I would say that situation seems to be slowly getting better, so we're starting to feel more confident about being able to obtain these vehicles. And then really a major emphasis here in this area is our efforts to electrify the city's fleet in alignment with the SCAP goals. So as noted on the slide, the proposed fiscal year 25 project is expected to add 12 new electric vehicles. So those include 8 sedans, 1 fire engine, and 3 trucks. So those are the electric vehicles in the project. And then it's rounded out with 2 marked police pursuit vehicles, 3 trailers, a motorcycle, and 4 other kind of random pieces of equipment. Let's see, so that was my overview there. Next slide, please. We're going to go into the Public Works Enterprise Fund projects, and you can note the pages. So overall, Public Works Enterprise Fund budget is really providing for renewal and improvements to some of our most critical infrastructure in the city. Projects are included in the airport fund, the stormwater management fund, and the wastewater treatment fund. And just a few key considerations I wanted to note before we get into the slides with more specifics. So at the airport, this last fiscal year, we concluded what was an 8-year, $36 million investment in the airport apron. So we're proceeding with more work, but kind of smaller scale, as you'll see. From the 2017 stormwater ballot measure, we're making good progress on the 13 priority capital projects that are funded through that effort. And we're really now in the thick of the multiple projects to rebuild the regional water quality control plant, as well as about to begin the update to the long-range facilities plan that was last completed in 2012. Next slide. So for the airport fund, as I mentioned, this CIP is smaller, a little less impactful with the completion of the apron project. Really a high priority project that's taking a lot of our time and efforts right now is the planning process for the airport's long-range facilities and sustainability plan. You don't see this with a dollar amount on this page because that was funded in last year's CIP, so it's not getting new dollars now, but it's a major continuing effort. There are also projects you see here for airfield electrical improvements, the airport access road reconstruction, and then some slightly smaller projects for the weather observation system and electrifying the airport's 3 vehicles, one of which we did just receive an electric replacement a few months ago. So that was good progress. Next slide. For the stormwater management fund, I mentioned the 13 high priority stormwater projects from the 2017 ballot measure. So just wanted to give an update there. And these are the, some of the projects that are covered on this page. But as of the end of this current fiscal year, we've completed 3 of those 13. 3 more of them are scheduled to begin construction this fall. And an additional 3 of them are included in the 5-year CIP that we're looking at today. So the West Bay Shore pump station and trunk line improvements shown on the slide, those are a couple of the ones that are beginning construction this fall. And then really the other thing I wanted to note here is that we've made some changes from the previous plan here. In response to the New Year's Eve 2022 flood, we're proposing to advance the Hamilton Avenue and Center Drive projects that you see on the slide further up really to be next in line, and we've moved another project back. And essentially, both of these projects significantly upsize what are existing 12 to 24-inch storm drain lines and make them in size 36 to 48-inch diameter, so significantly bigger. And these are storm drain lines that actually convey stormwater from some of the areas that were impacted by flooding directly to the San Francisco Creek Pump Station, which has more capacity and, could have done more even during that flood if we were able to convey more water there. So we think that's a worthwhile change in priorities here. As we're laying it out, the Hamilton Avenue project is scheduled to go first. So that will be designed in-house by our engineers with construction expected to start in fall 2025 and be completed by spring 2024. And then the Center Drive project would follow a similar process, essentially following 1 year behind. The dates would be to begin construction for Hamilton in fall 2025 and be complete in spring 2026. And then the same for Center Drive, but it would be fall 2026, spring 2027. And I will note both of these projects make capacity drainage improvements in those areas. They also have independent benefits. When the Hamilton Avenue project is completed, that'll have a substantial benefit even in advance of Center Drive being done. Next slide. So the third of the Public Works Enterprise funds in the CIP, the wastewater treatment fund. We've been talking about this for a while, but with the majority of the regional water quality control plant now over 50 years old, there's an extensive CIP underway that's going to both rebuild most of the plant and help us to meet new regulatory requirements to protect the bay. I will note here there are no new projects proposed in this 5-year plan. So these are existing projects. The largest of the projects, which is the $193 million secondary treatment upgrades project, which is a 5-year project, is into its 2nd year now, and it's 15% complete. The primary sedimentation tank project, that's actually not shown here because it's previous year's funding, but that's almost complete. And there's work on electrical upgrades, nearly complete for the current phase, but that'll be multi-phase. The design on the advanced water purification system project is essentially complete with probably some minor changes. We expect to bid that this fall. We're still evaluating options for the new lab and environmental services building. Let's see, phase 1 of the joint intercepting sewer rehab is actually about to begin construction. That contract's already been awarded. And the outfall line project is in the design phase. And then I mentioned the update to the 2012 long-range facilities plan. We're currently scheduled to bring that contract to council in probably one of the last meetings before your summer break, and then we'll begin that work. So that's the end of my portion, and I'll turn it over to Utilities Director Batchelor.
Thanks, Brad. Morning, Chair Burt, council members. Before I start, I'd like to thank the OMB team and the utilities team for the long and tedious work that they've done on this budget for us. It's been such a challenge for us, but I do appreciate all of you for getting us to this point. So a little bit about the utilities. So we have talked about, as all of you know, as council members, we've talked about the strategic plan that kind of outlays where we want to be for our SCAP plan, looking at the reliability, how frequently the system experiences outages, and what areas are those outages more prevalent to. And then we've also talked about how we're going to integrate and with battery and some vehicle and grid technology. And then as we are in this grid mod, we are in the process of getting new capacity for the electrification. So we're actually increasing the load capacities that we'll be able to bring on customers that would like to upgrade their systems for anywhere from EV chargers to heat pump water heaters and so on. And then the resiliency is to minimize the impacts and how do we recover from these outages and create some key measurements of how these events really truly happen and what's truly going on. Now, one of the things that is that we'll get into this here in a minute, but we're asking for approximately about $300 million to rebuild the entire system. However, about $125 to $150 million, if you think about it over a 10-year period of time, is actually be due to end-of-life equipment. And that's part of this whole recovery aspect where we have large outage spans because the way that the system is designed today, where we are in actually designing in smaller chunks. So right now, sometimes we'll get a relay that will go out in the middle of a run that will take 4,000 or 5,000 customers out. But if you look within an hour's time, 3,500 of those customers are right back up or maybe in less time. Well, actually, what we're going to do is that this whole electrification aspect as we move forward is that we are going to shorten those areas so that we don't see those large outages in the future. So some of the major proposals in this coming years in this 5-year plan is just to look at community solar pilot. So working and developing a plan with Public Works to look at possibly doing something at the golf course, actually putting up some canopies at the golf course. And then also have some battery storage out in that area as well too. To see how that's going to go. Evaluate some community battery actually in the system itself, and some microgrids as we go forward. And then, of course, complete the grid mod, which is the project that we also decided that we need to get some synergies and some cost savings around the fiber launch. So we are actually in the process right now of working in an area where there's a pilot about 1,200 homes that will be able to bring electrification as well as fiber. And the last thing is to develop a gas system business plan, how we're going to transition away from our gas system. And then next page, please. Large investments like we talked about for community anticipating this whole electrification as we go through the entire system. There's about 211 miles of overhead plant. And then there's about the same amount of money or same amount in the underground sections as well. It's close to about 450 miles of plant that needs to be upgraded from the secondary side as well as some of the overhead primary side. Seek opportunities where projects for this grid mod, as we talked about, is that looking at the synergies that we can take a look at of combining these two projects, getting some cost reductions from the contractors. And as we move forward in how this is going to go, and one thing that we will have to stop after we get to the pilot program is we'll have to stop the fiber to see how those take rates are going to go. Council gave us approval to spend the money. We don't want to spend 100%. It's not going to cost us 100% of what's in the budget. So we figured that this could be a spot where we would take a look at it for some months to see what that take rate looks like, and then come back to council to get approval to move forward, or spend the rest of the few dollars that we have left in the budget, or look for opportunities for bonding the rest. Also too is that to accelerate the main replacement. So one of the items that you'll see further into this presentation is that we are still moving forward with replacing about 5 miles to 6 miles, depending on what fund you're looking at, about $10 million to $12 million a year. We asked for part of the increase in the wastewater costing to actually increase that from that 2.5 to 5 miles. So we'll continue on working on that. Next page, please. So here's a little bit of breakdown on the electric funds. We talked about the $300 million on that. So where are we with the Foothill project? So Foothill project is it will be completed by the end of this month. We'll have phase number 3 done, which will be all the infrastructure. So the cables, transformers have been set in phase 1 and 2. So the last phase is phase 4, which is going up from the park, Foothills Park, up the hill to back up to the reservoir and back up to the last piece. That seemed to be the most challenging piece that we'll have to deal with, but we're moving in that direction. A little bit about the Colorado Power equipment upgrades, and then also just it's just about changing some breakers as we move forward, and then also looking at substation physical security about placing walls around the substations. We are going to put some fabricated walls around Colorado from a security standpoint, which is also going to be where the housing of the hub is going to be for the fiber. It'll actually be inside the footprint of the substation, which will be then covered by this wall that would be put completely around. Right now, if you stand on the back levee, which is where the creek location is, you're actually higher than the fence line looking into Colorado. So we need to do something with that. Next page, please. Just around the fiber portion of it, as I mentioned, phase 1 is estimated to be about 20 million on that, where we will be placing the 432 and then also the 144 for the electric substation, SCADA and AMI, which will ride not just for the electric side for the substations, but it also rides for like our water pumps, our gas receiving stations, and so on and so on. the cost. And then the other thing is we're going to look for doing a cost and benefit analysis for the market comparisons of the dark fiber pricing that we have in place. Next page, please. As I talked a little bit about just around we do have this issue that we're trying to deal with is this Arascadero Creek. During this past winters, there's an 8-inch gas line that actually the creek actually eroded away. And so the pipe is actually sitting above the creek line at this period of time. We did spend some time and we have rocked that area. We've worked with the state on this to look at so we have actually a short-term fix in it for this period of time, but we need to figure out what the long-term is going to be if we're going to have to bore that deeper into the ground, relocate it somewhere. But we also have the same problem with the water and a wastewater line. They are not exposed at this period, but it's something that we need to take a look at while we're there. So there has to be some work that has to be done around that. Project 25, 26, 27 are gas replacement programs. 25 is in the neighborhood of Palo Verde, Midtown, Evergreen, and Ventura, which is about 20,000 to 26,000, depending if we can get some grant funding on that. 26 is just around Park Crescent neighborhoods, and 27 is Crescent Park and University South neighborhoods. So as we move forward with those projects, again, those are within this capital timeframe. Next, please. Thank you. So we go into the wastewater collection, as I mentioned, designing from the 1 mile, 1.5 miles that we had been doing to the 5 mile time frame. We had talked about that. That'll get us back in line to be right about 100 years, about 108, 110 years of replacing the wastewater side. And then we have 2 projects that will not start until actually 3 of them that will not start until the probably around 26, 27 timeline. And the reason for that is that this fund is the smallest funds of all the funds that we have. We're actually going to ask for a loan from the fiber fund of $3 million. And the reason for this is that we spent a large amount of money on working on El Camino this year. That was a project that wasn't really planned, but with the repaving portion that was going on, the dollars for a short time, by the time we were able to get a contractor, there's a possibility that that fund may go to a negative. If it does go negative, whatever that amount is, we would have to take a borrow from a loan from our fiber fund of no more than $3 million. Next, please. Water fund. We have a couple reservoirs that need to be replaced or rehabbed, and a couple more water projects along those periods of time. Those water projects are going to be in that Evergreen, Venture, Midtown neighborhoods. We're also trying to take a look at if there's ways that we could do some of those gas, if there's crossing streets, if there's gas and water that could be replaced at one time instead of going back and redisturbing the streets and the inconvenience to the customers at that point. Also too is that there's a little bit of money in there for continued security cameras, upgrading the water station and the pump stations that we have. And that concludes our capital budget.
Thank you. Why don't we see if we have any members of the public who want to speak on this item?
Chair, we have no request to speak.
Okay, colleagues, who would like to go first?
Sure.
Vicky?
Wow. It's a lot of money, a lot of projects, a lot of exciting improvements coming to our city. We could spend all week if we wanted to just hear about all of those, but impressive. Thank you. Just a quick question for my edification. We had former Mayor Holman come and talk about the History Museum. Where does that fit in our day? Is that coming up later, or where is that represented?
So the capital project for the Roth building is actually in this section. It's in the capital improvement fund. So I believe if you wanted to discuss that, this would be the time to talk about that. I can find the page number for that project if you'd like.
I'll tell you what,
I believe so. Yeah, it's also in that additional option for funding memo that you received.
okay, thank you. I think what I'll do is react to the presentation, and while others are speaking, if you do give me the page, that would be great. I'll take a look at that. Thank you. All right. Darren, thanks for keeping us safe with the CAD for the public safety. Brad, just amazing breadth of things. I'm going to focus on utilities. You're a lucky one today, Dean.
All right. Yeah, exactly. I was wondering where that was gonna go.
That's where I was going.
Yes, okay.
There's three of us, three of you. Here we go. All good though. All right. So, first of all, just love the start when you talked about the four aspects of the reliability and resiliency plan, and particularly with resilience going to the smaller areas, sort of like a more modular approach to have to have outages be less impactful. So just kudos on that. See, it's not so bad. I was intrigued by the initiatives, the community solar pilot, and exploring cooperating with the golf course and the battery storage ideas. And, you know, maybe this is part of it if this were to come to bear, but is they have a very large parking lot there. Is that part of the thinking and planning? And then that makes me think, gee, does the city have other parking lots that could have solar installations?
Okay, I gotta caution you to get too far out there.
Okay,
But
fair.
yes, no. Yeah, the idea is basically to look at that. You know, the golf course, if you look at the parking lot itself, first of all, it's pretty rough out there. So the idea was to build some canopies. So the canopies would actually then, we can cut that pavement, you know, we can put some solar out there. We also have been looking at possibly what we could do at the airport. Can we build some bigger canopies for planes to be able to sit under in that area, since those properties are so much joining at that point to get a bigger canopy? But this is something that Jonathan Abendschein and I have been talking about for a little bit of time now, is that what can we do and where can we go that would have some large footprint for us just to try this pilot portion? And I agree with you. Then at that point, there's probably other parking lots that we own from a city's perspective throughout in different locations that we could take a look at in the future portion of it. But the most important thing is right now is to look at, we need to do something. We need to start somewhere in a community standpoint. And so we thought that that might be somewhere the easiest way. The biggest problem that we think is where do you put that storage? You know, right now, there is some areas on the golf course. We need to work those details out that we could put some storage in. And again, you know, the storage would be much smaller at a city's parking lot area. In some other areas, not saying we can't do that. Tom Marshall and I have talked about that as we move forward, this electrification is there a way to change some of the feeders that come out of one of the substations to increase the feeder capacity, but take that footprint of that substation and actually build storage there?
Yeah.
So there's a lot on the table and a lot of design and thought process that we are thinking, but there is a possibility, but mostly is to start right here, learn a little bit more about right here in the smaller footprint as we want to get deeper into the neighborhoods.
I did want to add, just to the point of other parking lots, that we do have solar on several of our parking garages. This is actually a multi-year initiative done a few years ago with feed-in tariffs and with a third-party power purchase agreement arrangement.
Well, thank you for that. I like the prospective look, the possible partnership with the airport. I know we've even Councilmember Burt's made me aware some time ago of, we're going to have electric planes in our future at some point. So all of that and the infrastructure I know you have out there, I don't want to get us too far off track and into the future, but it's exciting. And I just thank you for moving that forward on that pilot basis. Thank you also for lifting up the development of a model and business plan to transition away from gas. It's a heavy lift. There's a lot of ripple effects, a lot of things to think about there, but appreciate that being included. I wanted to ask you, just moving on, when you were talking about the electric fund and nice with the progress that you reported. The last item was substation physical security, talking about walls and things built around it. Whose department is it, sort of the cybersecurity for our grid? And there's just accelerating threats all the time, and I'm just curious about where that falls, who's doing it, what we're doing, if there's capital for that too.
You want to answer?
It's not part of capital projects, but it's ongoing, and we partner with the folks in utilities to help ensure, because all the connectivity runs through the city infrastructure. So those infrastructures are solely isolated behind firewalls. And
excellent. So that's part of what you described to us yesterday.
yes,
then. Got it. Okay. And are there similar physical security and or cybersecurity concerns for some of our other utilities? It might be less obvious because water, there's threats to those. Just quickly talk about security.
it's similar for all the utilities, the SCADA systems that operate all the utilities. They're a similar format. We just work with the different groups within those to help secure those environments.
For the cybersecurity.
Yeah. And then Dean mentioned as well the camera systems that would help with the surveillance of the physical.
Thank you.
I just realized that the council had received an extensive update on our cybersecurity initiatives about 2 years ago. So my colleagues have not had that, and I think given how important that is, that might be something that we would either do a briefing for new colleagues or an update for everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Then moving on to the gas fund, and we talked about the design and repair of Arrastradero Creek. You mentioned that you had rocked the area, which is interesting. Hopefully we'll rock it. But then you talked about whether we needed, what we needed to do going forward. And can you just say a little bit more about the process and timeline for exploring what the longer term plan is?
So this has a little bit been a challenge working with the outside entities, because there's a timeline when you can actually work in that creek bed. And so we just received an extension until next year that we can actually get down into the creek bed itself. One of the ideas was, we could trench it, but it's not probably the most favorable thing to do, but we could bore it. So we're getting some pricing on a boring. And then the other way is to remove that line, go back, relocate it so that it's not going through this small overflow creek area where it sits today on Rascadero. Like I said, we made a temporary Band-Aid for right now. State was really concerned about it. Same with the DOT. We notified the DOT that this line has been exposed. We worked with the officials on how we were going to place. I don't remember how much of rock we replaced, but we put a lot of rock in the creek bed. But it's not a fix. So we are looking right now of trying to develop a plan of which way is the best way. And then, like I said, we also need to look at the water and the wastewater. It's right up from where this location of where this gas line is.
Yeah, lines that go through there. It's hard to predict now exactly what all the capital needs would be through the 2029 year. So I expect that in another year, you would come back and have a more defined view of that, or do you think you can estimate it fairly well?
I think that we have an estimate. Well, in this budget portion of it, we have set aside $1 million right now. We think that it may go over a little bit of that. But we don't have a really good idea because we don't know which way we're going to go. If it's better for us to relocate compared to boring trenching. I think that we should have some answers here within the next couple, 3 months on which way that we'll actually be able to go, talking to some consultants as well as the Army engineers are involved with us to see what we can do. Or is it better for us to abandon, the gas line and the water line? The problem is going to be is we really can't really abandon the sewer line so much because just of the gravity flow.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a tough one for us, unless we're going to have to put in another pump. Right now in the Foothills Park, we actually have a sewer pump that as sewer comes down, collects, we have a pump that pumps it up over the top of the hill and then it flows into Brad's treatment plant, but we don't really want
Brad's
to,
treatment
yeah,
plant.
we don't really want to put another pump in the system if we don't have to. So, so I think the thing is that's going to be the challenging one.
Yeah.
But the other two, since they're pressurized, we could move them around.
I see.
But I think that we may come back in future years on looking at maybe what that cost is going to be for the water side. But we'll have a much better understanding since we'll have some pricing on the gas.
Very helpful. Thank you. That's all I have.
Sorry, Roth, it's on page 170 of the capital improvement budget.
Yeah, thanks. As a benefit of being on the advisory, the liaison to the Utilities Advisory Commission, I'm pretty up to speed on all these things and all the great work that the combination of Public Works and Utilities is doing to plan ahead for our needs. Although after what Dean said, you might need another CIP for the sign that says Brad's treatment plant.
Yeah, exactly.
I couldn't see that sign now. But he's in charge of the signs, I think. Brad's in charge of the signs.
I think I got it.
It's already budgeted, huh? Okay. So my only question actually was back over to the Vehicle Replacement and Maintenance Fund. I'm interested if we're accelerating that relative to normal lifelines replacements, or if we're staying on the normal replacement schedule.
Well, Vice Mayor, that's a really good question. If you're asking about the pace of the replacements.
Yeah.
At this point with our proposal in the budget this year, we're actually decelerating a bit. And that's because the electric versions of many of these vehicles are so much more expensive than their internal combustion counterparts. And we've had what are essentially fixed budgets that increase every year by consumer price index. So I forget what we call it in your memo of additional considerations. That we did some work on what it might look like to keep our more typical pace of replacements. And it's an extra $2.2 million beyond the $3.4 million project. So for this year, we haven't proposed to do that. Instead, what we took our regular $3.4 million amount and we developed what is essentially an all-electric replacement plan within that budget. And we gave you the analysis to show what it would cost for this year to kind of accomplish what we would otherwise have planned to do. Looking toward the future, it's actually one of the council priority objectives and a priority for Public Works this year to develop an EV fleet replacement plan. And that would kind of include more of the longer term financial analysis and understanding the bigger picture there.
Can I jump in for a moment there? And one of the things to bear in mind is, anxious as we are to transition to electric vehicles, we're all seeing that passenger cars were on the cusp of a transition to significantly lower costs in EVs, but a lot of the specialty vehicles.
That's what I was just going to say.
They're lagging, and we're seeing this at VTA in buses. They're enormously more expensive than Europe or China today, are just our domestic manufacturing capabilities and the specialty vehicles, just the whole industry moving into taking those emerging technologies and scaling them and applying them in the specialty vehicles is lagging so far.
Yeah,
But
Brett-
it'll catch up.
Brad has reported that before when he's asked for replacement vehicles, some of those unusual specialty vehicles, and maybe one of them was a water vehicle or fire department or what was it? A what truck? No.
Chipper truck.
So I was aware of that, and I thought that might be part and parcel here. So my question was going to be, have we found some? And the answer is still no. So we have to keep postponing that. And
Well, I would say there are others available that could go beyond what our recommended budget is this year. They're very expensive at this point. And in the end, we had kind of once again said, well, this is a one-off for what we could do for fiscal year 25. But staff's recommendation is to stay within our regular budget, which has us mostly replacing more passenger vehicles, although we are going to have an electric fire engine.
Yeah, that was
in
great.
that mix, which is
Yeah.
exciting.
Yeah, I heard that. That's great.
And then let us go back and do some more analysis and try to develop more of a long-term plan than trying to, take it on one fiscal year at a time.
So are the replacement vehicles staying then that you can buy that are electric, staying on the normal replacement cycle, life cycle?
They are, yes. They're all vehicles that meet our policy criteria for replacement.
Yeah, but I mean, during their life cycle, you've decided that we have to change out every 7 years or 6 years or whatever it is.
We haven't looked at whether the life cycles of replacement might change for those.
Okay.
And that could very well be the case.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Well, first I'll start with follow up on that question. I didn't hear a mention of electric bike fleet for the city. And included in that is, we have this emerging technology of three-wheel electric cargo bikes, where in our city, as compact as it is outside the foothills, we can get door to door by an e-bike almost the same quickness as we can in a car. But what's the latest on our own fleet? And I will say that I recall that one of the things you were looking at was maintenance, but we maintain our own vehicles, right? Do we outsource that or maintain ourselves?
We do much of our own vehicle maintenance. There are things we outsource as well. With respect to the idea for a city fleet of e-bikes, we have a small staff team who's working on trying to get a pilot project for that going this year. It wasn't something at the scale with our looking into it so far that we thought we needed to have a budget ask. So,
Okay.
we won't be starting off with a large number of e-bikes or the three-wheeled bikes, but we do plan to have something underway this year.
Well, just for point of reference, share a quick story that I shared with you before. We had delegation from our Dutch sister city over a year ago. I asked them about this because when I visited there, they had e-bikes for us to use to travel about. And I said, do you have your own city e-bike fleet? And they said, kind of looked at me quizzically and said, no. We as city employees have to ask for special permission to drive a car rather than an e-bike as city employees moving about the city. And think about how diametrically different that is from our mindset. Now, certainly that's not all the vehicles we have for larger vehicles, different uses, but just our city employees moving about. I really think we need to change our mindset and our approach, and it'll be a health benefit for employees like it is for the community as well. Okay, parking that for a moment. Darren, you mentioned consolidation of the data center space. Is that in this facility you're talking
Yes,
about?
that's our data center on our second floor.
And this kind of goes into a broader question is we're consolidating there, but we also are underutilizing a lot of this building. Do we have plans for what we will do with the space that we create either from data center consolidation or greater remote work that we have today? that second one's more for the city manager.
Well, actually, it's Public Works as the
Oh,
work is
there we
underway.
go.
So go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, we have the elephant in the room is that the police department is moving to the new public safety building this summer. So we've got a police building as well as some fire department space and the Office of Emergency Services space that's soon to be vacant. So we've had a funded capital project for a while that we hadn't had staff capacity to really get going on to look at the overall space planning for City Hall. Well, City Hall, that police building, the lease space for the development center is in the mix, as could be the data center space as well. But with that move finally happening, we really need to make some decisions soon and get underway with the planning for what's going to be a pretty serious renovation project to make that police building usable for another purpose.
And that one's been on the horizon a long time. And then because of COVID and changes in remote work, we have space in this building per se. We don't have a lot of other space that we use elsewhere, but we have utilities out at LL Court. And I just don't know if we're looking at this. It's valuable space, and anyone who goes up on our upper floors sees that we don't utilize it like we used to. So are there plans to utilize this space? And I'm sort of concerned that we're basically wasting a lot of dollars in the value of this space.
I'd actually perhaps challenge that assumption because not unlike other office users, we do see variations over the course of a week. So, varying particular Mondays from Fridays versus midweek. That said, on an ongoing basis, we have been making quite a few changes. So for example, fire. What's happening with fire? We've got inspections. Go ahead, Brad.
Well, fire inspection, I forget which station they're at
Two.
currently, but actually need a space and making plans for them to come back to City Hall.
We have also repurposed the auditor space that again, since the auditor is virtually entirely remote now to hoteling area. And so we're actually having staff that are shuffling around between areas throughout the building. And there are other examples of that throughout the building.
Well, and I don't know, we kind of have this dilemma of are there other city employees who could be moved here, but is there a different approach? Are there community partners who are nonprofits who are leveraging our resources that maybe this is space that we look at whether we house them to some degree? I don't know what would be different thinking, but I think we're all seeing a transformation in the private sector. There's a lot of consolidation of space that's going on, and everybody's having to figure out the new world. But I think we may want to step back and think, well, how might we use this space differently from how we've historically done it without thinking that, we can lease out a floor of the City Hall? Okay. On the airport, I was concerned that I hadn't appreciated that we've got still a deficit, and I don't really know what this will be more in a broader discussion on the master plan, but our hangar space or hangar fees and tie down fees, do we have opportunities to generate higher revenue there?
I'm sorry, where did the
Oh, maybe I
deficit come in?
misunderstood it. Ben, I hope so.
No, we don't have a deficit.
Oh, good. Okay.
And in fact,
Thank you.
that's a common misconception, and I get that question from members of the public a lot. So if I could just clarify, the airport took about $4 million in loans when it was taken over from the county. And starting 3 or 4 years ago, we've been on a 15-year payback schedule and actually making annual payments with interest to the general fund to pay that back.
And so I guess I was confusing on slide 8, the CIP proposal says revenues and expenses. And I guess I was
can
misunderstanding
clarify
that. Yeah.
So, expenses are the expenses for the project. In this instance, revenues are almost entirely grants from the FAA.
I see.
And
Thank
so,
you.
and they're specific to individual capital improvement projects, not to the airport's budget as well.
Okay, great. Thanks. And then just related to the long-term plan, we're seeing dozens and ongoing emails from the public that thinks that because of the presentation we had, that there is an intention to expand the airport and their concern over airport noise and related matters. How do we get that correction out there?
Yes, we've seen the dozens of emails as well, both from community members who are concerned that expansion of the airport is being proposed, which it's not, and just the perception that there's not a process for community engagement, I guess, from people who haven't seen the previous public meetings we've had. So I count 53 of those messages as of yesterday. Starting yesterday, we began replying individually to every single one
With a standard
information,
response? Excellent.
clarifying this and telling them how they can sign up to get the future notices about the public process.
Have we been copied on what that standard response is?
I think
We've been in
one
meetings for
was
2 days, so-
inadvertently sent to you, and typically those would end up in your council packet of responses that you get
Okay,
from the city.
I think it'd be
manager.
helpful if we all, as council members, said, here's what we're responding to everybody on. Okay, thank you. All right. On the stormwater, that's really exciting that you're moving forward the Hamilton and Center projects. Wish they could be done even sooner, but I understand. Once again, on the communication side, do we have a plan for communicating to really the neighborhoods who will benefit from this, that this is happening? And what the time frame is. I know at the neighborhood meeting, it was kind of rolled out and people were glad to hear it. But I think they're going to want to hear as much concrete as possible and make sure everybody knows, not just those at the meeting.
We're still thinking about how best to do that, but that's a good suggestion. I think there's multiple things. We did some of this with the winter preparedness messaging. But again, for the coming season, the fact that we'll be underway with the Newell Road Bridge project, I think emphasizing the importance of having built that pump station and that tie-in that I mentioned, that now we're able to make these other improvements that really benefit from the fact we have that pump station.
Well,
would be a
and
good point.
good. So what you just kind of described on that story of this was enabled by the pump station, that we actually already got benefits in this New Year's Eve flood, was it year and a half ago? That the community doesn't appreciate that would have been much worse if not for two things. What we've already done in our storm drain system with the pump station that we're going to leverage off of, and what the community doesn't understand is how significant the benefits were upstream as a result of the downstream project. I can tell you almost everybody, including the people who have been engaged in this and are in those neighborhoods, they think nothing's been done and they think they've derived no benefit from the downstream project. Whereas in 98, we had a giant 5-foot deep lake that would not exist today and be backed up. And that concept is just not appreciated in the community, and it's a big deal to them. So what I want to encourage is that when you do that other communication, we fold this part of the story in and explain it. And I don't know that we can be quantitative, but we certainly can provide that narrative that explains that. I'll just mention that, and of course, that flood control project in the creek is through our partnership, our membership on the Creek JPA. But one of the things that as a result of the Creek JPA now realizing that they have a capacity problem between Chaucer and Newell, that is greater than what their previous plan was. They're moving forward on that. But there was already a shortfall for the funding on the Pope Chaucer Bridge that we were going, well, how are we going to fill that? And it wasn't clear, but that shortfall existed before we've seen the enormous increase in civil engineering jobs. And they haven't rebudgeted it. It's going to be even more of a shortfall. So they don't have the money to replace Pope Chaucer even after they do the greater amount of creek widening and embankment increase. And that's why I actually have been pushing to them, and Dean provided a map of a prospect of a large culvert that would go from immediately upstream of Pope Chaucer to immediately downstream. They still have to do this widening, but rather than replace Pope Chaucer, we do a short bypass. And I don't know whether it's feasible, but it sure seems like it, and a fraction of the cost and quicker and without having to shut down the bridge. So I just want to get that out there. I don't know if there's any other discussions that have yet gone on that with the Creek JPA.
Not in meetings I've been in, but we've heard the idea. I've discussed it with the city manager, and our team is doing some work to look into it.
Good.
As things we could also raise with the JPA team.
And if we could just do a first calculation of that cubic feet per second capacity that is needed, the difference between what we have on Pope Chaucer now and what we need to accommodate. I have a concern that discussions with the Creek JPA, they say, oh yeah, we're going to re-examine all these different things in a master agreement. And I think they're missing what may be, or hopefully is, a much simpler, faster, cheaper solution to what's been a terrible problem. Okay. Lastly, on the utilities, thanks for the update. Once again, on the messaging, I think it's really important for us to get a clear, simple message that that 200 to 300 million includes almost half those dollars that would have to be done anyway for outdated equipment. It's not all for electrification. It will not only give us the foundation, the backbone for the electrification, but it will, as you mentioned, simultaneously improve our reliability. That's one of our biggest elements of our reliability effort. And we need to get out to the public that says this checks several big boxes all at once. And it's not just electrification, it's everything related to that. And Dean, you mentioned the batteries at substations. We also had this discussion through the ad hoc with Stanford ad hoc on, I think is it Hanson substation? Is that the location? The Lower Research Park substation?
Oh, yeah. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Hanover and Hanson.
Hanover as a prospective early location for storage. I don't know if that's still in the mix, but I was really glad to hear that we're looking at substations as future local storage, because point being, when we buy solar projects remotely, and we often now, or they often are sold with a certain amount of storage on site, that storage out in the Mojave helps make the grid more stable, but it doesn't give us the reliability and resiliency, whereas doing it locally does. So I'm really enthusiastic about that. And lastly, as we're on the whole CIP plan, as we're looking at this other list of prospective projects that we as a committee are not being able to fund most of them this year, some of them are capital. Can we get any kind of subset of whatever CIP projects that are neither in progress nor time sensitive that are on this year's CIP list? We really didn't have a good way to differentiate, said, look, if push come to shove, these are all important projects that we have to do, but there may be a few of them that says, you know, we had it on the schedule, but it's not actually urgent for this year. It was scheduled for this year. And I'd like to get staff's appraisal of any that are on that list that would fall in that they're not already in progress, and you don't want to halt that. But and that it wouldn't kill us to put them off a year. So I don't know what those are, but that's a follow-up request.
I'm recalling a similar exercise at either at the beginning of COVID or perhaps earlier. I think that could be a fairly complex issue. Perhaps another way to approach that might be to set if there's a target, as we did previously. I think now it's coming back to me. We had a $2 million target at one point, and so we tried to identify projects that could be deferred in order to meet that target. So that might be an approach. I would note that one of the issues I think that came to light through that exercise was a recognition, and not that this would drive things, but we've got public works staff that are moving from project to project. And so if we were to say, we're not going to do a project next year, then the question is, what are they doing during that year? And so our staffing plans have been built around the programs that are included in your proposal.
Yeah, and I appreciate that it may mean there's not a lot of flexibility, but the question is, what flexibility might there be? So if we want to ask that as a parking lot referral, I'd be fine with doing it in the form of the dollar amount or just the projects, whichever works best for staff. Yeah.
And can I add one further bit, is just to make sure the committee understands that as part of the capital budget development process where departments are submitting requests, I'm trying to remember the numbers. I think we ended up with something on the scale of $10 to $15 million more in capital requests than the fund could afford. And we've already gone through a pretty
not surprising
tough process to winnow that down to the things that seemed most important. So not to say that there couldn't be any further analysis, but this is definitely not a budget where all proposals.
That's right. Okay, so I appreciate that. And then we as a committee have this supplemental list of things that we're looking at, and we're just trying to understand, is there any give that could be there as we struggle with these choices?
Right. I think it may come down to trade-offs. So if, for example, there were $1 million as the target of unrestricted funds, then I think we'd want to be able to have staff go take a look at what would be on the bubble in terms of those trade-offs.
Okay, so I think what I would propose is asking staff, it's kind of hard for us to be, there's chicken and egg, well, we pick a number, but how do we know that correlates to what the bubble really is? So I'm kind of thinking 1 to 2 million we'd like, and let staff come back with whatever they can offer us. And you may have provisos within that, say, well, here's the 1 million ones that we really could do. 2 million's a stretch, but here's the set in there. I don't know how you'd structure it. I'm open-ended, but I just want to kind of have greater context for these tough decisions.
I think that's fair. Obviously, there's an exercise ahead of us, so we'll need to discuss with staff the timing on what it would take to accomplish that exercise.
Yeah.
I'll also ask the obvious question. We're only concerned with the projects within the capital improvement fund funded by the general fund. Is that correct? Or are you looking at, I'm just trying to understand the objective, right?
That's really, I think that is the focus I'd like to have, is on the general fund.
Thank you for the
CIP.
clarification.
Yeah, thanks. So, so we have a tentative motion to approve with that parking. Oh, sorry. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to come back to the Roth building, and but that conversation you just had is super helpful in doing that. But before I do, I just wanted to echo Councilmember Burt's comments and thoughts about the physical space that we have. You know, I think that this building is such a iconic symbol of our city, and a place we really welcome people and it's recognized. And I would love, as we empty out some of this lower space that's more readily accessible to people, that we really think about how to use that well and optimally. We've had a lot of conversations about what do we do about the elevator bank being locked, and should we unlock it? Should we leave it as is? Perhaps we have a clerk's receptionist on this floor that helps people access, so it's not just the automated system. I think, since that's the public face and they're always looking for ways to be more publicly accessible, it's just something we should talk about. I would love to see the planning, the thing across the street move back into here because housing and development is so central to our mission. It's always a priority. So I would love to see us explore things like that. And I do think that yes, work habits have changed and it's tricky, desk sharing and hoteling is complicated with permanent employees, but I do think that just optically, it'd be nice to see this building fuller, to feel like it was more heavily used. So I just wanted to second the analysis and evaluation of that. So the Roth building, I'm going to need a little help with this. As I see former Mayor Du Bois's comments, letter, I heard former Mayor Holman talk about splitting the cost of this $2 million increase. When I look at pages 170 and 171, I'm not sure exactly how to factor that in. I look at the different funding sources, the supplemental information and the changes, and I'm having trouble finding the exact 2 million they're talking about. So maybe if someone could help me understand the ask, then I can comment on it. Thank you.
Sure, of course. So what's represented in the capital project budget is a summary of the revenues and the sources already in the project. So the ask here for the 2 million wouldn't be in the proposed book because, or really the 1 million that's being asked because that's what's before the committee. So
So I see the funding sources schedule. What's the overall budget and what is their contribution? I'm just, I don't. I need help.
So sure. So on page 170 there, you see the total sources is about $12.6 million in the periods that's represented. And so you'll see we have different revenue sources that contributed to that total,
Yes.
including the capital improvement fund from other agencies, library, right? So those are the different sources. And then if you go to the following page, which is the use of funds, right? The construction and the timeline for the project. So we're very hopeful over the next 12 months or so, actually. So this is the use of fund is the construction side. So the letter in the supplemental report is asking for an additional million for cost escalation. And so that's not represented in here because we're only representing the cost under our budget that we're funding, the city's portion.
So I guess what I'm struggling with is a frame of reference to know, okay, this is our portion and the funding sources relative to what?
Oh,
Like,
the
if, like,
aggregate for the project beyond this.
yeah, I mean, what is the shortfall situation if we were just to stick with this? It sounds like it's $2 million.
I can help. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, although I'm sure we could find them. But as Director Lai was saying, this page just represents the city's contribution to the project. So these are funds from various sources. And then on the expense side, we're actually paying them to the museum to pay for their payments to the contractor. And then under the lease and tenant work letter that the city entered into with the museum, it describes the funding that they're putting into it. They've got this $3 million HUD grant. And that's what former council member Holman was referring to today, that their original intent had been to use all or most of that on actually building out the museum programming space. But because of the cost increases and escalation along the way, I'm recalling, I think they're currently planning to use close to 2 million, maybe a little less than that, of the 3 million under the terms of the tenant work letter that we have between the city and museum to go towards the project. So I believe it's something on the order of around 15 million as the total project cost.
So if the total project is around 15, and it looks like the funding sources listed on page 171 are 12.5 million. And there, so that delta of 3-ish. But apparently somehow, somewhere along the way, it's gone up by a couple million and they want some help with
No,
that.
that's the current total. So, you know, I think we can provide more detail on this, but the
Okay.
basic picture is they had to put in about 2 million of those HUD funds that they hadn't originally planned to use for that. And so they're asking the city, can you change the tenant work letter to add more funding so that we can use that million towards the exhibit build out?
Aren't you asking
and
what
then-
the city already has in, Vicky?
And then, so if we've got a $12.5 million budget here with, are they basically asking it to go to 13.5 or is it something different?
That's correct.
Okay, I think I got it. And that would be presumably over the same 5-year period? Okay.
No, I
It
think it's
would be
really
in the
over the
next-
year.
Or they
next
really
year.
need, so they need that
Yeah,
now to
yeah.
accelerate to this FY 2025, which is right now listed at only 350,000.
Were you also asking what the 12.5 is of the total? So we know what the share is between the,
Well, I thought I heard that answered, but yes, I'd like to know.
Well, and just to clarify, we list all these city controlled funds, but that includes the
Transferable development.
yeah,
Rights.
yeah, and we're categorizing those as city contributions, but they're monies that we received and then they're for purposes like this. So
Got it.
It's-
Not all city money. Yeah. I mean,
not
kind-
our out of our general fund transfers.
Got it.
Yeah, city controlled money.
So the overall budget would be the
That's what-
15, the 15, is that what you were saying before?
The overall budget for the entire project, including the museum's contribution, would remain the same. We would take on a $1 billion greater share of that and their share would decrease by 1 million.
Yeah, I got that. What's the number?
What's the total? Brad, do you know the total?
If not,
No,
okay.
it's about 15 million.
Okay, so it is, okay, so it's 15.
And just to be clear, that 15 is roughly only for the rehabilitation of the building. So that's phase 1. There's the second phase, which is the actual build out of the museum, exhibits for guests and the like.
I was just about to ask about that because I had read and so, yeah, so I assume this is all phase
Yeah.
1, not the phase 2 converting the interior of the museum.
Yeah,
And I
and-
think the ask is just for phase 1. right?
Yeah, and just to clarify on that phase 1, this is what we're calling the hard shell. So
Mhm.
this is
Yep.
the building that the city owns.
Yep.
It's not to turn it into a museum per se. It's basically to turn it into renovate it so it's a habitable building again.
Got it, got it. So that makes it more compelling for us to share that increase. I mean, that seems to make sense to me. I realize we're strapped and we just, all of the prior conversation. This may be something we want to put in a parking lot, but I'm curious what my colleagues think about it. I did want to raise it though.
Well, it's in the sense that it's already in that list we're going to need to struggle with, right?
It's on the list? Oh, the one from the memo.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't think we have to.
The list from the
assign it-
memo.
Yeah, we don't have to assign it to the parking lot because we're going to be reviewing that as part of our
Okay,
wrap up. Is that correct?
thought we
What's the
pulled
process?
some off that list yesterday and put it in the parking lot.
Correct. We were thinking that as we were going through the different sections.
Oh, I see. We
um,
should deliberately pull it off the list and
correct.
put it in. Okay,
Correct,
Okay.
if we may, otherwise, this afternoon will be.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
so if that's our process, I would suggest that we do that when it comes motion time.
Well, we're at motion time.
Well, then I can,
And
Oh.
we might want to couple it with this request to identify 1 to 2 million of the least urgent CIP projects.
okay, I'll give this a try. All right, so I move the tentative approval of make sure I got the right thing. Yep. Of the capital improvement programs for the well, I guess the infrastructure and environmental capital improvement programs, enterprise fund projects, and internal service fund projects. And that we recommend that we put in the parking lot, the Roth Building Rehabilitation Phase 1, and that we identify the $1 to $2 million of potential flexibility for additional capital projects.
Okay, I'll second.
But you didn't Vicky, in that motion, you didn't specifically mention the Roth building.
Yeah, I did. That was the
Oh, okay.
second item.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so I mean, but you have the disclaimer in there that we have to find more money to do this for Roth and some other things.
Right, that's why I put it in the parking lot.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so
Okay.
I'm basically moving what we heard in terms of the proposed budget, adding Roth in to our parking lot and asking for the identification of the million or two that might allow us to do things like that.
Right, I'm in support, thanks.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. And before we break for lunch, it does, we have that supplemental memo and we didn't kind of go through individually. So we might be missing some things to put in the parking lot that I'm wondering if there's a time block where we can just go through that memo more deliberately.
This afternoon, we have a couple of options. We can reduce our lunch to create some time.
Yep.
Also, if we look at item 5, it's slated for an hour and a half. We could also look at putting it in there as well. And item 6, we are hoping to provide an hour and a half of wrap up. So if we can take any of those 3 options, I think we could find some time.
Okay, well, first one is how much time do we need for lunch? What does everybody want? When do we want to come back? Yeah, well, we
Probably
already
1:30 at the-
consumed 25 of them. so
Yeah, probably 1:30 at this point.
Is that like an hour?
Scheduled to
We'll go
restart
into-
at 1:30, so it
Okay.
gives you a little more
At
than
least
an
we'll be
hour.
back on schedule, but have to come up with a half hour or so for that memo review. What, by hook or by crook?
And Chair?
Yeah.
You wanted to ask Dean Batchelor some questions about utility revenue when he was back, and he's back. So do you want to do that now?
Kindly.
Yeah, we
note
could do it
it'll
in
be
the
this
afternoon,
It's
Okay.
the afternoon session.
Okay.
during the operating discussion by utility.
So that Dean can join us again. Yes. Yeah. All right. Thanks. We'll be back at 1:30. And our first item is the fiscal year 25 proposed municipal fee and charges. So welcome.
Thank you. Hi again. Good afternoon, members of the Finance Committee. Renee Escobar with the Office of Management and Budget, and today we will be presenting the summary of adjustments to the fiscal year 2025 Muni fee schedule. And the first slide, please. The city offers a wide array of services. They range from printing zoning maps to pet deworming to custodial personnel services to renting out our facilities and equipment. The fees that are charged for these services track to our user fee cost recovery level policy that council last updated in fiscal year 2019, which divides these fees into 3 buckets: low, medium, and high. One major component that determines the fees cost recovery level is the number of beneficiaries for services rendered. Generally, a high cost recovery level applies to services where one person stands to benefit from the service, and a low cost recovery will be applied to a service that benefits the community at large. Therefore, when the city introduces a new service, its fee is determined by both the city's cost to provide it and the appropriate cost recovery level. I do want to mention as well that as part of the fiscal year 2025 proposed budget, staff is recommending funding for a consultant to conduct a study of which this user fee cost recovery level will be a part of. With every new year's fee schedule, we apply a general rate of increase, or GRI, to most of our fees, which is 5.2% this year. For all fees that do not increase by the GRI, they're included in attachment A, along with the justification as to why they're not increasing by the GRI. Next slide, please. There are a total of 18 new fees this year. In the Community Services Department, most are veterinary services for cats and dogs, as well as camping equipment rental, specifically electrical hot plates. In the Planning and Services Department, there are 2 new fees, one for rental registry permit and 1 shelter permit fee. And in the Police Department, there are 4 new fees relating to concealed carry permits. Late in the Muni fee process, we did identify 1 additional fee for the Planning and Services Department. We are currently working through it and expect to bring the new fee back up in the wrap-up discussion on the 21st. It is a fee waiver associated with the housing element actions approved by council. And with that, I will hand it off to my colleague.
Thank you, Renee. Katie Lee, Management Analyst with the Office of Management and Budget. So next slide, please. Next, we'd like to discuss deleted fees. There were 26 in total. Specifically, there were 17 in Community Services Department, and there were 9 in the Police Department. Of the 17 deleted fees in Community Services Department, 16 of them are related to pets in need fees. Some of the reasons for the pets in need fees deletion includes consolidation into other fees and alignment for fees that are no longer active. The 1 deleted fee in Community Services Department that is not related to pets in need is the deletion of 1 permit fee to perform an arts and sciences concert series. This fee was deleted because this concert series was discontinued and folded into other CSD produced events where there are no permit fees charged for those concerts. In the Police Department, those 9 deleted fees, there are 6 of them that are related to push cart vendor fees, and 3 of them are related to solicitor and peddler fees. All 9 of these Police Department fees were deleted as a result of a City Council meeting back in January of this year on compliance with the Safe Sidewalk Vending Act, Senate Bill 946. As a quick recap, the state of California enacted SB 946 in 2018 to require that local agencies allow sidewalk vendors. To align with state law, council updated the Palo Alto Municipal Code, deleted the push cart vendor and solicitor type fees, and determined that an education-first approach to enforcement would be appropriate. Next slide, please. So lastly, we have changed fees, which have been provided as an attachment A. These changed fees are fees changing by factors other than the GRI. There are 281 total, and justifications include fees that are set by an outside agency, fees set by the vendor, fees set by prior council authority, and fees remaining flat to avoid discouraging use. With that, we conclude our presentation and are happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. First, do we have any members of the public who want to speak?
No, there are no raised hands.
Okay, thanks. Who would like to go first? Well, I can wade in with two questions. So one, if we go back to your, I think your first slide, where when we have community events that the city is a co-sponsor to, what is our policy on waiving fees or not, or what happens here?
Oh, should we get CSD to see if they can help with that policy question?
There's Kristen. Yeah, so we have this in the context of events that are really community benefited events that are helping us on complementing a lot of our city goals.
Hello, Kristen O'Kane. I'm Director of Community Services. So your question was for events that we co-sponsor.
Primarily, yeah.
And could you repeat your
Well,
question?
do we charge fees for those?
For events that we co-sponsor, we do not charge fees except for if it's after hours, we charge a facility attendant fee.
Okay. And I don't know where different times, and I'm trying to recall good examples, and I'm not. We'll have different community organizations that are doing events that are, clearly beneficial to the community as a whole. I don't know whether they're not properly seeking a co-sponsorship, or we have restraints on what we co-sponsor, whatever, but I've just over time heard of kind of, gee, we're getting charged a fee and here we're doing this great thing for the community.
Right. So we have a co-sponsorship policy that's specifically for nonprofits, or there's some gray language in the policy, honestly, about and other similar groups. And that provide a direct benefit to the residents of Palo Alto. You can't charge a fee. I don't think they can fundraise during those events. So anyone can apply for a co-sponsorship, and then it goes through a vetting through the staff with ultimately I approve or deny those. So yeah, there's probably groups out there that could potentially apply for a co-sponsorship that aren't.
Well, and then you just reminded me of one of the circumstances is where they might have an event at a city facility, but it was also a fundraising event and we don't allow that. So what's the thinking on that we necessarily would charge a fee if they're fundraising at the same time?
So typically what we've, yeah, I mean, that would have to be a change in the policy, I guess, if we wanted to do that. I know some groups won't charge an entrance fee, but I think they get around it through another way, and I'm trying to think of what that other way is, but I'm drawing a blank right now, and maybe one of my staff can ping me.
And you're further kind of prompting me to distinguish. I realize that, yeah, they aren't necessarily events that they're charging an entry fee, but they may want to do a fundraising pitch in the midst of a community event. And I think that's keeping them from, they either can't do that pitch or they have to pay the fee. And so like you said, it sounds like that would be a policy change.
Correct.
We wanted to consider that.
Right. And I think the way they do that is they do offsite donations. So they might donate in advance of the event and then get into the event. So, but
that's all right. It's a policy discussion, and then I'm interested in hearing from my colleagues whether we might want to recommend council review that, refer it to P&S or whatever. And then now we've gone through so many things the last day and a half. When we yesterday we're talking about adding classes in commensurate with the demand. Was that going to be revisited in this section, or I forget, or in the parking lot?
That was in the parking lot, and I'm not sure when we're going to be revisiting that.
It's a part of wrap up.
Okay.
And I think your staff needs time to analyze that too, but we have some initial comments that we could provide insights to.
Oh, is it okay now to get them? Because it is related to fees.
I don't believe it has to do with setting fees per se, but I think it might have to do with maybe procurement, and then also procurement thresholds. Those are some of our initial thoughts.
Okay, so when would we have that discussion?
In the afternoon after utility, when we get into
Okay.
that wrap up section, if
Okay,
that's
great.
okay.
Great. Anybody else? Vicky?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. The first one is that the general rate of increase, the GRI is 5.2%, which seems a little ahead of inflation. I understand there's cost recovery and other considerations. Could you talk a little bit more about how we came to that particular number?
Sure. So the GRI percentage is a combination of factors. It includes the Bay Area CPI and the forecasted salary and benefit costs in the next year.
And what's the CPI right now? Or forecast for 25?
I do not have that on
I'll
hand.
help. It's CPI in arrear. So it's a snapshot by the time we do this. I believe Kaylee had that. It went down. It was like 2 point something, right? Do you remember?
In the high twos.
Correct.
It
So-
is a
Right. So the way the GRI is calculated is it's a GRI at a point in time. So it's not a forecasted CPI, right? It's an actual CPI in combination with a cost of living adjustment relative to our labor contracts as well.
So if the GRI is 5.2 and the CPI is 2 point something, the labor contract must be much higher than 5.2 in terms of.
And there's other benefit costs as well. So it's a combination.
Okay.
So I will, excuse me, Paul Harper, Office of Management and Budget. I will add, so the GRI is an attempt for us to increase fees by a common factor and is typically based on the cost of salary and benefits going up because salary and benefits are the largest piece of collecting those fees, administering those fees. Again, we are doing a cost of fee study this year in order to make sure that our methodology aligns with best practices. But this has been the methodology that we've used for the past several years in order to calculate fee increases.
I'll add to that in that the best practice is we do an intensive study every 3 to 5 years. And then between then, the common practice is you do incremental increases based on a methodology and a factor. So that's what we've been implementing. And then this might be the 5th year or so. And then we're going to go through an intensive study. And then we, again, use a methodology such as GRI in between the deep studies.
Okay, that is helpful, and it's interesting that it's aligned somewhat with the cost of the fees, that the fee generating effort, which is highly personnel based, because that I'm sure skews it higher than it might otherwise be. Okay, maybe not higher, but in this instance, somehow it got higher than CPI by a significant, like double CPI roughly. So that's what I'm struggling to understand.
Most of this is driven by services being provided by staff. And so, and because it's based on the cost, then a lot of it goes back to the staffing cost increases as well.
Right. Yeah. Yes, I understand that. Yes. My other question is about the police department for fees for the concealed carry weapon fees, and the staff report indicates that based on the Supreme Court decision, we've taken that function over from the county. And so my question is, how do we set these fees? Are they the same ones the county charged? If they're different, how are they set?
I believe police staff is available to assist.
yes, for that, I'll defer to our police department.
Hi, Kara Apple, Lieutenant with the Palo Alto Police Department. Thank you for that question. So in reviewing Santa Clara County fees charged and other municipalities that were issuing CCW fees, we took a look at their fee structures. And we are charging in alignment, and we are charging for 3 hours cost recovery of staff time to process the application, from application acceptance all the way to its issuance. And the city is responsible per DOJ and law that we have to do a full background, we have to do reference checks and the like to issue the permit.
Okay, very helpful. Thank you. So interesting. So it's set based on the amount of staff time to issue the permit, not related to the nature of risk introduced to the community or some such other thing. I assume that's standard in the industry.
Correct. And over the last 2 years, the fee structure has changed both in 2023 and 2024. And 2024's legal changes actually adopted the ability for municipalities to charge cost recovery and then also parse out other fees that in 2023 departments were responsible for. So now the applicants will pay directly for a psychological evaluation, their 18-hour training course, as well as their permit application fees. So initially in 2023, all fees were paid to the police department and police paid them out. In 2024, revisions were made to the law to allow for those fees to be parsed out, paid direct, and then for departments to have reasonable cost recovery for the efforts to process the application.
That sounds great. That sounds preferable. Terrific. Thank you very much for joining us and explaining that.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Yeah, as I understand, most of this has to be in the area of, I guess I asked you this question, in the area of cost recovery rather than just a fee we choose to charge. Did I ask that question clearly enough? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think I understand what you mean.
Oh, I didn't mean police specifically. I mean
sorry.
in general.
Sorry
In
about
general, yes, correct. The state law changes were for reasonable fees to pass through incurred by each department.
Yeah, but I mean, in general, for example, I see, I pay special attention to the price of a bucket of golf balls. And I notice that's going up. And I know we're allowed to look at competitors, but in that case, are we allowed to say, hey, I think we can get $20 a bucket compared to Mountain View, which can get 10? Or is that constrained because it's not pure cost recovery?
And my understanding of the law is that it's constrained because of the law dictates just pure reasonable cost recovery.
In the case, well, so Lieutenant Apple, I think you don't need to respond to this question. So let's have the OMB staff.
I think in specific regards to like the golf one, that's probably like a market rate increase, and I would probably defer to Community Services Department, but I think your understanding is correct. And forgive me if I'm not answering your question.
I understand that's what was done there, and I think because I know something about that, that is the market rate. But if we decided that it's Palo Alto and people would pay $20 instead of 10, can we legally do that?
In the case of a market, Mike, what I call it. Oops. Thank you. In the case of a service like that, or it's actually basically a competitive market, we can charge whatever we want to.
So I mean, this is ridiculous, but we could charge $50 if we want. There's no constraint.
We could. No one would buy it at that price, or other than you.
No, I definitely would not. I'd be going to Mountain View all the time.
Yes.
Yeah, unless I could own the balls afterwards. No, so that was a preliminary question to saying, did we look at anything like that? Are some of these fees, we looked at it's probably competitive, but we think we can get a little bit more because we could therefore take care of more of our cost recovery. And I know this, I'm asking a general question that goes from concealed weapons to pets to golf balls. So I understand it covers a lot of areas, but just what was the sort of approach and philosophy of where we want to place these fees?
So maybe OMB staff can explain to the committee the process, the inclusive process of involving all the departments and how they submit, and then that might inform the question.
So as part of the process to compile the municipal fees, we do ask departments to submit their work indicating what fees would be appropriate to not increase by the GRI and to justify and to provide justification for doing so. And in the included attachment or in their work submitted, they do indicate at times it is to track to market rates.
So do you think that with the direction given that all the departments were trying to be sort of competitive as opposed to aggressive with our municipal fees?
I couldn't say for certain. If you'd like us to go back and look at fees and look for opportunities to increase them based on the discernment of the department and the operations and the market, we can take another look at it.
And perhaps Director O'Kane, do you want to chime in from the CSD perspective on how your staff look at those fees?
Sure. So there is more to the cost recovery policy that you see on the screen. There's a description of what low, medium, high is in the actual policy itself. And that's what we use as our guide. So something like a special event that benefits the entire community, it would, we obviously don't charge for those. So those would have the low cost recovery. When we get to the high, that's when it's for an individual benefit, when someone could take, a yoga class at a yoga studio versus at Lucy Stern Community Center. We could go higher with those fees. We tend to not because City Manager Shikata said that nobody would come, right? I mean, we want to make them accessible while being competitive. So we sort of look at that, who's benefiting from the program or class, and how is our price in comparison, one, to other cities nearby, and two, to other program offerings by other organizations.
Okay. I'm always sensitive to where we're giving away something for a low value when someone would be happy to pay a couple bucks more. And it's just that adds up everywhere we go. The other question was just on that Senate Bill 426 or whatever it is, where they said try education first. Well, when does the second come in? Or are they just saying we don't want that law? So they're really basically saying we're not going to ever be charging a fee for that.
For that one, I would have to defer to Lieutenant Apple and the police department.
Okay. It's not all that material. I'm just wondering if it was just an odds, let's try education first, but I didn't hear what we could do after that.
I think it's my understanding that they would still be enforcing it, but that they're not charging those kinds of fees anymore.
I see. Okay.
And
that's good enough.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Lieutenant Apple is online if you'd like her to respond.
It's okay. I'm all right. Thank you.
Okay, we're good. All right, so then I think and we checked, we had no other speakers, so we can have a motion to tentatively refer this.
I would move that.
Second. Okay, all in favor? Aye. All right, great. Picked up 5 minutes there.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, our next is infrastructure and environment. Yeah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah.
Again.
You kicking it off, Dean, or?
I'll let Jonathan kick it off.
Okay.
We want to talk about the UUT.
Great.
So I understood a question came up this morning about, in the context of the UUT, about utility revenues. And I think there were two sort of shades to the question. The first was, why is revenue lower in FY 2025 versus FY 2024? And then how does that change in revenue relate to the change in rates that the Finance Committee heard back in April, specifically a 9% increase to the median residential bill? So
wasn't that just for electric though, Chair? I thought you were asking. Just for electric.
Yeah, sorry,
Primarily.
I should have said electric. And so there are two things going on. There are the rate changes, and then there's the change in the amount of electricity we project we'll sell. And when we so starting with the rates, the overall rate changes aren't resulting in any changes in revenue as a result of the rate changes. There are some increases and there's some decreases. The net effect is no change in overall revenue for the electric utility resulting from rates. But our load forecasts for the FY25 financial plan are more conservative than the load forecast for the FY24 financial plan. And we applied the new methodology to FY25 and going forward, but we didn't update the projection for FY 2024. So that's higher, I think, than we are going to expect the actuals to come in. And that's borne out by the first 10 months of sales. And then I think as we look at the first 10 months of sales, that we may see a little bit higher revenue in FY25 than we have forecasted, but not that much. And so the change from the old forecast of FY24 electric revenue to the new forecasted FY25 electric sales versus electric sales results in a decrease in revenue, even though there's little or no change in rates.
And the change in rate, so the residential rate went up 9%, the commercial.
So yeah, let's talk about the rate
down.
changes. So the overall residential class increased about 2% and the commercial classes decreased. Within the commercial class, there was the addition of a fixed charge and changes in the tiers. And that results in about a 9% increase on the median residential bill and decreases for the largest users. And that is something that happens when you narrow the tiers or add a fixed charge like that. It's something you can't escape with those rate changes.
I'm still trying to accept the conclusion you have, but I'm still trying to understand it.
Sure.
So how much the residential went up 9%, right?
The total residential customer class went up 2%. The lower users' bills are going up. The higher users' bills are going down.
Well, but we listed a 9% increase on electricity rates. What were
in the finance committee motion, it was a change in rates that would have resulted in a 9% increase for the median residential bill, but that resulted in only a 0.5% increase in rates for the utility as a whole on it for the system average rate as a whole. This is when you have to make these adjustments among customer classes, you have to think about every single one of the different rate classes and then the system average rate, on average as a whole.
So yeah, we tend to focus on what's the rate impact for the average residential customer. So it looked like we had a 9% increase in electricity, but it was really a lot of that is because we had to readjust the fair rates
Cost of service.
the cost of service. And it wasn't a 9% increase in the electric utility. It was mostly an adjustment in cost of service and a reallocation, unfortunately, that legally commercial customers couldn't be subsidizing residential customers.
Right.
And we had to adjust that.
Yeah.
Okay. I get it. And I guess I want to encourage us to think about how we might be as clear as possible on how we're presenting that so that people understand it. Yeah.
Yep. We'll do our best with that one.
Okay. Thanks. All right.
So moving on.
Yep.
Thanks, Chair Burt. Council members. So as first slide, please.
Director Bachelor.
Yeah.
I'll start things off just a little bit.
Oh, okay, sorry.
For this person.
Got it.
Good afternoon, council members. Naomi Shu from the Office of Management and Budget, and I'll be providing just a brief overview of the budgetary changes. So, just to start off, infrastructure environment consists of utilities and public works. You'll see a row for general fund in the top table, and that actually only pertains to public works because utilities doesn't have any cost centers in the general fund. So for public works general funds, the main drivers of the budget increase are adjustments to the base budget, in particular salaries and benefits, and janitorial and facilities maintenance contracts. And the FTE increase that you see is due to the addition of analytic and SCAP staff. And then the other funds row includes all 9 of the city's enterprise funds, as well as the vehicle internal service fund. There's an overall budget increase, but keep in mind that that's the net change across 10 different funds. And some of the funds actually got smaller while others got bigger. The largest driver of change, whether up or down, is each fund's capital improvement program, which you can see in the reconciliation tables in the operating book. For the refuse fund, which doesn't have any capital projects, the primary change is the annual increase in the green waste contract. In terms of FTE, there's a 2.2% increase across all 10 funds, and details will be provided in the department's presentations. And with that, I will turn things back to Director Bachelor.
Thanks, Naomi. Next, please. There you go. So as we were just talking about this, we talked about the 9% on the electric. This is showing the overall rates for 25. Wastewater's at 15, and the water utility is between 9 and 9.5. This was when we had conversations with the finance committee about that. Looking at ways of reducing that. When we first brought it to you, it was 11%. Now we're back down to 9. And that is that we're going to offset that cost to bring that rate down by $1 million by using the utility rate stabilization fund. Right now, there's $6 million in that fund. The plan was to split $2 million per year. But we're going to take $1 million out of next year's budget to make it 3, which then we'll be able to lower that rate down. And then the gas utility right now sitting at 9% with an overall bill change of $32.50. Next, please. A little bit about the electrical side. Part of the electrical reliability plan, as I talked earlier, into the capital side was around the integration of new technologies such as solar, electric vehicle charging, battery storage in the grid. Looking at completing the construction grid modernization for the pilot serving about 1,200 customers, should be completed by probably the end of second quarter, beginning of third quarter of 25. Issuing debt financing for the first phase of about $50 million. And then we're also, like we talked about, we're going to evaluate this community solar pilot at the golf course. That could also share into the part of the airport as well. And then as we're going through this study portion of the grid modernization, explore the community mobile battery storage and neighborhood level microgrids. That would be further into the neighborhoods themselves. Looking at newer technology also on our transformers. They are making transformers a smart transformer where you can actually hook fiber up into it. And this goes along with our fiber project that a system operator that is down at the municipality center can actually be operating that transformer from there. So they'll be able to just do it as they were running one of our substations. They would be able to do the switching, and that would also reduce outage times. Once we complete the AMI project, we'll know where there's an outage. If there's opportunities, then we can not wait for a physical person to actually come in and actually go out there and put hands on the transformer to make those changes. We'll be able to do it remote. a little bit on just increase a little bit on the headcount portion of it. We're asking for 2 electric project engineers, a heavy equipment operator, installer repair, a utilities installer repair, and 1 cement finisher, and then also an electrician. So you're probably asking, you're probably thinking as we go through this, you'll see there will be some increases in headcount. You're probably wondering, why am I asking for increase in the headcount when I can't fill the positions that I have today? These positions that I'm asking other on this page right here is that these project engineers, those are the tough ones to get. But, we've been very successful and continue to get young engineers directly out of school that have come from colleges, from SAC and from St. Louis Obispo, and they're doing outstanding work. They really are. They're catching on fast. We feel really confident about with the abilities with that. And but we are also not 100% where we need to be for all the other projects that we've got going on, and this grid mod's a huge piece of it. I think also we're kind of leveraging for the future portion of it is that we may have a couple of folks that may retire in the next couple of years. So bringing on some additional bodies to be able to train up and then take a look at those open positions if we really need them at that point, or if we don't need them, then, we would let those positions go. The idea around the heavy equipment operator and the utility installer and cement finishers, typically you find those in the water, gas, wastewater side, but we have a contractor that's doing most of what we call our infrastructure work, where it's actually digging up the street, putting in some conduits, putting a new transformer pad, putting in a new box, something like that. We've seen those prices escalate recently, anywhere from $20,000 to $40,000 to put just a box in the ground, dig a hole, level it off, put some conduits in there. So the idea is to try to find some flexibility with our water, gas, wastewater group. That's where these positions typically would come from. So we actually need someone that can finish up the concrete in the sidewalk. This operator, heavy equipment operator slash the installer portion of it is that's kind of the lead of the position. We're looking at a $400,000 expense here for these 3 positions, and we're looking at about a $2.5 million, a low estimate of $2.5 million on that contract from that contractor, not using that contractor as much as possible. We only pay that contractor when we have these type of work, but we want to try it in-house. We think that there's some savings here that would be offsetting because the prices are getting escalated way out of line. The other one is that this last one is really important to us. This is electrician lead that's at the development center. Today, right now, all we do is we have 1 person down at the development center that takes care of our water, gas, wastewater inquiries from our customers. But as we know that we want to launch more solar, we want to do EVs, we want to do with home electrification. So we know that we're going to get a lot of questions at the desk itself. It's really not an engineering position because these are high voltage engineers that we're hiring. We're actually hoping that we can find an electrician that would be able to work in the permitting side that would actually able to help the customer answer any of the questions about maybe there's a wall plug that needs to be put over there, or you need a 220 plug for your heat pump water heater. We need to move it to the outside. So they'll be familiar with that. And so we're asking for this position that would be down at the development center that would be able to help on all the permitting aspects and also be able to go out in the field and give some technical advice to the customers that are having some difficulties, or maybe even just working with the contractor. Next, please. Fiber is pretty much as well what we talked about earlier today. Launched the fiber internet and residence business offering fast speed and reliable, affordable, and in the pilot area. The dark fiber in the foothills to improve the city AMI, SCADA wireless communications. So one thing that's a little different on that foothills improvement is that, as I talked earlier about just the fire threat for undergrounding that line up there, is adding some conduit in there for some fiber, because we do have some customers that are not being served by AT&T or by Comcast. It's a small number, but they have come to us a few times to the UAC. They've come to the council at least once or twice, asking for this service to be up there in the foothills. So we've been adding conduit in those phases. And then we're hoping to be able to serve those customers soon. And then determine the best mix of resources on hiring vendors for the FTP. So one of that really is talking about is that once we launch this service, we're going to have actually folks that are going to be knowledgeable about troubleshooting computer issues. You'll get those calls where I can't get online, or I got a severe more of a problem, and then what do we do with those? So we've been looking for ways of what does that mean, if we can do it in-house or do we have to hire? That's going to be for the future portion of it, that we really need to look at what that mix is, but we're going to look at what that mix was. A little bit about the water, gas, wastewater. Just around the city will be maintaining the levels of the aging infrastructure, pretty much everything that we had talked about. The gas transition study, downsizing the natural gas, complete the 2024 sanitary sewer master plan. We have not upgraded that master plan for about 10 years. So it's something that we need to model and we need to take a hard look at. And then we also we are coming to council as well as the UAC this year on a draft of the One Water Plan. And so that will be coming this year as well. And then also just the continuing and the finishing of the gas cross-border inspection program. So we have about 1,000 services still left. We went to the UAC as well as to the council. We got some funding for about half of these. And then the other idea is that we're going to take those inspections within our own resources to the remaining 500 with that. And then the last thing is just looking at, next page, please. Department outlook, looking for resources to study and downsizing this. So the ask is going to be basically is that on top of the positions that we had talked about earlier, sorry. So we're asking for 2 utility project coordinators, one being in the customer service side. And the customer service side is basically to support the grid mod and also the AMI. What to do with all the data that's going to be tracking and what we're going to be doing with that. And then also time of use rates. As we move forward and we do time of use, we actually don't have any kind of business analyst or any kind of project coordinator in that customer service group. We believe that we need some help down there in that. And then the other coordinator is basically what's happening is just around rules and regulations that we're finding. We are also taking on some of the backflow devices from the city's perspective. I was shocked when I was talking to the assistant director. When I was working in that position, we only had about 2,500 backflow devices, pretty simple, was able to manage it. And we're getting close to 7,000 now throughout the system. So we have not done anything since that time when I was there to this portion. And so we actually need now someone to actually coordinate that and we want to look at in the future about some future revenues that might generate neutral costs to this. Is that maybe what we do is right now we contact you, you have to go out and get your own plumber to come back, get it certified. We give you a tag, it's done. But we're actually thinking about that. We can actually probably set some rates that are going to be cheaper than that. We'll do it ourselves. We can control it because for the last 8 years, we have been out of compliance with this program. This program says that you have to have 100% of all your backflow devices inspected, approved. We run it right around about a 92, 93%. And the reason for that is that we don't get customers that call us back. So the bottom line is, do we go out there and shut them off? Probably not the best thing for us to do. So we keep on sending notices. We put out door knockers on their homes, but they just don't get back to us. So if we could control it, we could actually then go out there, fix the problem, or at least test them, and maybe then backbill them, put some rates in there that would cover our costs. And there was a reclass that was in here talking about these water trans reclass organization reorg. We were taking that off the list. It's actually for 6 persons. It's for 4 system operator 2s and 2 seniors. We're going to reduce, we're not going to reclass those positions. It doesn't work we thought that there was going to be some flexibility with making it work with the IR classification, but early indications with the union is that they don't want to mix this yet. So we need to have more further conversations, and now's not the time to do this. And then there is one other position that sits on the parking lot. It was late to come, was the social sustainability program admin position, asking for that to be funded as well. That position is actually part of the whole SCAP. Also too is that doing follow-ups, calling up the customers that are having difficulties with their water heaters. How was your experience? What's going on? How can we help you? It kind of goes along with that new position that we talked about for the electric side. Looking for the electrician, that we'd be able to then go out and kind of do that survey portion of it. And if there are ongoing issues, that we'll be able to send this other person out. But this person's kind of the clearinghouse for that. And as we move forward with the programs, as we move forward with electrification and sustainability. And I think with that, I am done. I am turning it over to Director Eggleston.
Okay, I'll take over. Next slide. There you go. All right, that's it. Thanks, Dean, and good afternoon, committee. Good to be back with you. Public Works General Fund budget. So this is the summary slide for the general fund part of the Public Works budget. Kind of wanted to note up front, really, that given the breadth of services provided by Public Works, this is really pretty much a status quo budget. And we're going to go over some requests, but they're mostly fairly minor. And so what we do have in terms of the general fund, focused mainly around maintenance of city facilities, staffing for the department's analytical capacity, and SCAP implementation allocation. So what we are proposing is adding the regular facilities maintenance funding for 435 Bryant Street. We're, as I mentioned, proposing to address what's really an ongoing need for analytical support in our department admin group for the department by adding a 1.0 FTE management analyst that will supplement our current department management team of 3. Really, this position is going to focus on supporting operations and capital programs at the regional water quality control plant, some department-wide grant oversight and compliance monitoring for really increasing amounts of grant work, function we haven't been able to have capacity for, and vehicle replacement fund oversight and planning, among other things, but those are some key responsibilities. The facilities technician vehicle actually goes along with the facilities technician position that was approved in this current year's budget for supporting the public safety building as it opens. And then we're proposing 2 hourlies to support SCAP implementation outreach. These are really intended to create staff capacity needed to promote the ambitious programs. Thank you, Christine. Sorry for anyone who wasn't able to hear me going through the first half of my slide. Maybe those on Zoom. I was saying these are positions needed to promote ambitious programs that are around vehicle and building electrification, really in alignment with the SCAP and council priority objectives, and coming about as an opportunity as we, as Dean described, proceed with the grid modernization program. Next slide. So in terms of the focus on the general fund part of the department, across the entire department, much of our outlook is still about filling vacancies and kind of recovering from what's been for 3 years, unprecedented levels of vacancies for us and restoring our full ability to deliver services. So just wanted to give an update on that. We are currently at 26 full-time vacancies in Public Works, so that's 12.5%. We were 24 last year, 31 the year before. So this has been ongoing for about 3 years. I'm happy to say it looks like we're kind of about at the place of turning a corner now. We've got multiple human resources liaisons in the department helping to take on more recruitments. And we're about to hire a whole batch of people and get underway with starting recruitments for a number of these other positions. And then noting some of the core areas of focus that align with council's priorities this coming fiscal year. Of course, making significant progress on the SCAP 3-year work plan. There's implementation of the new tree protection ordinance, including changes recently made when we reviewed that with council. And then I just wanted to note, although these infrastructure plan projects are formally part of the capital budget we reviewed earlier, especially these larger ones really are an overall emphasis for the department. So I still wanted to mention them. 10 projects overall, and we're about to finish public safety building, be under construction with downtown parking guidance systems, as well as under construction with Fire Station 4 later this year. So significant progress there. Next slide. Okay, other funds in Public Works are the Vehicle Replacement and Maintenance Fund, Airport Fund, Refuse Fund, Stormwater Management Fund, and Wastewater Treatment Fund. And really our proposals in these areas are very modest this year. I'd say reflecting the significant work that's already underway with existing resources. So as you see here, proposing funding for a DBE program and Title VI plan for the airport. This is something that's required by FAA for us to update and for us to be able to qualify for FAA grants. So very important. And we're also requesting a little funding for assessing aspects of our fleet electrification conversion. So this area is a little different from some of the planning for what are the EVs that we can bring on and what are the costs and charging needs. This is a little more on the operational side for fleet about things like equipment, infrastructure, software, and assessing our shop in terms of maintenance. Next slide. So like the general fund side of the department for the enterprise funds, most of our areas of focus here are really things that are aligning with the 2024 council priority objectives. As we talked about earlier, we're underway with the planning effort for the airport, and we're looking at strategies for promoting unleaded fuel now that we have made it available at the airport. We've got multiple public works divisions involved in efforts to improve the university and CalAb business districts, including near-term improvements, the university streetscape process, and implementation of the ongoing parklet program. Key area really has been the continued focus on the role in making improvements that lower flooding risks to the community. So those are the projects you see there. And then really, as we discussed, the acceleration of the electrification of the city fleet with fiscal year 25 representing the second year of what are essentially all electric vehicle replacement annual programs. Combined with the planning we're doing on the charging infrastructure that's needed to support them. So that's the end of the public works and I think the end of the staff presentation.
If I may, City Clerk, can you bring us back to slide 9? We inadvertently skipped over it. Thank you.
Yes, thanks. So within my haste, my apologies that I went past this. So this is again the graph that you had seen in the past. As you can see back in 2027, it actually flattens out. It's a gradual increase going from what we are looking at today from that 11.9 to actually getting up to the 18% in the transfer.
This is gas, right?
This is gas.
Yeah, we should add that in the title. It just says, we don't say gas anywhere, just so.
Noted.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, so this is, clarify, this is the gas transfer. So, as you can see, it blends out in 27, and that's to the full, 18%. And so, as we looked at it, that's why that, 9% in the gas transfer is, then equal to about $9 million. And then if we decided that, we were gonna go into, it's about, as Director Lau said, that's about, for every million, it's about a 2% increase, on down.
So can you remind us what we tentatively adopted?
So we adopted the 8.99, let's just say $9 million. So we are at the 9% for a rate increase. And we are at that bottom line.
So that's 11.9% transfer. Right.
Yes,
Got it.
11.9.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So that's what we recommended to the group.
Okay, that's the presentations, right?
Yes.
Yep. Any members of the public who want to speak?
No members.
All right, back to us. Vicky?
Thank you. Since I skipped over Brad earlier and went to Dean, I feel like I should do the reverse, but sorry, Dean, but it's really quick. First, I just wanted to comment on the new positions to support grid mod, the 3 that are coming in-house. I think you said at roughly $1 million relative to $2.3 million outside. And I'm just really glad to hear that, because I think that as we sort of get going on a project like this, that's so important to our future, that it's not only a cost savings, but, as you alluded to have the internal know-how starting now, and ultimately the institutional memory about this, I think will pay off in other ways going forward. So just really pleased to hear that. Just a quick question, just again to catch me up. I think you mentioned toward the end there, I think it was WGW, that there was a reduction, and for various reasons, is that reflected in the budget already, or is that was that an 11th hour change? And where can I see? I thought it was a personnel, or
Yes, it was the
is it just a
reclass.
reclass?
It was
Yeah, it's just the reclasses
reclass,
of the
okay.
6 positions.
Okay, got it. Where is that?
I think the question, and I wanted some clarification as well, is this subsequent to what's in the proposed budget already?
Yes, it is. Yeah,
Okay.
it's in the proposed budget. But like I mentioned, we're going to actually take that off
Right.
out of the proposed.
Right, but so it's not reflected in the documents we have, but it'll be a reduction in the budget requests.
Yes,
Got it. Okay,
yes.
thank you. If we knew how much, we might know how much we have to play with in the parking lot, just saying.
Noting these are utilities funds and
That's true.
not
That's-
general.
that's
But I
very
will
good.
note, it may come into our discussion on the gas transfer, because it reduces the rate impact.
In a very
small
amount.
All right, okay.
Yeah, this is just the difference of the 2 salary ranges, which is very, very, very small.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification. All right, Public Works, you're not off the hook. No. Well, I want to cure that. No, and actually I'm going to cure that with a compliment, because I think it was slide 13 where you described the unprecedented staff vacancies this year at 12.5%, with 26 vacancies, previously 24, previous to that 31. And yet the last bullet talks about all of this progress with the delivery on the 2014 plan. And I just wanted to congratulate and thank you, because I think to have that list of accomplishments while balancing all these vacancies is something we should be proud of. So now do you feel neglected? Okay. One thing I wanted to ask about, this is with respect to other funds, and we're talking about you mentioned the fleet electric vehicle consultant, and there's some other references to EV adoption. You know, it's one thing to find things on the market and to find the budget to pay for them, but you know, it's another thing sort of culturally, I think, to adopt them, whether it's, you know, police, fire, people who use medium and heavy trucks and machinery. It's may have felt, I know in the past, sometimes we've heard that feels a little counterintuitive. So do you have any comment on, you know, how?
I would like to comment on that actually,
Please.
because I think over the years, as we've been trying to roll this out, there's been kind of some resistance to it being a new thing. But our fleet manager, Denitra Ballman, told me just last week that they had a demo of the new all-electric Chevy Blazer out at the MSC, and that there were a huge amount of staff there interested in it, and a bunch of them took test drives, and a lot of people are actually excited about maybe moving to those. So
That is
honestly, that was the first time I've heard that. And then another area is the work we're doing with the police department on the potential of an eventual electrification of PD vehicles. So Chief Bender's been very collaborative on that, and we've been talking about that. For the current year's existing replacement budget, there's one police interceptor pursuit vehicle that hasn't been replaced yet. And we're working with PD right now to replace that with a Rivian electric vehicle that will actually be an outfitted police vehicle, kind of as a pilot that, you know, gets us one step closer to moving in that direction. So there's a lot of cool things going on and progress in this area.
Those are a lot of cool things, and I'm glad to hear it. And I mean, it's interesting because in 2015, when I first got my EV, I did it go green, and I got behind the wheel, and I'm like, oh, this is going to get adopted. And especially for, I would think, police and others that want quick acceleration and no torque and all that great stuff. It's I think they'll, I'm not surprised they like the Blazer. But that's very good news, because I know that that's an important and a real thing. You know, we want people to want to have the equipment that we're providing, not to think that it's not optimal. So that's great. And I just want to confirm, I think I heard you say that with respect to the airport, that we do now have the unleaded fuel available, that tank is in and it's operable?
Yes, it's been there since earlier this year.
Okay, you are full of good news. That's all I have. Thank you.
And the fleet manager is pinging me as we speak to say that we've actually already taken delivery of 4 of these Chevy Blazers.
Ah, wonderful. All right. Well, thank you on all fronts.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. I thought the police would want the cool Mustangs, but I think Rivian's even cooler, so it's good start there. I just had 2 quick questions. One, you anticipated, although we did not pre-talk about this, I was going to ask you, why not outsource those people like cement finishers? Because that's not a sort of a core competency, but you answered it very well, I think, which is that because of what's happening in the market, those folks can charge a lot of money, and we're actually better with FTEs in spite of the benefits. So I'm sure you've done that financial analysis, and kind of owning that means you also own the quality more so than somewhat by definition the risk you take with outside with outsourcing. So I think you thought through it well and anticipated, certainly my question. And then I guess this is a question for our CFO. This bond funding that we're talking about for 30 million this year, 40 million. Do we have that in the budget now in terms of debt service and things like that, assuming that we are going to be able to do that?
We only represent in the budget the outstanding debt, so those that have already been executed. So the answer would be no.
Okay. So that creates another expense at some point in time, which is the debt service.
Correct. And before we go to finance committee, we would have the research and the analysis to make sure we could carry the debt service. But yes, it would be a modification to the adopted budget.
You must mean before you go to council. You just
I believe we usually go to finance committee and then to council.
Yeah. Okay. Since that's sort of so core to what's here, I thought that was probably already in there. So anyway, that's just a to do yet.
Practice for budget development typically is we only show the outstanding debt. We may notate in the narrative for discussion purposes, some anticipated body of work in the near future, but financially, we don't put it in the budget as a best practice.
Yeah, and you put in the transmission document that we have plenty of capacity to go to the markets to get those bonds. So it's just a question of deciding which one to do and then having it in the budget so we cover the presumed expenses. Sorry, the projected expenses. I just have one small comment for you, Brad. I'm not too sure what that DBE program is. Could you just give a little bit more detail on that? It was news to me.
It's a disadvantaged business enterprise program.
I know that was on the slide, but
okay. Yeah, a lot of I'm mostly familiar with it through state and federal grants. If we're getting a Caltrans grant, and I guess our FAA grant as well, require us to follow a process to determine that there should be some target percentage of the work that's included in the contract that would be contracted with someone who's classified as a DBE.
I'll say, okay, got it.
Are there specific requirements for plan requirement as well as, or plan development as well as outreach to qualifying businesses?
Okay. Just hadn't heard it before, so thanks.
Okay, thank you. So first on utilities, I was glad to hear that you're having increased success with the electrical project engineers, the power supply engineers. I don't know, we have different names for them throughout the industry. And that not only in recruiting young folks, but that they're coming up to speed fast. And is some of that because they're really now their curriculum is looking at that next generation of technologies that are going to be needed in utilities, or is that not part of kind of the evolving curriculum for those bachelor's degrees?
I don't know that for a fact. My question, I guess I have to ask Tom if Tom knows. Tom, do you know what the curriculum is actually? Yeah. Thanks.
Tom Marshall, Assistant Director of Electric Engineering and Operations. So yeah, the new engineers, I would say we're just really getting good quality candidates right now. I don't know that the curriculum has changed a lot. There is more focus on some of the new technologies that they get in school now, and that certainly helps us. But I would just say we're getting very high quality candidates for our jobs coming out of school.
And do you happen to know also whether we're getting that good quality candidates in part because this career opportunity is changing from, it used to be good, solid engineering job. But for a lot of young EEs, it was less sexy than designing a microchip. But now it's a green job. It's a job of the future. It's a really really fulfilling opportunity to be part of a transformation. Is that starting to resonate with a different group of graduates?
I believe it is, and I think I saw an article recently where that's actually the third highest paying job coming out of engineering school right now is our electric power engineer. So,
oh, well, that too.
So that's driving.
That doesn't hurt either.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, it is a transformation, and it's now, from 3 years ago when we first started talking about this, we're now seeing this being a national discussion of just how there's this need for it, and it's being framed in these new ways. So that's really encouraging. I had a question on you spoke about the golf course microgrid possibility and the synergy with the airport, which has always seemed real natural to me, and the wastewater treatment plant right there that has its own need for resiliency that could be tied in. As the city manager noted, the solarization that we have on city properties today, primarily on the tops of garages, we put through under what was called the Palo Alto Clean program, which was a feed-in tariff. And That program has almost run out. We had a little bit of a renewal discussion, I think, a few months ago. And if I recall correctly, as being treated as we were kind of transitioning out of that, and I really wanted to ask, recognizing that that's going to be part of the reliability and resiliency study, are we looking at programs like that as being foundational for some of these microgrid initiatives that we're looking at going forward?
I'd say yes, you know, that is where we want to move forward. I think also too is that, you know, knowing this from a little bit of a larger standpoint, from a pilot perspective, that will actually be able to tell what those impacts, what does it look like to be best? Do we continue that program? Do we not continue that program? I think that, you know, from an individual standpoint for homeowners, I think that it makes a lot of sense if they tie into the grid or if they decide to use the power themselves. But I think, you know, looking at this is going to be more of the commercial side. So I think that there could be advantages. And I think that that's going to be the value part of the evaluation is if we continue to do it with a feed-in tariff, or what else is, what other options can we use it for?
Good, good. And at the airport, we have this additional potential revenue stream, which is selling the shade under and weather protection under awnings.
Yep.
We've got $500,000, $1 million planes sitting out there in the rain and,
Right.
and sun. And years ago, I had brought in a solar before we had taken over the airport to discuss the prospect of solarizing the airport. And I had wondered why the awning value wasn't being monetized. And for whatever reason, the solar industry doesn't tend to think that way. But the ballpark was that the revenue from, you know, we typically would, if we have a third party solar developer, we'll have a ground lease revenue that we get. And the revenue potential for the awning appeared to exceed the revenue from the ground lease. And the solar developer, he hadn't normally thought that, but he goes, funny you should ask that. He goes, I had installed the solar arrays, awnings at the solar terminal at Belvedere, wherever, North Bay. And he goes, I went in to inspect them a month or so ago, and the guy at the ticket counter or the gate said $5 or $10 to park there. And it was $5 for the sunshine, $10 for under the awning. Yeah. And you multiply that times cars per day per month and per space, it's a lot of revenue. So I want to make sure when we look at monetizing these, that we actually realize that. Same thing on the parking garages. Nobody ever wanted to park on the top floor of a parking garage, and now they're fine with it. So we kind of tend to have that overlooked value when we create those awnings. On the unleaded gas at the airport, right now, Brad, I think you were talking about how we market that, but I wanted to understand whether there's the ability to mandate it for planes that it's approved for. Basically, so far the trainers primarily, is that still the case?
I think most of those and some others, it's basically planes that can use a lower octane fuel. So this is 94 octane. There's some planes that require 100 octane. And it looks like there's a fuel coming out for that as well. We're doing a lot of work right now on looking into that and trying to see if we can actually potentially bring that to the airport to replace this low octane unleaded.
And there's a price premium still for it? Is that right?
Yes.
How much? Or if you recall.
I don't recall. It's significant. I mean,
Yeah.
these are kind of early days for these fuels, and they're not widespread in the industry yet.
So on the one hand, if we do a mandate, not everybody has to gas up at our airport. They could gas up at their destination or origin rather than us. Sometimes they will have to. But have we looked at the movement of other airports in the area. One, so that we don't stand out, you know, it's always that who stands up tallest and kind of gets chopped off there. But Hillview is moving real aggressively. Have they already prohibited?
My understanding is
leaded
they
gas?
have, they've phased out the sale of the leaded fuel.
And has it affected their gas sales, which for us is a revenue stream for the airport, right? Is that correct?
I don't know how it's affected their sales. I know we had done a look to try to see if it looked like we were seeing significant increased sales at our airport, and I think we didn't see evidence of that.
Of no decrease as a result, or increase?
Well, and to be honest, we were a little afraid that, I mean, here we are trying to find a way to phase out this sale of leaded fuel, and we realize it's a community concern. We didn't like the thought that if Reed Hillview had stopped selling it, that we might be having a lot of people just flying to our airport to fuel up on the leaded fuel.
Or
So
conversely, if we mandate it, are they gonna go fuel up with leaded fuel elsewhere and fly into our airport? It's a dilemma, and that's why I was asking about, you know, having conversation with other airports. And if we haven't, I'd really encourage us to do that, to see how we're working together as a community on that.
Yeah. I mean, and this is, again, one of the council priority objectives is to have a plan for promoting this fuel and potentially, eventually in some way, phasing out the leaded fuel.
Yep.
So that's something we're actively working on. I mean, I should mention that, our FAA, grant guarantees don't allow us to do certain things like what Reed Hillview did, and they have.
They have a
issues
different
now.
grant, or the fact that they're planning?
Well,
on
they're
closing down?
saying that they're planning on closing the airport. I think there may be some enforcement action with FAA happening. I don't think they're eligible for any more grants if they wanted them. So just
Well,
wanted to make it clear, it's not a
that's okay.
simple thing. We can't just take that step.
Okay, so maybe it's an act of Congress, but I think that Congress might be interested in this. So I hadn't appreciated that part, and so I think that's a topic we may want to engage on. Yeah, Vicky.
Just briefly on this point, Brad and I have chatted a little about it because we've talked a lot about it at the Air District for obvious reasons. Our executive director has a long history with this, and it is complicated. There's grant issues, there's preemption issues, so our hands may be more tied than we want, but I completely agree with you that this is something that is a big priority and we should explore, and I know Brad's on board with that, but I think we can't necessarily just do it. So we'll have to wind our way through all of that, but any support we can give, please let us know.
I did get an answer to the question about the incremental cost of the fuel. It's around $2 a gallon for the unleaded fuel.
Not insignificant. Although those guys a lot of them can afford it. And as we've heard from this consortium of companies that have come together around trying to convert GAA airports to being sustainable and fully electrified, they think that our airport, by nature of a number of things, not only our city policies, but the demographics of the owners, is going to be like our community was early Tesla owners. High disposable income, values that are aligned with this, and they're going to be willing to move to electric planes, but it may be also that they're more willing to pay that and able to pay that premium even right now on the unleaded, especially if maybe we, as I think about it, I don't know how much we, in this marketing campaign, we appeal to their social responsibility, which is our takeoffs and flying over East Palo Alto, and what's their social responsibility to not emit lead over that community. And maybe I wouldn't be surprised that if that could have an appeal to those pilots.
Yeah, and if I could add to that, so we've talked about it a lot in the environmental justice context at the Air District, and we are restricted from regulating mobile sources, and planes are mobile. So that's CARB, the air board, but we are exploring whether through the indirect source rule that, you know, the airport is a stationary source and it is an attraction, it attracts these polluting planes, and whether or not the spewing of lead over East Palo Alto, and especially given the EJ nature of the community, we can do that. So there's a lot of interest and support. So who knows at which level, whether it's local, regional, national, but you know, I think we just stay on it in concert with different organizations, we can hopefully get it done.
Okay, great. Quick question on your electric vehicle fleet. You have one motorcycle in new vehicles. It didn't sound like that was an electric motorcycle, but are they starting to come out at police level? Because just like cars, they're fast.
I've heard of one. This particular, I believe, is a like for like replacement, though. That's not electric at this point.
Because the electric's not available, or we didn't really go down that path?
I'm not sure. We
Okay.
can check into that.
Yeah, let's check on it.
Let's
Because
see. I'm
they'd be
getting an
blistering
answer now.
fast if
We piloted it a couple of years ago, and there were issues with it.
not, okay, not to mention they can sneak up on people because they're quiet. Okay, and then lastly on Bryant, 445 Bryant, we haven't had an upcoming council meeting, but is the proposal that's tentatively in the budget, is that just for community use of the downstairs? And we would have commercial tenant in the upstairs with a needing to have a new access, or is it upstairs and downstairs both?
Checking
I
around,
think,
see who's in the room here. Director
Everybody's looking
O'Kane.
over their shoulder for
Yeah,
somebody else.
only because I didn't want to jump ahead of Director O'Kane. But the concept is to have the city manage the entire building, upstairs and downstairs. And that would allow flexibility on who goes where, with the assumption that La Comida would be occupying the first floor when they needed it for their programming.
But then the upstairs use, would that be for any market rate commercial tenant, but we'd manage it
No, the concept is to have it available as a community center effectively.
upstairs and down?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. And we checked, we didn't have any public speakers.
Correct.
Good, thank you. So I think we're ready to have a tentative approval of infrastructure and environment.
Also move.
Okay. That's all in favor? Aye, that passes unanimously. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. So then, does this allow us to go to the supplemental?
If you will allow us 10 minutes to brief you on the non-department,
Yeah,
and then it would allow us a lot, and then we'll have time.
good. And should we take a brief break now and sound good, or yeah?
Few minutes.
Yeah, a few minutes. Let's do that. Okay.
I think staff would prefer to get through the non-departmental and then we
Pretty
can.
quick.
Okay, we'll do that. Sounds good.
All right. Yes, it's hopefully a brief presentation. So Paul Harper with the Office of Management and Budget. We are going through the non-departmental section. Which, if we can go to the next slide, please. Sorry, the next one as well. So non-departmental, it includes items that are not associated with specific departments or centralized items that will either be distributed later or items like contingency funding that is used by various departments for special events. The city council has a contingency fund, et cetera. So that's what's in non-departmental. In terms of the proposed changes this year, we have several. The first one being the use of the uncertainty reserve. We've noted 4.9 million here. Just to clarify that number a little bit, the use of the uncertainty reserve to fund the deficit in the current year is 6.9 million. Due to the accounting of that, we have recommended to take $2 million from the BSR and put it into the uncertainty reserve in order to have more funding available for 2026. So that's how you get the 4.9 versus the 6.9 that we've been mentioning before. We also have funding in here for the utility transfer litigation settlement. That's a 3-year settlement. So this is the second installment. We set aside a reserve a number of years ago. So this isn't costing the city anymore. We're just taking money from the reserve in order to allocate it for those payouts. We also have a reserve that we're setting aside for real property investment for $2.5 million. Excuse me. And then we also have a $2 million transfer from the general benefit fund that's to be used as a one-time solution to fund services and bridge funding for our multi-year budget strategy. Lastly, we're continuing funding for the child care pilot program. We're adding $60,000. We are also recommending to reappropriate funding from 2024 in order to continue this program into 2025. Next slide, please. So the non-departmental, again, sort of a summary of the general fund. We are strategically using reserves to cover anticipated deficits in 2025 and partially in 2026. We're maintaining the BSR at that 18.8% level, which is about $1 million above the 18.5 target level. We're investing in initiatives and service areas that are most critical to the community. Continuing to monitor major revenues. Again, this is where all of those major tax revenues are recorded in the budget. So if you wanted to see those, this would be the section where you would find them. And then we're managing resources and investments to support financial stability and again, manage the risk for the city. And that concludes the presentation of this section.
Great. Do we have any members of the public?
We do. We have 2 speakers.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Ken H.
Okay.
Pull up that.
Yes, and if you give me just one moment, Ken, let me put it up.
Sorry about that. Okay, apologize. All right, so Palo Alto Unified School District lease, $3,500,000. I think we need to kind of find out what we're getting for our money. Okay.
Yeah, one moment, Ken.
The lease runs out in 2000 this year, at the end of this year. So I don't even know why it's even budgeted, because it shouldn't be budgeted unless you approve it. Go ahead. She's going to pull it up. Okay.
Is this the slide that you like?
400. Yeah, right here. Coverly lease payments. 3,000,003 last year. About the budget, I mean, that was 23, 24, they bumped it up. This year it went down actually 5%. I don't know where they got 5%. I think they just were throwing out a number. So what are we getting for it? And so I don't know. I really don't know. We're renting the theater. We're renting the gyms. The gyms have been closed for the last 2 years, so they haven't been utilized. I think you should just cancel the lease. And that'll save $3 million. I don't know how much you're getting back in revenue. I mean, you need to ask Director O'Kane. And I think we have a lot of problems with Cubberly in general. And so one of my recommendations, I know this is not really part of the finance committee, but somehow I believe Cubberly needs to be taken out of community services. Should be I don't know, this is non-departmental. Why is this lease non-departmental? It's Cubberly, and yet we have an operating budget with Cubberly. So there's a disconnect with everything related to Cubberly. So what I'm going to suggest, and this is probably in the area of the city manager, is everything to do with Cubberly. sort of be separated. Maybe community services has too much on their plate and they can't deal with everything. One of the disappointing things that I've listened to most of your meetings is I heard nothing about the future of Coverly. And I've mentioned this at city council meetings. Failing to plan is planning to fail. We have to put in the budget someplace the restoration of the Coverly site. This belongs to you. It's 8 acres. It's falling apart. It's a hazard to our young children that are using this facility. So what I'm encouraging you to do is take this out of the budget, $3 million. You have 8 acres, you rent out the spaces you don't need. And very interesting, one last point, very interesting. This weekend I went to listen to Master Symphony. We have a symphony orchestra. I don't know if you've ever listened to them. They used to be in the theater at Coverly. Huh. But where are they now? They're at the Palo Alto Unified Performing Arts Theater. So I thought it was really interesting that the theater isn't even being used anymore. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carol G.
Hi, my name is Carol Garston. I'm the producer of the free monthly year-round music festival on Palo Alto's car-free California Avenue. Third Thursday is a music festival which strives to be a fun, community-connected event with music as the glue. Besides being a music event, it offers other activities like a photo booth, art sharing, dance lessons, poetry, an open mic, and more. Third Thursday is a festival as opposed to a concert, and this is an important distinction because the event is all about community connections. We strive to involve the business community by inviting them to make special offers on Third Thursday, as well as collaborating with schools and community organizations. We've included musicians from Stanford, Gunn High School, and this month, the Classical Horn Octet connected through the Palo Alto Unified School, Palo Alto Adult School. We're thrilled to be celebrating our first anniversary next week on May 16th from 6 to 9 p.m. Our theme is We Are One, bringing the community together through the joy of live music. Everyone is invited to join us. Please visit our website at www.thirdthursday.fun for more details on this month's bands and activities. The Third Thursday team is grateful to the City of Palo Alto who's been a founding financial sponsor. This year, we're looking forward to actively collaborating with the city during a couple of our monthly themed events, Summer Fun and Games, and Sustainability Fun Fair in October. Other sponsors for Thursday include the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce, Stanford Research Park, businesses on Cal Ave, and the community at large. We believe that Third Thursday directly meets two of the City Council's priorities for 2024, economic development and transition, and community health, safety, wellness, and belonging. I respectfully request that you include Third Thursday California Ave Music Festival in the annual budget process. Thank you.
That concludes our public speakers.
Great. Any questions or comments on non-departmental? Vicki?
I had one, but I was wondering whether I should yield the floor to you first. Do you want to repeat what you said yesterday about Coverly by chance? Mr. Horwitz may not have heard it, or I don't, up to you.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, there seems to be a disconnect between his perspective and what we have said at different times. So I'm not sure how to address that.
Fair enough. I just wanted to yield if that was of interest. So my question is related to the child care pilot program. I support reappropriating, carrying from 24 to 25, the balance and just a bit more to continue that pilot. Can you talk at all about the uptake and whether it's assisted with some of our hiring challenges in this city with some of the expenses associated with working here?
I think we're all looking for Director Blanche. I'm not sure she's online, but I suspect we can get her this afternoon or someone else from HR to give more specific feedback. I would say it's been very positive, but I think it'd be helpful for them to get get the committee more specifics.
That'd be great. I'd be very interested to hear. So thank you.
That was exactly going to be my question. But I didn't actually know it was a pilot. I thought we'd already established that as something that was a benefit for our staff, which we actually included into the council compensation memo as well.
I think there's a specific rationale for using the term pilot, which keeps it flexible as opposed to more permanent.
So we'll come back this afternoon after break and ask for HR department to help us get some information.
Okay. And my only question was on the page 3 of the non-departmental, there was the real property investment fund, was it? And can you remind me what that is targeted toward?
Major investments for property.
Things like 445 Bryant would come out of that, or?
No, bigger than that. So it would be for major acquisition on behalf of the city.
And is it something we've just always kept in a reserve fund, or?
No, this is the first year we'll be doing that.
And is there a target that we're thinking of or something? Why is it suddenly there?
It's a placeholder.
So we're setting aside 2.5 million for the first time for that.
Yes.
Okay, but we don't know anything about that, I don't think, right? And we're struggling with much smaller amounts in this whole discretionary amount that we're dealing with. And that one popped up, and have I missed something?
Actually, I believe this was discussed with the council in closed session.
Okay. All right, so I'll need a reminder on that. All right. Okay. I'll set that aside for the moment. All right. So let's see. Do we need a tentative motion on that as well? All right.
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'll move approval of the proposed budget for non-departmental funds.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. That passes unanimously, and we'll take a 5 minute. Is that good? Or 10?
I think we're just gonna juggle people, right?
Okay, 5 minutes.
It moves down.
course. This is a places memo that highlights the ongoing contracts. At the end of the evening last night, we talked about the attachment. Which of these are ongoing versus one time? So this summarizes and highlights the contractors that are ongoing. So Chair, when we come back on, I'll just make a record that we distributed it and City Clerk will also post it online.
And we're ready. I apologize for the delay.
All right, this time we will reconvene the Finance Committee. And before going on to our final item 6 of the wrap up, we're going to have a discussion of the reviewing to what was an app places memo, item number 1 that we got a couple of days ago, of additional funding proposal options, which are basically a whole bunch of projects and programs that are not in the proposed budget, but have, for various reasons, are ones that have had council interest in being able to fund, and with a recognition that the available funding will not be able to meet anywhere near these needs. And then my understanding is we have a spreadsheet that kind of has taken tabs of what we put into the parking lot, which is really projects from this list that have popped up over the last 2 days and said we want to put that in there, but we also want an opportunity to just go through this list more systematically and see if there's anything else that we want to put in the parking lot or have any other discussion over, essentially. Is that what we're all envisioning for this set half hour or so?
I think so, but I'm wondering is HR Director Blanche here about our finishing up on our childcare items?
To answer the question asked just before the break, yes.
Oh, I missed that we were going to do that. I'm sorry. So before proceeding there, why don't you go ahead and Sandra proceed on your item and introduce it for us, because I got ahead of the game.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Burt and council members. Sandra Blanche, HR Director. My understanding is a question came up about the pilot childcare program. And to let you know where we are at this point, we have 60 employees currently enrolled in the program. And since that is what we reported out, and in this calendar year, we've added 2 more. The program is being advertised in our postings and brochures, and also at our new hire orientation. Employees are very enthusiastic about it. I can give you an anecdotal conversation I had with one of our new hires who essentially said that they came here because of this benefit. They said their pay was, comparable to what they were receiving. And this is like the clincher that sold them. The program provides employees with up to 10,000 per calendar year, and those are using Palo Alto childcare facilities.
Sandra, if I could also note, and perhaps you can expand on how this dovetails with the ability for city employees to enroll their kids at PAUSD.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So almost at the same time, this past school year, we were able to assist employees to enroll in the Palo Alto School District after the school district board approved that program. And so we have 12 employees who have their children enrolled in various levels of the schools throughout the city. Another program that's very well received. In fact, I've met one of the children who's come in after school. And just really enjoy the program and have other new enrollees that are interested. And we've started the process for enrolling for the new school year. So that's been very well received also.
If I could maybe just add one postscript to that report, which is this is actually at least a couple of years effort where Sandra, Kristen, and a few others on our team had been working really on finding the right mix of benefits that would be valuable and actually initiated based on interest expressed by employees in the childcare in particular, but also the enrollment in PAUSD. And so it was really a matter of finding the right time and in conversation both with PAUSD. This was ongoing discussion also with Palo Alto Community Childcare, and just really pleased that we're able to now offer it for our employees and really for the community as well.
And what's the dollar amount?
So we've allocated 400,000. The ask for this year, Paul, maybe you can help me out.
Sure.
So
So the request for 2025 is to add $60,000 and reappropriate $240,000 for a total of $300,000 in 2025.
But we had allocated 400. I'm not quite following. What was the 400?
So for fiscal year 24, we allocated 400,000 and that has not been exhausted.
Okay, that's the thing. Okay,
Yeah.
so we're going to roll over a certain amount.
Right.
Okay. So the additional funding request is then only 60,000 for this year, but for 2026, presumably then we'd have 260 or something like that. I forget what are we rolling over?
240.
240 roller, okay. So something like 300 or perhaps more if the participants go up further. And so we've got another two. Presumably we had a lot who came on when we offered the program. And then since then, is there still a steady growth rate or what's happening on it?
I can't exactly say the growth rate. We have to take into consideration that because our employees are having to switch their children from maybe their current childcare provider in their area.
Transition.
Exactly.
Transition
Right.
period.
They have to visit and make those plans to make that transition. Sometimes it's best to do it at the beginning of the school year or during the summer. So there's those factors.
Do we have any sense of anticipated growth in participants going forward?
Not at this time. Let me look at that and get that back to you.
Okay.
I think as we've talked about it, it's really hard to predict. At the same time, again, with the two in combination, the childcare along with PAUSD, same thing certainly with enrollment of a child in a new school district, that to the extent that a family has a child that is entering school, then that would be the right time. And so how many of our employees have kids in that cohort will vary over time. But we did expect that and we certainly heard from employees that the offering was very highly valued and so very welcome. And so now we're in that time period of employees making decisions based on their options at that point in time.
So when we launched it, after the start of this fiscal year, that was a pretty short window for folks to switch for that fall.
Exactly. They only had, was about 60 days or so of a window to make a decision on the enrollment.
So we might have another step up.
Yep.
And therefore cost of the program may be even higher than we're projecting.
Well, I was referring to the school district, and again, they fit together, but then the childcare decision, you know, I think it's also reflective of we've had more kids or more folks out on parental leave over the last couple of years, and so as those kids get
'Cause we
older
didn't have a
and are going
parental-
into daycare.
We didn't have a parental leave program.
Exactly,
Right.
exactly.
Well, and I guess as we're trying to project how many are impacted by, if they're preschoolers, they're less affected by that school year.
Yes.
So if we know well, I guess we wouldn't be able to really project it, but yeah, okay, I'll leave it at that. Vicky?
Yeah, no, thank you. I think though, if we used up 120 and we've got 300 this next year, hopefully that'll help us with an uptick. And then you're right, then the year after that, we're gonna have to figure it out. But no, I just wanted to thank both of you, Director Branch, Director O'Kane, for putting this together. And I do think there's a real handshake, because if, you know, students and as preschoolers and you know, preschoolers get used to traveling with, you know, dad or mom here and then get comfortable with this community, then they may want to continue on into the schools and such. And yeah, and it'll definitely be an adjustment for the whole family, a big decision. So I think we will see more of an uptick, but I do appreciate it because I think it helps with both. I was glad to hear about the attraction that somebody took a job here because of it, the childcare. And do we know if that's the case for the education yet? I mean, that may be harder because it was right in the fall.
Yes, I don't have any information on the school district. Just getting some new information here about the school district. We have had several new potential enrollees for the school district. The enrollment period ends at the end of May, so we'll have a better idea then of how many additional.
Is that the end of May for the fall?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
So we'll have a good idea pretty soon. Okay,
Mhm.
that's great. Because I also think it helps with retention. At least I know back when our older daughter was born and my husband worked for the county, then he you know, he quit over childcare issues, honestly. So, you know, moms, dads alike, it's a real issue. So thank you for working on this, and thanks for the answers.
Yes, absolutely. That is a remark I've had from an employee about the retention. Like, they are just grateful, and also you know, realize that they'll be here for their their children's school years. Yeah.
After school events and those kinds of things, you don't have to commute back to San Jose
Absolutely.
or across the bay
That's
or
right.
whatever. You can get to them. So that's
Yes.
great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say much the same about the retention issue, because you look at it now and say, well, all those other employees signed up and they were already here. Well, they're here now, but they might not have been if you didn't have this. And now we have, you know, years to go through the school system, which of course is a fantastic school system. So I think this is a really low investment in recruiting, given our overall big issues in that area, with a very high probability ROI. So before you came in, Sandra, I asked why it's still a pilot. And Ed said that that's kind of to keep it flexible, but it seems like the intent is to keep this thing moving, not to pull it, to change it from a pilot to this is our program. Yeah, as long as we fund it, right?
Exactly.
Yes, yeah, I agree that, you know, we are still gathering information. It's a very new. We have, you know, other you know, some employee groups that aren't able to take part in
Sure.
the program. And so, you know, as we're still trying to formulate, you know.
Well, some
what's-
folks like firefighters that don't live in
Exactly.
town
Fire and
are
police.
probably not gonna uproot, you know, just for that, but.
Right.
But yeah, can't say enough about how much I think this can work for us. So thanks
Wonderful.
for getting it going and keeping it going.
Thank you.
And on the, how this is complemented by the PAUSD program, we're in this sense fortunate that PAUSD in recent years has gone from overflowing schools to having surplus capacity. And so that helps them be able to do that. But I think it's still something that we should really appreciate their collaboration on.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm reminded that Deputy City Manager Chantal Cotton Gaines sat on the task force that helped them reconcile the intersecting interests there and led to that.
And then when it was mentioned on the value of the retention, it reminds me of what we've heard from local small businesses on how the PATMA has really been significant in their ability to retain employees. And similarly, I know that our Caltrain Transit Pass, just out of the clerk's department, we've had two folks that are not, both of them aren't still here. One moved into another department in our city, who both had spoken out about how the Caltrain Pass was a critical decision in their willingness to take this job over another opportunity. And my question is, because it's kind of related, but not the identical item, but we offer the Caltrain passes, but do we offer the full array of transit alternatives that PATMA offers if they would instead like the VTA pass or the rideshare discount?
I don't believe so. Actually, yeah, Mr. Kami can answer that one.
Maybe I can help a bit with that, actually. I don't know if I can answer it, but Philip Kami, Chief Transportation Official, sorry. We provide commuter benefits for the other transit. So there's a portion of the pass, and I'm hoping Sandra might have the exact details because I don't. This is an HR thing, but I do know that passes are subsidized and pre-taxed for other transit agencies apart from Caltrain.
Well, we offer the Caltrain pass.
Yes.
And we offer it fully. It's not, I mean, we just provide that. So my question is, PATMA offers Caltrain Pass or VTA Smart Pass or a rideshare app discount. I can't remember the formula. My question is, do we offer all three of those things for our employees? We're PATMA members. I would think that we qualify for them providing it to employees.
We provide a subsidy, and employees choose, based on,
So it's sort of like a transportation capital program.
yes.
But we say we provide a subsidy, but we actually provide the Caltrain passes. That's not out of
Correct. It's not out of a choice or what have you. It's available to all downtown employees.
So the subsidy works how?
So that's, as Philip mentioned, it's a pre-tax subsidy available to all employees, separate from the Go Pass
When we say
program.
subsidy, what does it do?
It, let me see if I can pull up the amount, but it's
And then they
a specified amount. Yes, they do.
I'm off, Mike. Sorry about that. Thank you.
They have discretion whether they're going to use public transit or bike, if they're gonna carpool. So the employee can decide how they want to use the allocation.
Okay, but we know that they're using it for that purpose?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's we verify it.
Yeah, it's through Navia benefits. And so if you were to purchase a pre-tax subsidy, it would basically load
debit card.
Yeah, on Clipper.
Yeah.
It loads directly to your Clipper card. So as an example, if you needed a BART pass, which I've done, you would get a pre-tax BART, and you can buy the high volume discount,
Pass
etc.
is not on the Clipper system, I don't think. And it's dirt cheap. Yeah.
Sorry, so I just can speak from my experience. I just know that for my needs, I use the Clipper card, but I believe that you can buy other similar type of transit passes through
Okay,
the
well, we
Knockback
can
system.
follow up. I'm interested in the
And-
lowest cost one of any of these is the VTA Smart Pass.
And then I'm sorry, to your other question, city employees that meet the low income requirements of the TMA would qualify for TMA programs as well.
Good. Okay. All right, thank you.
Chair,
thank you.
as a gentle reminder, tonight at 6 o'clock, there's a PTC meeting, so some staff and some resources might need to shift before then. Thank you.
Good, and I'm hoping we will too. All right. So now we can move on to the additional proposed options. We've also got this wrap up, which is tied in with the parking lot. So I guess what are we going to go through this list and just see others we want to identify and put into the parking lot, and then we go into the parking lot discussion? Is that the plan?
Well, if you don't mind, Director Lai, it's really at your discretion. Staff had not anticipated walking through the individual additional requests. And so these are really provided to you as a resource. And so we can proceed as you see fit.
Okay, I think I'd like to go through the list because some of these, we just really hadn't specifically said, do we want this in the parking lot? How interested are we? And I'm afraid the parking lot might grow, which will just,
We have a big parking lot.
yeah, and it'll make a bigger struggle when we go into that next discussion.
Plus, I think it makes sense for us to vet these before we have 7 council members sit down and jump in on this list.
That's what they're counting on. Okay,
I would just gently ask that at some point, staff needs some direction as to what we report out to council on Monday, because.
oh yeah, that's what'll be in that wrap up. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Pardon
Do we need more hard?
Okay.
Do we have more hard
So
copies?
first one was Junior Museum. We have that there.
Can I
and
ask a
then-
more general question before we jump
Yeah.
in? There are a lot of these that have between 2 and 22 different dollar signs with nothing there, which I want her to listen just a second. There are a number of these things that have a lot of question marks, meaning that they're not even priced out yet. And for this exercise tonight, is it better to just skip those, or do we want to debate those and say we need something now? Or what's the best, most efficient way?
So let me ask if it's this way. I was struggling with the same thing, and when I look at, mostly I was focused on the ones that had clear dollar signs. But then if there are any that don't have dollar signs that we really want to dive deeper on, we could pull those out.
You mean,
Is
you
that-
mean that do have dollar signs with no numbers?
I mean, they have dollar
Yeah.
signs, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have dollar signs, but yeah, not dollar amounts.
Right.
So should we concentrate on the ones that really, because some of these others with just dollar signs and not amounts, they look like they're there to make sure we're thinking about them on the horizon, as opposed to a very good likelihood that this year we'll move on them. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, because while we plan for budgeting in a 1-2 year cycle, from a strategic long-term planning perspective, we do have some priorities here that are costly, and we
Yep.
want to be mindful of the resources that will be needed to commit to fulfilling some of these if the council so desires.
That's right. And so what we do this year could impact the ability to take on some of those other things in outlying years that aren't ripe yet, but we need to anticipate that expense in future years. Is that a reasonable way to look at it? Is that why they're down there for the most part? Okay, yeah. So let's concentrate on the ones with amounts, but if there's something that doesn't have an actual amount that you say, hey, this is a higher priority, or I want to make sure we're focusing on that we're open to that as well.
Yeah, if we think it's going to need dollars this year, that's the only way
That's right.
we're going to be able to do it.
Or if we want to really make sure that we reserve the dollars, even if we don't spend them this year, but we know we're pretty confident we're going to need them next year, and we don't want to foreclose that through decisions we might make on ones that have funding amounts.
Yeah. So Chair, are you talking about all the tables in here? So not just the
Yeah.
yellow table one, but also the,
Yeah, and we'll go through this list.
that's a
So,
lot.
yep, but if we look at it, they aren't ones we want to ignore.
No,
So, yeah.
I very much want to. I was just wondering whether I
Okay.
should read through it separately or we march through together.
The junior museum, we already hit. That's on our, I'll put everything in the parking lot, right? That's already in the parking lot. The next several, the next three, the Coverly staffing, Children's Theater staffing, and Public Art Installation Crew staffing. Those aren't in the parking lot, correct? And we really didn't discuss them, if I recall.
Correct.
Okay. I guess one of the questions I would have is, as we go through this, if there's any color that staff can provide on any of these that says, hey, this one we really think does need to get in. Of course, you've gone through your budget process yourself. So these are ones you looked at and you couldn't fit in, but you're putting them here because you recognize they're a departmental, essentially a need and request that we couldn't fulfill in the budget as of now. Okay. Then we went into the emergency fire and medical service and emergency medical service expansion. Were both of those the ones? They were both, even the one that has the, that has dollar signs but not amounts. Those are both in a form in the parking lot. They were kind of tweaked. All right. Next page. We have the fire services strategic plan, the fire explorer program, digital marketing services for recruitment, employee wellness, organizational development, safety. Let me just kind of put those as a set. Anybody have any thoughts on
From
any?
where to where?
From really on this page 4 of 10, everything except the expansion of teen services at the library, which I kind of wanted to discuss separately.
I will add the fire strategic services plan. The fire department has informed us that they found funding to fund that, so they no longer need that one.
Hey, accomplished. All right. So then we got Explorer program, digital marketing for recruitment, employee wellness, and organizational development and safety.
So you want those as a package?
Well, I'm just discussion as a package, not.
I see.
Yeah. Or to see if any of those are ones that anybody wants to have any further discussion on whether we should put them in the parking lot.
Okay, that's what you want here. Okay. I think on number 2, the digital marketing services, that's part of the overall proposal for improving recruiting that was in, I don't see her here now, but.
Which one?
That Director Blanche
Yeah.
spoken to previously.
Right.
Third one
Third one
down,
down.
activate.
And so I read through that 50-page slideshow and studied it. And I think this is worth, I'll use your word, Ed, piloting. So I'd be willing to spend some money on this, but not 250, and see, how it goes. And this is a long-term thing anyway, that it's going to have to be annually funded. So I'd say some smaller number like 25 or something like that.
All right, well, let's then in the parking, we'll look at whether there could be a reduced version of this that could be considered. Okay.
And so since my mic is still on, I'd say the other 3.
So if you just leave the mic on, you get to keep going. New rule.
Unless the chair gets mad at me. In terms of parking lot, I could live without those going on the parking lot. That's what I was gonna say. Those
The others.
The others.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Vicky.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it now, but the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th one, establish organizational development and safety division. This is to support citywide career advancement. And generate preparation, organizational resilience that we talked about earlier. We learned our phrasing. I think this is really important because to the extent, sort of like we talked about with the child care and schools program, to the extent an organization can retain employees, it's always, more efficient and cheaper. It's healthier, I think. And I think a lot of times, especially when we're looking at diversity efforts, it's one thing to have a diverse applicant pool, another thing to hire diverse employees, but to make sure we're having appropriate opportunities for advancement and to demonstrate one's worth for advancement and all of that is where it oftentimes gets overlooked. And it looks like this is aimed at least partly at that. And I almost wonder, I mean, I don't know, I can't, organize, I wouldn't deign to organize the city employees, but I wonder if part of the sort of that marketing and career advancement could almost be combined because, if we can't do both, but I just wanted to put a plug in for that one. And it's interesting, it says, so this would be funded in the general liability fund, approximately 50% funded by the general fund.
It's because some of the foreseen duties entail safety. So,
Ah, okay.
the scope of the duties would be partially safety oriented.
Still cash though.
Well, but is that actually meaning the other 50% would be by like utilities? And
General
stuff?
fund, general fund.
Well, no, but half general fund and half not,
Correct, because we have a general liability fund.
right? But does that mean the general fund cost would only be half of the 155 or thereabouts, approximately half?
Correct.
Okay,
So I think it's a allocated charge that's basically spread through all other funds.
right. Well, okay, so that kind of, when we look at these different ones, it makes me realize we've got a column for estimated funding needed, but we didn't break that down between which of some of these are split between other funds and the general fund. And what we're, from the budgetary standpoint, we're more grappling with the general fund. I mean, we can't just indiscriminately add funds to the other, but it's a different issue in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
This
And
is kind of an exception. Most are general fund. So I think we didn't want to make the table too complicated.
Well, the digital marketing for recruitment, that would also be split, wouldn't it?
Likely we would split that through a cost allocation plan.
Yeah,
But
but it's not 250 to the general fund is what I'm getting at.
correct.
Yeah.
what I'm thinking though, by the organizational development and safety being split, that if we took the organizational development piece, that 50%, and maybe had a, what otherwise would be a half-time digital marketing, turn it into one person. That would be interesting to me.
Well, that's, yeah, that's their call.
Well, right
No,
now,
that's what I'm saying, it's your call. I just.
So let me just try it in Sandra's absence,
Yeah,
which she's
Sandra.
coming in.
Yeah.
Just a couple of things on this. The recruitment one on digital marketing, and Sandra can elaborate. We're really looking at contract services since that's not necessarily a skill we have in-house. And then as we're thinking about the the organizational development and safety division, a couple of things are going on here. And as much as I think staff absolutely support the intention behind what this resource would do, there are a couple other things that are happening, such as us focusing on recruitment as an organization. And the other piece is actually we are looking at realigning risk management between HR and ASD. And so this might be better primed for next year while we get some of those transitions a little bit more ironed out.
I'm sorry, by this you mean the digital marketing?
No, the organizational development and safety division.
But you talked about recruiting, which isn't, I mean, I guess it's organizational development, but it certainly does not talk about employees currently here.
Correct. When I talk about the workload and focus of the department, I think what I'm trying to articulate is that the priority right now for HR is really focusing on execution of that recruitment strategic objectives. And so really wanting to allow the department and the staff to focus on those actions before we take on another new
Program.
Program.
Or building out.
And that's why the
Right.
proposed budget has a new HR recruitment manager. So the focus in 25 is really on the attraction and retention, even though we have recruitment efforts.
So is that a long way of saying why this established organizational development is not in the budget and is on this piece of paper?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. I just would hope we can retain. It's less of a requirement to recruit if we retain.
Agreed. And I don't know if the committee wanted more information on the digital marketing.
Well, we're just trying to get on a parking lot or not right now from this list, right?
Yeah, but we might need more info to decide that. So,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
And do not tell Gayatri but I don't know that, I mean, the library is doing so well with teens. I would always love to give more, but I don't think it's urgent enough to displace some of these other things. I think that
So-
was the last on your list, Chair.
No, this last on that page.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought we were supposed to talk about them as a group on the page.
No, what I suggested was that we had a group that was up to that point.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yep, that's what I said. Okay. So the reason I just was interested in having a little more discussion on that teen library services is because we had as the council priority on community health and well-being, safety and health and well-being. And with a focus on youth programs, and we had last fiscal year hadn't really identified the youth programs. We had a placeholder dollar amount of, I forget how much, was it 100,000 or was it something more than 100,000? And it's been a little unclear. The mayor had his task force, and was it originally it was talking about how to what to recommend to use that 100,000 for. It seems like it's been morphing in different directions, and they were going to come forward for the budget cycle to make a recommendation. Doesn't look like that timing's going to happen. But the reason I just want to understand this, what new youth programs that would upstream or downstream support youth mental health have we adopted or are we considering other than this?
There might be a.
Kristen might.
Yeah. Question, Kristen, you're in the best position to respond to.
Yeah, and this one is particularly in libraries as opposed to community services, so that's another
That's
question.
true. But
I'm not sure we need
But
it.
that goes back to how the libraries and community services work together a lot.
Sure. Kristen O'Kane, Community Services Director. So we did talk a little bit about this yesterday. As you recall, at mid-year last year, we were allocated just short of $100,000 for youth mental health. And we have planned to do some events next year, 2 different events, including bringing things into the teen center, particularly Friday nights, where we're seeing quite a bit of participation. And then we're waiting on the youth council to have the results of their survey that they've done of their peers to see how we might spend the rest of the funds.
Okay. And while we have you here on that Teen Center Friday night program, are we working with PAUSD to promote it through the schools?
It's usually what we do is the youth that are on our teen leadership groups promote it through social media directly to their peers.
Well,
That's
a good way, but I would really suggest that we look at either through the PTA council and their newsletters or through the school newsletters. This is one where there's so much synergy between the district and us, and all they have to do is add it to their newsletter to get it out to a lot more it's for middle and high schoolers.
It's for middle and high schoolers,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, I would think that they would be willing to promote that and be able to get it out to a lot more folks than just kind of the peers we have, or the folks who are already involved.
I agree. And I will say that we're doing that with the mental health first aid training that we are offering for parents and caregivers in PAUSD schools. Those are being offered by Momentum Health through a grant, but what we do is we submit those to the school district and then they put it in their newsletter at the end of the week. And that's how we're getting really good participation.
That's great, but I would also, so we've got the district has their newsletters, but PTAC and the individual schools have their own through the PTA councils. And I think we can tap into both of them. PTA council used to be, I think, a lot more bureaucratic in getting things in their newsletters, and they tried to streamline that. So it may be more available to us.
I would note that this is next week, the city school liaison committee will be discussing the cross perhaps combination of services, particularly focused on teen mental health. Also, Kristen, was there anything of note as it relates to the proposal for 445 Bryant that is relevant here?
Good point.
Definitely. Thank you for that reminder, City Manager. So if we're able to program 445 Bryant, we envision having a teen center there as well. That would be evenings and weekends. I mean, it would be great to have them on both sides of town. And then just do other sort of pop-up events as needed. So
good. That's
definitely
a real good
thinking
point. If we can go forward there, that's a big deal. Okay, thank you.
Can I talk about this one now?
Which one?
The library.
The library.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess my question is, Kristen, sorry, Director O'Kane, those programs that are, sorry, that are planned for next year, sounds like, so this item is to add a librarian. Sounds like those programs would go forward whether or not we add the librarian. Is that right?
True, because quite frankly, that's a proposal from the library department related to their teen programming.
Yes, exactly.
And in fact, I think we have Director Kant online.
Uh-oh, I'm gonna get in trouble here. All right, no, that's good.
Watch what you say. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah, Kristen's run community services specifically, both serving teens.
Right, and I guess the reason I'm asking all of this is, these are library teen services, I think, that we're talking about.
Yes.
And it sounds like these programs will go forward and, you know, hopefully the thing at 445 Bryant. And this position talks about supporting the Teen Library Advisory Board. And so maybe what I can ask Director Kant is, I assume we'll still have the Teen Library Advisory Board without this position. It just might not be as robustly supported, or what is the vision here, and what would be the price if we did not make this new hire?
Christine, I think we need to do something with the display to get Director Kant on. There we go.
I'm here.
Perfect. Now we can
Hello.
see you. We weren't seeing you up until now.
So I guess put differently, on this expansion of teen library services, what would be the incremental benefit from adding this?
Thank you for the question, Gayatri Kant, Library Services Director. I just want to give a little background as to, we have one teen librarian for the 5 libraries. And as you know, Mitchell Park Library especially, and Rinconada, they're destinations for teens after school. At Mitchell especially, we have 150 to 200 teens coming in. In addition to that, the teen librarian also works with 30 TLAB, Teen Advisory Board members to put programs and other things that are needed by teens. One of the reason that we came up with this position was because our teen services librarian had mentioned that there is a lot of interest in community collaboration and teens wanting to put their own programs for other teens. But it needs a significant amount of mentorship. So that is one side of the TLAB. The reason that we also propose this is because increasingly in this world of, misinformation, the teen collection really becomes a key focus. It is we designed the teen area as also as a sanctuary for teens who can come and have access to information that is factual. There's also the other side of, providing readers advisory to teens. These are some of the things that the teen librarians are especially trained. So that was the main focus. But with one librarian, it was really impossible to provide the variety of service that we would like to provide. And the need is really greater now. One of the things we have observed after COVID, as teens are getting back to the library, is the range of mental health issues that we're really facing there. And having another person to collaborate and also work with other libraries is something that I think is important. Now I realize there's a lot of competing needs. So, but I just wanted to give you the background of why we proposed this position.
Thanks. And that whole concept of this being a newly needed truth zone in today's social media is something I hadn't quite thought of as the library as a place where you can be confident that you're getting truthful information. Didn't have to worry as much about that. Okay.
Yeah, and so we talked about that yesterday and what an amazing service that is to all of us, including our teens. And I guess what I would say is it sounds amazing. It sounds terrific. And I think having another trusted adult available is great. I guess what I'm just worried about, and maybe we can do this once we collect everything up, is to know where to put, since we have limited.
This conversation is just whether we want to consider it when we go to the parking lot, not that we've decided on it.
To look at all of our teen mental health things around in the different departments, because it would be helpful if we could see them as a constellation. I understand what we're doing now. I'm just trying to explain why it seemed to me before that we've heard a lot of youth mental health things in other areas, and it seemed that the libraries were already attracting so many to this truth zone that we talked about that perhaps we didn't need to attract more. But I think, having listened to her, I'm happy to put it in the parking lot, but I would really like if we could have it not just in a list, but somehow aggregated with the other things that are putting resources toward youth mental health, either that are kind of already baked into the budget or that are also additional, just because that, really likes with likes, I guess, as opposed to a list like
and we
this.
kind of touched on that yesterday when we had our directors of community services and libraries together, and we talked about kind of how they're both really at different angles being community services.
Yeah, and I think it goes beyond those two departments. So that's,
Well, and once again, relates to the city school discussion.
Yeah.
That will happen next week.
Exactly, and health things and various things of the city.
Even if we may not be able to fund that this year, I'm good with putting that into the parking lot for the moment. So that's two of us, we're good. All right, then the next page 5, we got a citywide newsletter, increase of the code enforcement staffing by another person to 4. Is that right? Yeah, and planning and development services, strategic plan, construction and demolition permit stuff, EV replacement, which we discussed earlier, and then stormwater infrastructure maintenance. Any there that folks want to have any other discussion about prospectively putting in the parking lot? It's a prospective parking lot.
I have a question, and I'm sorry, my ignorance. Which code are we enforcing with our code enforcement officer?
Property issues in general. So, neglected properties, in maintenance issues.
Okay.
Illegal signs. leaf blowers.
But it's more property based.
Probably
Yeah.
not leaf blowers, only because we have dedicated staff to that, and I understand that the demand is still greater than one person can keep up with, but yeah, it's basically everything else.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. Total ignorance. We have a criminal code. We have all kinds of codes. So it's property.
Yes,
We have parking
building,
codes, we have all kinds of stuff.
building codes, zoning code.
And zoning. Okay.
So here's the clue. PDS means it's in the Planning and Development Services Department.
Yeah.
So if you think about that function, this is code enforcement within the umbrella of Planning and Development Services.
It's
Okay.
not police department. Yeah.
No,
Yeah, sorry for not, yes, exactly.
Well, I just, yeah, exactly. We have our code is pretty comprehensive in this city, so I'm trying to figure out which chunk of the code. Thank you.
Question?
Yeah.
On the very last one, this is one of those that we need some perspective on that number. For one thing, it's a big shift. And secondly, we need to know if we need dollars in there this year to get something done that's essential. I don't know if that's in Dean's department or,
Stormwater
Brad?
fees?
Brad.
oh yeah, Brad.
What do you got here, Brad?
Brad Eggleston,
What is
Director of
this?
Public Works. This is green stormwater infrastructure that we've been installing. So in some instances, there are projects where we're required by code to install this at city facilities. Think like Mitchell Park Library parking lot where you've got the stormwater filtration basins. And in some instances, we've been installing this in the city right of way as part of other projects, like say Charleston or Rossfordale corridor. And our staff that oversees this, well, or that oversees compliance with the stormwater permit that we have, has noticed that a lot of these are not really maintained kind of up to what we think are the standards that are required. So we did a little assessment of a number of these, both the public right of way and the city facility ones, and determined some areas that we think they need improvement. And this proposal was what the cost would be for a new contractor to come and make one-time improvements and then essentially take over the maintenance of those, which currently is done by the city's citywide landscaping contractor.
What's the range for then? 250 to 450?
It's because 450, I think, is the one time and 250 is the ongoing.
And Brad.
I'd have to look that up to make sure I'm correct about that, but the proposal had a higher one-time cost for going and essentially making repairs and kind of bringing them up to a higher standard. And with then the intent of having someone try to maintain them at that standard.
So our current stormwater plan funded by the is a bond? I forget. Yeah.
It's the ballot measure.
Yeah, but the ballot measure is it's just property tax. I forget. Yeah. Anyway,
it's essentially a parcel tax.
Parcel tax. Okay, thank you. Does it not have enough dollars, or does it not? Its scope prohibit from
so and I don't think we
on something like that.
So when you see here 68% general fund and 32% stormwater management fund.
Okay.
The split there is for the city facilities versus public right of way. So we think it's within the bounds of those funds from the ballot measure to use them for the public right of way, but we can't charge the public safety building the same fee that all private entities are charged, and then turn around and use those funds to maintain the city facilities, but not
Got it.
Tesla.
And I'll just say that one of the things is I'm thinking through this, where we've got our long range financial forecast within, and we're seeing and it's done conservatively, and even conservatively, we're seeing moving from a deficit into non-deficit and surplus in the coming years, assuming that continues. Some of these things that we'd like to do, we'll have better opportunities to do maybe 2-3 years, if there are things that can wait that long.
That's what I was gonna ask. I can't figure out if this is a nice to have, or it's essential and we're gonna all die if we don't do it. So.
We won't die. It's
I'll say, I think it's something in between.
Okay.
This was kind of our first approach to say, what would it take to really go solve this problem? And if the funding's not there to take that approach this year, I think we'll go back and say, okay, is there something incremental that we can do and see how that works? And maybe have another proposal next year.
Okay, great. Thanks. That was very
So
informative.
just earlier, so it does say that 250 of the 450 is what's ongoing.
Yes, and I confirmed with my team that the proposal was for 450 in fiscal year 25 and then
Right.
250 ongoing.
Yeah, so you can take a look and see if there's something less than 450 that could at least get us started on this. Yeah, seems like that would be a good idea. Thank you.
Okay. All right. That,
So do we finish that page?
we did, I think.
So nothing is coming over from that page to the parking lot.
Yep.
Right.
That'll make staff happy. Okay, next page 6. We've got 2 more in this section, at the top, 311 requests, to have positions to be able to support those requests better for sidewalk, and street repair requests. And then second, a sustainability program, customer service support. So on the 311 requests, look who's back. Are we not able to keep up well on this when we get these requests?
We've got a backlog.
Yeah.
So essentially, this is an area where we've reduced staff over the years. And we're trying to have high standards for responding to these. So this request, it's kind of both in terms of addressing the backlog, but also just making our crews more efficient with the number of staff that can be part of the crew. The initial request that was discussed within Public Works was actually to add a couple of full-time employees. And this approach was using hourlies, which is cheaper, can still supplement the teams, and somewhat provides a path for people to fill full-time positions as they do open up.
Well, this is pretty close to full.
Yeah, I would support this. I think the backlog's unfortunate. I think it's part of the pride in our city. I mean, we talked about, downtown streets. I think, Pat, you'd made the comment at a council meeting a while ago, but I also noticed in our more residential sidewalks, there's a lot of weeds. There's some areas that we're just not proud of. And it would be nice if our city was a little more groomed.
I agree with that. And I think we have a little bit of a credibility problem right now because we
Yeah.
talk about our 311, no problem, just hit it and you're taken care of, and you're not. So I don't think that works. So I would
Put in the
support
parking lot. Okay, good. And I'm gonna try to, as best we can, move us forward, so we will be able to get done.
This is,
Then sustainability program, customer service support.
That seems early in the process to me.
I'd like Dean to have an opportunity to explain it, because I think from
Yeah.
a label perspective, OMB was confused and it was erroneously, we misunderstood it and it was omitted. So I'd like the director to have an opportunity to explain it and then the recommendation. Thank you.
Dean Batcher, Director of Utilities. Thank you for the question. So this position is the one that I had talked about and when I was making my proposal. Is this person is actually going to be looking for, is that it's kind of misleading of a customer service, but what it is the follow-up portions of any kind of issues that come up with heat pump water heaters as we go to whole funding of whole electrification of homes, any kind of businesses.
So it's really technical support.
It's technical support that would be able then to be able to answer those questions, as well as follow-ups with customers, seeing how their process is going, what kind of problems are going. So we don't really have that right now to work with our consultant. And then as you heard in the proposal, working with this person, this electrician that we're going to have over in the development center, it's kind of that key piece to let that person know what's kind of going on, and being able to follow up on that. So it is a more of a technical position for utilities. It wasn't in the budget at the very beginning, but it's a proposal that we would like, for that position to be funded.
It's in the electric fund.
It's in the electric
I
fund.
would like to put it.
I agree.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then we've got the next section, table 2, council referrals. And a lot of these are, we haven't specifically put them in the parking lot here, but
We've already.
by virtue of being
Yeah.
council referral, they're almost automatically there, but let's take a second glance. So we want to have the ability path, and just, I'm going on pages right now. On this page 6, the ability path matching gifts, at least consider it.
Parking lot.
The parking lot, and same thing with the additional POTMA funding.
Oh, here's the.
Yeah.
Okay, page 7. Magical Bridge program services. I guess I hadn't appreciated it was 150,000. And have there been any discussion on anything that would be any portion of this, or is it really the full request on that?
There's an attachment in the report.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's all right. No, no,
Didn't read
no.
it.
There's a lot of material coming each
Yeah.
day, each hour.
And Chair, I can address that as well, that they are open to other levels of funding. 150,000 would be ideal, but
Yeah.
they would
Okay.
reduce the scope.
Good, that's helpful. And that's something that hits both our youth and our inclusion objectives. So, and then the UNAF funding, put that in the parking lot?
So, Chair, those
Yeah.
UNAF one and the one prior, you've already actually put in the parking lot.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Under the community event and programming.
The
component.
community event and programming.
Okay, good. Right. Environmental volunteers. Any thoughts on that, Kristen, on whether this is more appropriately his application?
Sure. I don't think it falls under his wrap. This was something that we did when we opened Foothills Nature Preserve. Just to have someone more presence within the preserve, doing more nature talks. We then paused it because we didn't fund it last year, and so they're requesting that we bring it back at a lower level.
And this is $11,000 for 5 hours. Oh, I see, 5 hours per week. Okay.
Don't you have some budget you can put that under? I mean, evaluating $11,000 options from organizations somehow just doesn't seem like it's the scope that we're looking at today. That's
Okay.
not a comment on the value of the
Well,
organization at
either
all.
way, do we or don't we want to put it in the parking lot?
I'm suggesting not, just to get this list thinner and find a different way to have CSD be creative.
Well, I mean, CSD could have had it in their overall budget, but it's separate because they're viewing it as
So,
not an essential.
so is this for us supporting the EVs? That's right. So
Yeah.
this is our staff. So that are our
No.
city costs.
Our city costs to support EV's presence in Foothills Nature Preserve.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
not going to them, it's
Right.
our staff.
Oh, no, it's going to
Oh,
them. It's our
going-
cost for their,
Oh, like billing them for
Staff.
our support essentially?
No,
they would bill us.
this is actually a grant basically to the
Yeah.
environmental
Grant they would
volunteers
staff it
for them
there.
to
That's
run
why I
this.
thought it'd be getting his wrap.
And Kristen, could you remind me, do we provide other financial support to environmental volunteers?
Through the facility,
Right, so
They're at
s-
the
just
sailing
the
station. Mhm.
use of the city building.
correct.
Okay.
So I appreciate that it's we don't get bogged down in such small amounts, but it doesn't have another home. So
Yeah.
I'd support putting in the parking
Right,
lot,
me
let's see
too.
whether we got
Yeah.
11,000 left over. Okay. The History Museum, that's already, we already took action to put that in the parking lot, right?
It's on the parking lot.
445 Bryant, I think that's the same thing. And then we had affordable housing development. Is that kind of in that placeholder category?
Correct.
Okay. And then the CalAV interim improvements. So we had the council directive from November that we wanted to move aggressively on near term, and I don't know, is this medium term or is this the near term?
I'm actually not sure. Kylie,
Sure.
do you?
So this is the near term, I would say. This includes everything from some of the smaller things, all the way like furniture, all the way to stripings
Okay.
on the roads.
Well, I guess I'm even surprised it's not already in the budget, given that we had that council directive. We didn't have a dollar amount associated, but whatever would be the appropriate dollar amount, which I guess this is.
I agree.
I think the last one's kind of like that, right? So Ramona, some parallel.
Okay, okay, well, we can jump down to the last one because it's
It feels
related to that. So Ramona, the council directive, was it also to move forward with? We have this, was it in the same?
No, I don't. I think CalAV was handled separately.
But do you recall what the council directive was? There was something on moving forward with Ramona, but I don't remember the specifics of it.
Right, and I don't believe there was a specific direction related to interim improvements on Ramona. I think it's at this point being looked at more as a long-term project.
I think it was more short-term relative to the same time frame as CalAV, but it was a different design and different stage of that because A, it's smaller
Yeah.
and B, it doesn't need as much.
What's actually, yeah,
So-
sure, yes.
And under the council's priority outcomes, your timeline for that is that staff just start to work on it by Q4 of this calendar year. So we're at a different stage with Ramona than we are with CalAV.
Okay, so we don't have a dollar amount, but I think I'd want to, whatever that is for this year,
Yes.
want to include that. Okay. And back up to this HISREP funding level.
Mhm.
So
This is the item that we're coming back to the committee after the summer break to discuss both the kind of definition of human services funding, the ongoing contracts, the grant program, as well as the funding level.
so given it's coming back, then what would be appropriate to have in as a placeholder in this budget?
I think it depends on the inclination of the committee. Obviously, it is your discretion. However, based on the conversation, I would at this time probably not recommend you make any adjustments until you have that conversation.
Yeah, and it would be for the next HISREP cycle, right?
Which would be FY 2026, and so
Yeah.
you have time.
So it really wouldn't be in this budget,
Yeah.
even if we discuss it this year. Okay.
Correct.
Before we turn the page, want to confirm the two parking lot items from this page is the California Ave and Ramona.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay,
Now for affordable
then we've
housing.
got a labor cost escalation.
That is long-term planning. However, I will note staff is undergoing the second or the biannual OPEB actuarial study. And so that may have financial implications associated with it.
Okay, it's a little hard for us to budget for it. It's important for us to keep it in mind and not box ourselves in.
Correct. We left this on the list so the committee had that full scope and breadth of what costs may be coming up. This one being a report that we are expecting to bring forward, I think June of this,
Okay,
so
well, let
in a
me
month.
put it this way, this next group of table 3 is kind of all in a similar category of keep them in mind because they could hit us. And so are there any that staff thinks we need to really either budget for or consider budgeting for out of this next group, or just be reminded of it when we go into reconciling the parking lot? Okay, done.
What about grade SEP? Do we need more consulting services for grade SEP in the next?
Well, but yeah,
Okay.
and we've got outside funding sources, from Measure B and,
No, I meant just AECom or people like that.
no, but that's what I'm saying. The funding for those, would come from both, Measure B and the state and federal grants, rather than out of general fund, right?
Correct.
And me. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. We got two nods. That's a vote.
Okay. Good, okay. So, I think we got our parking lot.
It's a big darn lot. It's a very large lot. Put solar panels over it.
All right, and then we've just presented a challenge staff because they had a spreadsheet, but I don't know that anybody's been able to keep up with
Yes,
all
we
this.
have been.
Ooh,
So
credit
that-
to-
but
Wow.
nice.
the
Our
question-
budget manager,
the-
Paul
the
Harper.
question is, do we want to try to narrow down that parking lot before Monday?
Oh, no, that's our final item today, right?
Oh, okay. I thought you were
Yep.
wrapping up here.
Now I'm wrapping up the pre-wrap
Okay,
up.
all right.
Chair, would you like to go through the process or would you like me to go through it real quick?
Why don't you go ahead?
Wonderful. So as Chair, you mentioned, at this point, we look at the parking lot that we have over the last couple of days of deliberation and see which ones of these we formally move over to Finance Committee adjustments and recommendations, which will be reported back out to council on Monday. So I think with that, Paul, can you help go through what's on the yellow table for
and
committee?
If I might, before we go, we've got the dollars available and what dollars we might make available through different actions, and then how we might spend those dollars. So I don't know if we have the dollars available first, because that really, and there's some of those were decisions in their own. Do we go with the 18.8% in the budget stabilization reserve, or the 18.5? Staff presented that.
Oh,
Do we go with the something in between on the gas transfer, something in between what we had tentatively put forward on Finance Committee and what the voters allowed us to do? And then whatever else we already had in unallocated funds outside of those, and anything else I'm not thinking of, but that's what I think last year we
Yes.
kind of had that. What are the dollars we might be
Yes.
able to allocate for these? And then figuring out which of them fit within that dollar amount, because we can't really go into the which ones without tentatively thinking how many dollars. Now, we might have at the end, a push comes to shove and say, well, we thought we were only gonna have this many dollars because we had assumed we were gonna do something with the gas transfer that's a lower amount, and now when we see how critical the programs are, we're willing to go a little further. So there's a little give and take between those two, but I think we need to look at the prospective funds to spend before we talk about our wish list.
that's relevant. So Chair, would you like us to do that first? Because
Yeah.
that's not in the yellow. So would you
Yeah.
like to please lead and we'll follow?
Yeah, so do we have any of those on a spreadsheet yet?
So,
You want to go?
yeah, so what you'll see on the screen is on the left-hand side in the green, those are the actions that have been approved by council, and that's kind of where we track the dollars that are gonna adjust the budget. So right now, the starting amount that you have is zero. We have a balanced budget. We don't have any available funding.
I know which chair is talking about.
Oh.
We were talking about what's in the transmittal letter, which is possibly the 1 million from BSR. If we take it down from 18.8
That
to
would be one
18.5.
one line item right
So
there.
that's possibly, and so chair is looking at, possibly moving some of the revenues to create more capacity in addition to what's on the parking lot.
Correct. We just need actions from the committee in order to do that. So we haven't put anything in here yet because we haven't gotten formal direction to take any of those actions yet.
Well, we're not gonna take them. We just want to put them in the parking lot.
Okay.
Yeah, so, okay.
Yes,
So first on do we have consensus we want to put in the parking lot it's not for a decision, it's for this process to consider it. First, the bringing the BSR down to 18.5 and freeing up $1 million.
Yeah, I mean, that's up to you. You can do it either way, because if we did the other way, and we found out that we had, 14 million or 2 million, that might tell us the order of magnitude, but either way is.
Right now, we have no dollars to deal with.
No, I'm saying if we did
No
all,
point in having a parking lot discussion.
no, I was saying if you put the parking lot items in here and it was $10 million, then there's not gonna be enough on the left side anyway,
But
so.
we have nothing on the left side. What they're saying is we have to take action to put things in the left side so we can begin the conversation.
Yeah,
I would move that we tentatively put $1 million by reducing the BSR from 18.8 to 8.5 and the
Agreed.
green thing.
Okay, got that one. Second, we had the prospect of a higher gas transfer. And so I think when we saw that line graph, if I recall, if we went up to the 14.5%, which is less than halfway in between where we were and what the voters approved at 18 or 18 point something, that freed up almost $2 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I would move that we put in there that, and I don't have that. I'm going off top of my head on memory, but I think Dean's gonna. Okay, so it's it is the difference if we go from our tentative 11.9% transfer to a 14.5% transfer, which is less than the permitted 18%, the voters approved. That frees up the difference between 8.96 million and 10.91 million. So 9.6, okay. So almost 2.3 million. We'll let the real math come up there. And then while we're getting that up there, I'm trying to remember, were there any other things on the revenue side that were knobs that we could turn?
Not that immediately comes to mind. We'll continue to study the budget, and if something comes up, we'll let you know.
Oh, I know what it was. It was on the capital plan, 1 to 2 million in projects that
Right, we're
we
gonna
could
reduce
push.
appropriation, so that's on the parking lot right now as, are you,
Side, yeah, right now.
Well, it's on the other side, but that's a subtraction. So I don't know if it goes on the left side or the right side.
I mean, technically, we would reduce the base transfer to CIP, so we follow the logic.
Yeah, I
What
think
about-
it goes on the left side. It would create dollars we could spend, but we haven't talked about what those programs might be. But yeah, I think it.
Mentally, conceptually, it would help me to see it
Yeah,
on the
see it on the
left. We
left
kind
side,
of
yeah.
get it.
So we'll put it as a
one other-
resource.
Yeah.
One other could be, I hesitate to say it, but tweaking the vacancy rate. Right.
Well, when we looked at the general fund vacancy rate, it just doesn't look like there's much room to tweak.
Much room, and
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
And as we look at, if we reduce the capital funding, okay, we've got kind of a mean of 1.5 million. I'm trying to think of, are there any of the projects that we put over on the right side that are capital projects? Or are they all operations?
I don't follow the question, Chair.
Well, we're looking at 1.5 million that we would reduce potentially from the capital fund. But if the intention would be to reduce that in order to replace other, well, yeah. So the History Museum, good example right there.
As well as Ability Path, both of those are one-time expenses that you would.
Mobility path, is that a capital expenditure also?
I believe that's the request.
Okay, okay. So yeah, so and maybe what we want to do then is recognize even on the things on the right and the things on the left, which are out of the capital fund versus which are out of the operation. Now,
Or one time versus ongoing, I think is the other way we've been looking at this.
well, so I'm wondering, we would have to change our, we'd either have less of a balance in the capital fund if we say we did a one-time expenditure that in the capital side that wasn't offset by a reduction in other capital expenditures. That would either reduce the capital balance or change what our transfer is to the capital fund.
Yeah, the logic's there, but some of these capital projects would not fall under the city's governance to do, so we wouldn't recognize them as a capital project. In this case, we would probably recognize it as a grant to the entity. So,
oh,
right, so the reasoning is
Yeah.
there, but from a budget publication perspective, we wouldn't represent.
Okay,
this
so
as
let
a
me ask, on the History Museum, we own the building. But we have this agreement with them on the renovation. Do we view that as a capital project of ours or as a grant?
That's the one exception to what I just said. So that's
Okay.
the $12 million on page 170 that we studied this morning. But with others like the HISRAP and things like that, or not HISRAP, but there's a couple that they want some grant funding for maybe facilities improvements. We would not show
Okay,
those grants
so-
in CIP.
On the operating side, we've got one time and ongoing, two different categories there, and we might want to look at them, try to group them. And then we've got also capital on both sides. And so I'm just trying to frame, how do we look at these in blocks and keep them a consciousness that if we're talking about a capital project, it's one discussion. If we're talking about a one-time expenditure, it's another. If we're talking about an ongoing expenditure, it's a third. So I think we want to kind of organize our discussion perhaps along those lines.
And even, aren't there some restrictions like the electric fund versus other funds? I mean,
Yes, so I think in general, this will be general fund. And
Okay.
we won't have much, or perhaps we can highlight anything that is utility specific.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. We had was it just the one that was in utilities or one or two things?
so.
Yeah.
Dean's not.
Yeah, so the numbers, the
Just
numbers
one.
I've noted on here are general fund dollars.
With the exception of that one tech support for sustainability.
Right.
I don't know where that is, but
Yeah, I showed that as zero, so it's $0 on here.
oh, zero on here.
Yeah.
But okay, so we'll still make a decision, but these are all general fund dollars.
Yeah, and I guess I will say, we don't need a decision on all of these today. We don't have to come out with a balanced budget. I think what we're looking for from staff's perspective is follow-up needed from staff, what we need to highlight with council on priority items to follow up on. And we will come back in 2 weeks to revisit all of this. So if we get generally in an area of these are the items that the committee wants us to look at, wants us to move into potentially the budget, we can make the dollars work and see where everything kind of shakes out at the end.
Okay, so some of these we haven't assigned dollars and others we have, right? So I'm trying to get the grasp. You got a subtotal of 1.5. Oh, that's the capital. So I'm trying to get a sense of the dollars. So that we reconcile, if we say we were to assume that in outside of the capital reduction, we might have 3.3 million to work with. What do we have that adds up to that on the right side? What would be our highest priorities? You know, we're trying to figure out what those dollars are like. So some of them we have dollars there, and others we don't.
What's the scary number at the bottom now?
Yeah, just
Sorry, I missed.
exactly. Just scroll down to the bottom.
Okay, but that doesn't include the ones that we didn't assign a dollar
Right.
value to, but that is helpful. So we've got, with assigned dollars, we have that 2.1, and then we probably want to stare at the ones that car-free streets for Ramona. That doesn't have a dollar amount. The digital marketing. And if we can scroll back up to look at the other TBDs.
Which digital marketing for HR?
Yes, that was
Yeah.
the pilot.
Right. But that was the 250 that I was beginning to say we could lower. So
Yeah, yeah. So we're not necessarily looking at the dollar amount that was originally requested.
oh, I see. So it's zero right now. I didn't
Yeah,
realize that.
zero, and I don't know whether it's kind of tough for even staff to put a placeholder dollar amount. We may all have a sense, are we talking 50,000? Who knows? But we're not talking 250 on that one. Can we scroll back up to look at the other TBDs? Okay. Did we off of yesterday, we were going to try and maybe it's too quick to on the two fire alternatives. Do we have dollar amounts? We had dollar amounts for the proposal that was made, and then we were asking for adjustments to that. I don't know if it's too early to have anything there.
Too early.
Okay.
We've been in this room.
Yeah. No, I understand. My to-do list is pretty long too, for the last few days.
Ditto with the link.
Yeah.
About the link.
Oh, yeah.
But what's the 900 in parentheses for? Is it taking out the costs?
Yes, that would be a reduction of the cost.
Okay, so this is something in the budget and they've taken out 900. So that's quite kind of reverse inflating the bottom line on this.
Well, the 900 would be everything, right?
Mm,
Wasn't that?
Correct. That's the total recommendation
Yeah.
that's in the budget.
So
So
they haven't had a chance to adjust this Plan B that we were talking about. We can in our own minds kind of think what that might be as a proportion of the total, but we really don't know.
I was just saying, Pat, that if we want to get comfortable with how our bottom line is looking, we should put something in there rather than minus 900,000.
Yeah, I understand. And that we really don't want to give such a long list to the council, or we'll be there till midnight and get nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we know we have to do something on this for the rest of the year. I mean, you could just randomly to get for the exercise, you're just cut it in
Yeah.
half right now.
Yeah, so if we were to, for our own purposes, just put a placeholder, very rough estimate with a recognition it is not the number, it's just what we're trying to use to get in the ballpark. I know that gets a little scary for staff to put a number down, but if we do it.
So Jen, are you thinking that like if it were 6 months instead of a year, we put 450 there?
Oh, no, we weren't talking about 6 months versus a year. We were talking about a reduced scope of program from after October.
So
I think
October's
it's
only
what
3 months into the year. Because I guess what I'm saying is we're gonna run it for some period of time, so.
That's what I'm saying. So if I understood it, we have funds already through October. And then beyond then, we would, this 900,000 was for the balance of the year. And it's what fraction of the program we would want to continue. And the
Right.
dollars associated with that fraction.
That's why I was suggesting just half, cause. Right.
If we just put it in half and
Yep.
put it in a different color, that'll be a note
Yeah,
that
let's
it's
put
just
it in a different color. There we
it's
go.
just part of the exercise.
Okay. And then. Boy, on those, the fire ones, those are big dollars and I have no idea how to, what was the original dollar amount for those two items?
When you say original You mean the thing that they're alternative to? Is that what you're asking?
Well, what we had in our, in the request book, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's in here somewhere. But you all should have it. Public safety.
I'm sorry, Chair, I was typing something. What's the question, please?
On the two different fire staffing items,
So just,
what was the original dollar amount that was proposed?
We
Yeah.
only have the one, which is the upstaffing with overtime. The others are to be determined.
Okay, so this first one, the staffing with overtime was how much?
And that's what's in there now.
Yeah, so that one was the item where the $60,000 number kept popping up yesterday.
Yeah.
We're having the fire department look into that to confirm that amount, but so that's why it's showing as TBD in here.
Oh, but it was only a net increase. Oh, no, it was 60,000 depending on whether you want to do it through overtime or new staffing, right?
Correct.
Right. So
But given that that's the variable, but what was the actual cost proposal?
I believe it was a 700,000 in overtime.
No, it's not just the overtime, it's a $4 million proposal, right?
that's the second proposal on our optional page. Yeah.
If the question relates to what's in the budget
Yeah.
already, so on page 247 for upstaffing engine 62 on overtime.
So that's already in the budget.
Correct.
Yeah, okay,
With
I'm sorry.
overtime. It's
So
okay,
we
it's
were
been a
only
long
talking
couple
about
days.
the 60,000 as a potential cost difference, and we weren't sure if it was up or down. It's up. Okay, let's put 60,000 in then.
Yep.
We'll qualify that we need to calibrate that number, so we'll.
Yep,
we'll place
so
it
we'll
for
use
now.
the whatever's that brown color.
Red ink or
It's
purple
just a
ink.
placeholder for our own
Yeah.
purposes right now. Okay, and then the other fire item above that.
That'd be the whole ad of an ambulance. So
that's the.
we have nothing we can put in there right now.
And that's a lot of money, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's leave that alone for a moment. Oh, sorry.
So was that the one that was listed at 4, but we said it could be 3.2? Was that the one?
Yes, under one of the models. So that parking lot item had 3 models. One
Oh,
was
yeah.
overtime, one was civilian staff.
Yeah.
I might be getting confused because it's been long a day. So, and then the other one was contract services. And there was a $4 million price tag. And then I think Chief said we could do it at 3.2
Right.
on the staffing version.
Good memory.
But that's on the one that is right now blocked in green or the one below it?
Purple. I'm sorry. The one below it.
The $4 million is, I believe, a different, that's the one that would need to go through HR for meet and confer issues. It would be a different staffing model.
Yeah, that's going to take a while to come up with, is what we were hearing yesterday.
Yeah.
The 60,000 one is what we should have there.
This is our item 1. That's
Yeah.
back to this thing.
This one here, you want me to?
Yeah, I guess so. I was looking, okay. So that's not in the budget, the 4 million one.
And neither is the one below it, because they have to do work on that.
Right. But how does that correlate with what's on the screen?
So that's the item that's actually in the parking lot on fire right now. And in the meantime, we've got this plus 60 in there, which I think is correct.
So I think the item in green is kind of the first step in, and Chief, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think green is the first step in what that $4 million would be. It would be to, sorry, what we're looking at up here.
Yeah, and it's actually,
So, sorry, I
it's in
misspoke.
this,
It's on the big screen
So
here.
they gave us
Yeah.
And it was in the supplemental one, yeah,
Yeah.
in that report.
So the bottom will somehow correlate with the TBD and the 60 up there, I think.
Okay, so where are we?
So this one is the one where we would add sworn staff instead of overtime. So I think this is
Correct.
kind of step one in the $4 million item that's in the additional funding, or maybe I'm misspeaking on that, but.
So this is separate, because the 4 million was the one that was phased in over a period of time, 3 to 4 years depending. So this is our primary proposal that's separate from that.
Right. Okay, and so the bulk of this one's already in the budget. The question is the additional 60, right?
Correct.
And then the one above it is that the one that might be phased over several years?
No,
And
that would be to supplement our ambulance service to get an additional unit in the system during peak hours.
So that was the 4 million?
No, this was the one. We didn't have, we're trying to get a figure for what
Need to put an RFP out.
correct.
That's a lot.
Correct. When we have
No?
no, it'd be in the neighborhood of, I think the initial, again, is just putting the information out there, trying to get a ballpark figure. It's in the neighborhood of $400,000
Okay.
to get a contract with an ambulance service to run an ambulance.
Okay.
It's the
Out.
third
Sorry.
one,
Got
it's the
it.
third one we talked about, but it's the first one that the chief talked about
All
before.
right, so are we okay with just putting like the 400 as our talking point dollar amount with an
The
understanding?
floor.
Huh?
It's the floor.
The floor, okay. Well,
Subject to
yes.
procurement, yes.
Yeah, so we got to put something in so we can even get our head around it. Okay, and that will be in that brown color as well. Oh, they got moved up to something more realistic. Thank you.
restricted to what we put on the screen.
That's super helpful.
You?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay,
I can see the screen.
all right, that was helpful. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
And then can we scroll back up for other TBDs? So Pardee Park, first, that's a capital one. Even if we wanted to go forward with it, would it be able to go forward this year, or would it potentially be in the following years? Okay, so it'd be
It's-
an evaluation of it, but not, does it need a dollar amount for the evaluation?
No.
No?
Staff can fit it into the work plan.
Oh, look
Okay,
at that.
good. In
It's just
fact,
the start of a process.
then why don't we even put FY 26 as its tentative? That what?
Well, I've told staff, I think restrooms are a 4-year project, but nonetheless, you need to get started.
Okay. All right, so we don't need a dollar amount for this year. And then the turf replacement, that's an alternative. The capital might actually, well, you'd have to sprinkler it. So you're gonna have the different, you've got cheaper turf than the artificial turf, but you don't have the irrigation system.
The first question is if it's gonna even make it into the 25 fiscal year, given the studies that have to be done.
It's a study, that's right. It's not, well, but there's a greater time urgency because we can't put this off very long. Those fields are needing action. And the real question was, do we want to invest in an artificial turf for how many years life do we normally think they?
10, I think, right?
10-year life.
I mean,
Yeah, that was the question.
honestly, I'm just curious what the cost of a grass field is. I mean,
Well, I think this is a assignment to staff, and Kristen can correct if I'm misspeaking here, but it's an assignment to staff that probably doesn't have a dollar
Yeah.
impact at
Yeah.
this point. As we're looking at what the options are going forward.
but it also says potential funding needed for study. What's the study?
Well, I think in the short term, if we did the study, it would draw from the existing CIP, which is
But what
Funding.
substantively is the study? What are we studying?
it's an evaluation going back to grass.
Oh, I know, but
Yeah, so it would be basically, we'd be looking at health and safety and environmental benefits versus costs of the capital and operations, life cycle costs.
That is a traditional, typical study that I would want to do in almost every case.
No, but
Except-
it's specific. You asked a question. That's what this would be.
Perhaps, I know, I haven't been able to make my point. What I'm trying to say is, I'm not sure I want to do a study like that this time. Because I really don't see me ever supporting going with turf unless it was extraordinarily differential in price. So to me, we get the cost,
You wouldn't want to go to natural turf, you're saying?
to synthetic, to continue with
Okay,
synthetic.
well, it's a policy decision that would need to be, I think, you may feel that way, I may feel that way, actually, but we're going to have a good analysis. We can't, I don't think we
Okay.
as policymakers are gonna want to do it just by, I already decided.
I guess I'm suggesting that it may not need to be the most robust study ever
Okay,
known to man.
well, for purposes right now is
In
just
terms of timeline.
what we need to, we're talking about whether we want to do a study. I think we're clear we do. We want to evaluate that. And second, does staff need dollars associated with that study, or we can just do it?
So I have a few things I'd like to share. So the first is with respect to the study, I think what would also be important to understand is what type of field use will we have compared to synthetic turf, because it will be different.
That's right. That's another category. I left
Right,
out.
so, and maintenance costs, construction costs, everything, like it would be the full, well, of now to then. So I think we all agree on what the study would be. I think, and then I forgot what your question was, sorry.
Do we need
Do you need money?
finances for
Oh,
the
well, I think we
study?
would need money, but, like, Director Lai said, we could take it from the capital project. My one concern in speaking with staff after yesterday is the Mayfield site, which is Stanford Palo Alto, probably can't last another year. So we might lose some fields. We don't know, because we just don't know how this infill is going to react this summer. So if we may lose fields if we wait a whole year to do the study, and then however long it takes to do the construction.
So what I think we'd like to suggest is we keep this in the parking lot with $0. Let staff do some additional work that can come back to you in a couple of weeks for some better options going forward.
Okay, great. And acknowledging what Kristen just said, but right now there's a capital dollar amount of how much in the budget?
250? No, I can't remember how much it is.
It's over 2 million.
2.5, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that actually has taken, whether that's part of that 1.5 over on the left side. If we didn't go forward with both of these fields this year, it frees up some capital dollars.
Well, you're definitely going to need those capital dollars soon. So if not
Well, I understand
this
that.
year,
But if it's not, what we're literally talking about is FY 25. If we're not going to be able to, say we wanted to move with turf on ideally both of them, but maybe we're going to be boxed in on the Mayfield. They wouldn't be spent in FY 25, but there would be a high priority in FY 26.
for a larger investment. So in all, like, let's say hypothetically $5 million to convert to natural plus the additional operating expenses.
Okay, so that's what you're envisioning, that would, you think with having to put in irrigation and things, it would be even bigger?
It would be bigger, yes.
Okay, and that, and just this context of, well,
That's not what just to be clear, I was assuming we would do all the financial studies, ongoing maintenance and operation, all that. I'm not trying to suggest we didn't do that and just do something.
Well,
I guess what I was trying to say is I think that, we don't need to know the exact degree of cancer rates and this and that.
I didn't say that. No, I don't
I
think
know you didn't say that. I was trying to describe what I was suggesting affirmatively. So in terms, there's studies and there's studies. And so I was just trying to talk about the nature of the study. And I think focusing, and I very much appreciate Director O'Kane that I had not contemplated the use and the different needs if we were to switch to turf. So I guess what I was trying to say is, to the extent the study could be streamlined, I think based on the the things we heard yesterday, that's what I was trying to suggest. So
Yeah.
I don't want to,
Yeah.
be seen to be someone that says, just make a decision. That was not at all what I was trying to do. Thank you.
Okay. And with that use consideration, it does bring to mind, we might need more playing fields if we're going to have greater downtime, which brings us back to the 10 acres off of Ging that's been sitting there forever. And that one of the things to just bear in mind is that that would be a major cost, but we under bond on some of this. So what we don't have in our capital fund, it's not ruled out that we can't do it, because we could bond and do some expenditures that we pay back in debt service. We bond less than most cities in those areas. I'm not saying we should or shouldn't. I'm just saying I want to make sure people realize that's not off the table.
Yeah, I just want to comment. The reason I asked if we have a chance of getting it done this year is because if we don't, then we can use that money. And if we do, we're covered. So for budgeting today, I think the answer is on the table, which is that we have plenty of money in the capital for the projects as are.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Vice Mayor.
Just as they are right now, but we don't have all the data until we have the study back. So go ahead.
So remember, probably not because it's been long 2 days, but when we did the opening session on general fund CIP, we talked about the reserve balance in that fund, and our target's 3 million. And we have 2.4, and then we have a new estimate because bids came in, and now it's going to drop to 2.2. So that reserve balance is pretty small. And so knowing that we do want to replace these fields, I would just caution us from taking that money for another purpose, only to try to find the money
Yeah,
down
and
the
that's a
road.
slim
Because the
figure.
reserve is so slim.
I was going to say, you're raising another important point anyway, which is we probably need to put more in that reserve at this
Yes.
point. So
Put it in there from where?
I know, that's what I'm
Yes,
saying.
it's a circular problem.
So we built that fund over an 8-year period or so off of a variety of sources, the Stanford funds, the TOT increase, the dedicated revenue from new hotels. That was a big deal over an extended period of time to get enough funds to do these things like the new parking garage and fire and police buildings and all those major projects on top of the regular capital projects, like more like this. So we did debt service for the parking garage and the public safety building. And we did not for like the fire station at Rinconada, right? That was out of the fund. I don't think we did debt service on that. Is that right? Okay, no. So on these things that have been, we've tended to do it $50-100 million projects, libraries, those, but we haven't gone down on something that might be 10 or $15 million, and you can't aggregate those projects. So I just wanted to put that out there. It is a thin capital reserve fund, and if we want to keep going forward on a lot of the projects, including a consideration is, if you look at the incredible escalation in costs on a lot of these projects, and there's an argument to be made, gee, in real dollars, is it better to borrow the money, spend it now, and pay it back over time because the debt service is less than the cost escalation? Don't know, but that's the framing of the issue that we'd want to think about as we think about those things strategically on how do we move forward on our capital plan without being able to feed it with surpluses, et cetera. So I'm not trying to decide that today. I just want to get that in people's minds. Okay. We have these other TBDs up here. Starting from the top, analyze increasing revenue generated CSD programming to meet needs. And I guess I didn't know how, I didn't recall that one. Can somebody remind me what that's about?
This was,
Oh, that's a summer camp. Okay.
yes, more capacity for programming.
Yes.
And again, I at this point, we're not recommending a specific dollar amount. to be added here. Again, this is cost recovery as well.
Yeah, so we don't think there's a lot. Should we put a placeholder or just have no dollars there?
So we have some dollars in the actual budget from
Yes.
increasing it this year, like 100 and, well, I can't remember.
Take a shot, Kristen.
Sure. So yeah, like Councilmember Vinker said, we did include something in the proposal that addresses our immediate need. I think this is more, let's analyze how we
Scale.
structure and scale these programs so that it's not going to require a cost. That's just going to
Okay.
require staff time working with other departments.
We love that. Don't have to put a dollar in. Thank you. Then the next one, explore financial. Okay, so actually rather than TBD, we'll just not put no dollar, zero for right now. The one above it. Yep. Yep. Okay.
The question is a matter of process, Chair. Once they have a zero, do we need to leave them in here and take them back to council?
Well, I think we want the council to,
Bless the directive?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, explore financial outreach and policy process for, oh, okay. I think this is a pretty small amount. I'd be surprised if it's 50,000. I think it's probably, is it 20,000? I don't know.
That's a good question. We did a super rough estimate back of the napkin last night. Well, I didn't, Lom did. And he's assuming like 30 to 40,000, but
Okay.
again, we want to
That would
really,
sit right in between
I
my two
know.
numbers.
we want to pull actual data from the golf course and
Yeah,
just
that's
read,
good. That's
and
good
then
for
maybe
this.
All right,
add
let's
a
put in
escalator.
30,000 placeholder. Seat of the pants. And then fire emergency medical response fee adjustments. I'm trying to remember.
Ambulance?
That was ambulance pricing, basically. Should we charge more for ambulance runs?
So that's a revenue one, huh?
Yep.
So that'd actually be over on the left side? Or a negative?
Sorry, this top half is all revenue items. These are all sources of dollars. Oh, okay.
That was very complicated because you have to look at the net number.
I'm okay with just leaving it at TBD on that one for
So
right
am I.
now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. JMZ revenue adjustment for ticketing and facility rent revenues. Now on that one, we had some, we don't have a number, but it was what we had said was keeping $10 for off hours and 14 for peak or something like that.
Right, so the report had certain assumptions that had 400,000. So do you want to speak to that?
Sure. So correct, the report assumed an increase of $14 across the board. We got direction to look at something different than that, and so we will put together an estimate of the revenue based on that.
And that, if we did 14 across the board, that was 400,000 additional revenue and change.
Yeah, it was a little over 400, I believe.
438 in the report.
Mhm.
Well, just see the pants. Why don't we put 150,000 kind of a cost impact of not increasing it across the board, just so that we can,
Take it down to 300.
well, was that what was already in the budget? Was the 400 and something already in the budget or not?
No, it was in
Okay.
the supplemental memo.
Okay, so yes, the
Oh.
answer would be, it would be let's put a tentative of a net increase of 300,000 to the budget.
Let me make sure I understand. So this here is showing the increase from raising the admissions rate. So are we thinking we're going to reach 75% of this $438,000 number?
I think we were thinking we'd get about 2/3 of it, yeah.
Okay, all right. So that I think, and
oh, but
what I've
let's
heard
see.
last night
That would
was
be-
$14, but with some flexibility, which means we would have to be fairly close to 14 to hit that number. So if we're not comfortable with 14,
Well,
300
I
is
thought we'd
optimistic.
be 2/3 of it. I'm thinking that that only because you have fewer people going at that same
During
time
the
as off
non-peak
hours.
times.
It's anybody's guess. I don't know,
Okay, yeah.
So if the revenue is 2/3 of 438, so
approximately.
we lose about 1/3 of 438, so it is 100 and something. So our net cost would be, so that's why you're getting the 300.
Yep. Okay.
Sorry, that's not the net cost number. That's the revenue number up above. So,
Then he added. So we had, he was taking the 175 plus the 125 or whatever it is.
All right. So subtotal, we're now up to 5 million. Oh, nope, sorry. Oh, that's better news. No.
That's so good. I think that's working great.
But then we're over on that other side. We counted 1.5 million in reductions in CIP, and we haven't even talked about what that was.
so glad you
Well,
brought that up.
On that point, go ahead, Lauren. Well, and actually, I think you want Brad to comment on this as well. Go ahead.
And I before you do, I will just say that if we scroll down again, it's not looking like we necessarily have to come up with that much, right? To get to the things, we have the 3.117. So just so you don't worry too much, but let's see how this goes.
Worry.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't say no worry. I just said worry too much. Yeah.
So I wanted to make a couple of comments about this. In the short time that we had kind of in between the morning and afternoon session, some of us started to take a quick look at this. We identified a couple of things that were kind of on the cusp when we were, as I was describing earlier, making the cuts we had to make to actually get close to the II infrastructure reserve balance this year. But those were really only a couple $100,000. And as we looked at this and then started thinking about these, when we've gone through these exercises in the past, I just wanted to bring up that really where we end up having to cut from is what we described yesterday, which is our ongoing keep up. And so the places in the budget where we actually find things that we can say, okay, we could cut back for a year or whatever, end up being areas like street maintenance, sidewalk repairs, ADA improvements. And in fact, that's what we did at the beginning of the pandemic when we had the kind of pandemic budget emergency and had to make very severe cuts, where you saw that general fund transfer was down very low in fiscal year 2021. We essentially slashed and burned in those kind of keep up projects and keep up amounts that had been established over the years.
So Brad, on the one of street repair, which our community has decided is sidewalk now. People think they should be walking in the middle of the street. I've asked a number of them if I should drive my car on the sidewalk, and none of them seem amenable to that, but it's a weird thing that happened since COVID. It's a problem, and I think we are going to want to, as a community, look at how we get walkers back on sidewalks. It's not an insignificant issue. It's kind of nuts. But having said that, we worked for a number of years, more than a number of years, to build up our pavement condition index, all the way going back to in 2000 FY 2010, in the middle of the Great Recession. We doubled our investment in our streets. And then we did another 50% the following year, and we built it up to tying for the highest PCI score in the Bay Area. And we want to maintain a real high PCI score.
85, in fact.
That's our goal.
That's our goal.
And we're at 83, 84. We've been
I think I would need to check. I think we might be at 84. It dropped a little when we had reached the 85 goal, and then we dropped when we had to cut the funding level.
And Tell me the recent years, what our funding amounts went from, down to, back up to. If you
We had been, I'd have to look at the history, but we had been at a total of around 5 to 6 million.
Was that street and sidewalk or just?
That's just street.
Just street, thank you.
And I believe we cut it in half for either 1 or 2 years when we had hit the pandemic. And we actually didn't do a sidewalk project at all for 2 or 3 years.
Oh. And now?
Now we're restored back up to those previous amounts, which is between 5 and 6 for streets, and I think a little over 1 million, maybe 1.5 million for sidewalks. But those are the amounts we had established that we kind of needed to essentially keep up.
So you're basically saying you don't want to cut back on CIPs?
5 million for streets and 1.5 million for sidewalks.
Well, and there was an argument when we, first we've got an inflationary cost. So that 5 to 6 million doesn't buy us what it did. But over that 10 years that we invested, there were dollars in there that were keep up and dollars that were catch up. And once you catch up, then in theory, the dollars you need to, the total dollars we had to put in would be the keep up dollars. So once we went from 76 or whatever PCI up to 83, 84, I never knew how we would say, well, what portion of that did we think was catch up and what portion was keep up? But
Siri knows.
But either way, in theory, there was an adjustment to a baseline amount. Countering that is that, yeah, but those same dollars don't go as far as they used to. But I wanted to put that out there in our thinking as we talk about that. So it's a question of that 5 to 6 million. When is that catching up toward the 85 goal in part, some fraction of that, and the balance is the keep up, and that if we said, okay, we want to get back to the 85, but 83 is pretty darn good. And what would be the funding level to stay where we are versus get better?
I think we're viewing that this funding level, which is the 5 million is less than what we had been doing in the peak years, is essentially what we need to keep up.
And we're at 5 in this budget?
We are.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think that's a keep up dollar?
Councilmember Lowing, you were saying, oh, they don't want to reduce. I mean, we really don't want to reduce, but I'm making this point. Obviously, that's the committee recommendation and council decision. I just want to make clear, we were just having this discussion yesterday about the keep up levels. And here we are. These are the kinds of things we'll probably have to make cuts to if we decide to do that.
Yeah, I appreciate the input. I think that's really good input.
I mentioned this earlier, but I think worth repeating. The other lesson we learned during the pandemic is related to the workflow that Public Works has been able to establish with the engineers, the inspectors, the contracting, and really not wanting to, quite frankly, interrupt the momentum that's been
I
established.
should have made that point when I mentioned not doing a sidewalk project for 3 years in a row. The first 2 years were because of funding. The third year, the funding was back, but we no longer had staff able to do that work, which had been going on an annual basis.
I'm good with not touching the sidewalks. I'm wondering whether we can try touch the streets. And the street that's primarily outsourced, right?
Yes, I think all of that funding in the CIP project is for our annual resurfacing.
So say if arbitrarily, say we cut the street by $500,000 or $1 million, I don't think that's going to have any significant impact on either the contractor that we've used primarily for years. I think one company mostly, they do a lot of cities. They've got a lot of capacity. If we turn up the knob, they can meet at the need. If we turn it down, they're not laying off anybody.
Well, just to be clear, though, we're speaking to the construction dollars, the actual construction contract, and I'm speaking to the engineers that do the design that becomes the construction contract.
The
So
design on the repaving?
yes. And that's done in-house, correct?
It is, yes.
Okay, but I'd still kind of argue that if we were gonna make a very significant change, that's one thing. If we are doing something that is more modest, I don't think it has to be impact.
Well, why don't we see where we can get without touching the CIPs and
Well, that's why I'm bringing it up, because I'm already have kind of been leaping to there.
plus we haven't done cuts yet on the parking lot items. And we're 30 minutes from deadline, so.
Mhm.
So what Paul just did for illustrative purposes, do you want to walk us through that deletion and the net bottom line?
Sure. I just took out the $1.5 million savings from capital, which was a one-time item, so it didn't impact the ongoing dollars, but that essentially reduced the overage or the surplus to $200,000 in 2025 based on the items in here. I also put in a couple other, I don't know what you call them, plug numbers. So for Ramona, I put in 200,000. For digital marketing, I put in 50. So just again, to try to get us a little closer to a.
And do we
costing.
have that what do we call it? A special events fund? Is that in this?
Yes.
Yes, the 170.
And I hadn't, when I went back and I saw the Magical Bridge request was for 150, it doesn't mean that all these we fully fund, but we maybe have lowballed that 170.
So the 170 includes funding for Neighbors Abroad, which already has $30,000 in the budget. We would shift that money in here. So the idea would be the full program would be 200,000, but 170,000 of it is new funding for those other
Got it.
items.
And in the UNAF, does it already have any funding in the budget?
It does not.
Okay, so it's a net of 170. I guess rather than try to tweak it up more, if we've got a little bit, I'd add a little bit more into this to give some latitude in there. Maybe make that a net increase to the 200. And then we still are in the black, huh? If we did these other changes on the left.
You have a column that's called ongoing. Can you walk us through what that represents, Paul, please?
Sure. So the ongoing side would be costs beyond 2025. So the first year would be 2026. And right now in the budget, we are projecting a $5 million deficit in 2026. What this would do is increase that by about 1.4 million. So it'd be up to 6.4. I guess I will also say that increases to the expenses will also increase the need for the BSR. So even though we're saying we're bringing it down to 18.5 million, it will be lower than that because the expense side will be more than what we're calculating that 18% against. No, we would be somewhere closer to probably 18% because our expenses would go up by about 3.4 million in 2025.
And we scroll back up so we see on the left side again.
it's not still more 4.8, is it? Yeah, the 1.5 isn't out there.
So, and the long-range financial forecast for 26 included the gas transfer going all the way up to the 18, is that correct? 18%.
It's a stepped process in 2027.
Oh.
So in 2026, it goes from the 11.9 to about 14 or 15, and then to the full amount in 2027.
Okay, but if we moved it 14.5 now, I would think that there's a good chance that for 26, we're either gonna go all the way to the 18 or somewhere between the 14.5 and the 18, which then offsets most of that ongoing increase that we just talked about.
I'm referring to a small one.
Yep. Everybody follow what I'm saying now?
That's correct. Both of your mics.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Sheriff Burkhouse.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
have a chart.
But you
Right here.
would help if you can explain.
Yes. Okay, Dean gave me the chart. So,
Please explain.
you want to?
Yeah, so-
Okay.
If you decide
Oh,
that-
now you need the mic.
So if you decide to go to the 14.5, then there is a revenue increase. If we came back to the full amount to the 18 for 26, then would be right around $11 million on the chart.
It's really the difference between what we had in the budget for 26, which is right around 10 million. Oh, and I see, and you're saying that it would be instead 11 million.
That's correct.
1 million more than we have in the long range forecast.
Yes. Yes. And that would be taking it to the full 18%.
So tell me again why.
Because we got to remember the reason why it's so high this year is because of the spike. So that's the reason why the dollars are high and then they level out. So, and this is based off of whatever the commodity cost is. So if we just say the commodity cost is flat for this year and next year, that's the reason why there's not as much.
And I meant to ask you something that this triggers, that relates to this, because when we're looking at what will transfer, it's also bearing in mind what would be the increases. We are using on the commodity costs, is it the $2 projection?
Yes.
And then I was just recently looking at current and kind of projected. And of course, the further out you go, the less certainty, but it's looking like they're projecting nationally closer to $1.
Yes, that is correct.
And so that means that we may be over budgeting on our commodity cost. And then so that it begs the question whether even for this year, if we're going to increase the transfer, do we actually adjust the gas budget, which would have two impacts. It would decrease the commodity costs and therefore the budget that we need for this year. Although the gross amount would go down and the transfer at a percentage basis would drop a little bit too.
That is correct.
Yeah.
So just to be conservative, I would say that we stay at the 2.
Yeah, we always want to be conservative.
So that way it would be a greatly improved then also on the transfer as well.
Yeah. And if we see that this year, coming year, the commodity cost is lower than, and how much, do you recall what that impact would be on the gas budget on a percentage basis if it was closer to $1 versus $2 on the commodity costs?
I do not.
Okay.
No.
But not insignificant. What about what percentage of our gas cost is the commodity? It's not.
It's about 40%.
About 40%. Okay.
So it's not half.
Yep. But that gets in the ballpark.
Right.
Okay. So that would be, I think there's a good chance that that'll come out to the upside. By the time we go into FY26, we'll be in better shape on our gas utility than we were projecting. We're being conservative. And because of the volatility we've seen in recent years, it made it even more gun shy on the projections, but it looks likely that it's going to be less than what we've projected.
And we plan on coming back to the council after break, talking about a hedging program. So
okay,
we can talk a little bit more of that.
Great.
We'll have a little bit better.
Okay.
Chair, can
Thank
we
you.
just take 2 minutes to talk about the rate impact so we're all on the same page?
Yep.
I think that's going to be a reasonable question that we
Yep.
should have the same answer for. So Dean,
Agreed.
can you walk us through that, please?
So I think the thing is what we need to do is we need to go back. I mean, rule of thumb has been it's about a 2% increase. So if we're sitting at 9 right now, we're going to go up 2 million. It's about a 4%, but it might not be exactly 4%. I think we have to go back and look at that number. I'm guessing right now it's about 3.5%.
Okay.
Over that 9%.
Well, when you do that, why don't you take another look at that commodity, and I'm not saying go down to $1. But are we being conservative or very conservative?
Okay, we can do that.
Okay. And those two might offset each other a little.
So just to be on the same page for now, we'll put a placeholder of 3.5%.
I think that would be correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
While he's there, could I ask him one quick question? You, staff, and UAC recommended the 13.9, and now we're suggesting going up to. I can't remember what we're at.
We recommended that 11.9.
11.9.
So say 12%.
Right.
So now we're going to go up $2 million.
Right. So my question back to you is that okay? Or are you concerned about that?
I am a little concerned about that because again, it puts that gas commodity into double digits. Even if it's even at 3.5%. That is a little bit of a concern of mine. But I think though that if you're looking for that $2 million, I think that's what we need to do is to move it up. And I'm guessing, just thinking about it back here, I was thinking that it's about a 3.5% increase. We did lower the water, which is a plus. I don't think the bill change will be that much difference as what we talked about before. So it's right around that $33 for a bill change.
But it's gonna, on a percentage basis, getting in that double digits.
Yeah. Which is where we try to stay out of.
That's right. And
That's
so we
correct.
basically have the choice of, do we drop half the things on the right?
Yep.
Or do we swallow this pill?
And there's no in between that keeps us in single digit.
Wow.
Pretty quickly.
Well, I think if you took $1 million, I think then at that point, then you are going to stay within double digits. You're going to be in the high 9% increases.
And that's going to be basically part of what I think we're going to need to frame for the council.
Yeah.
At a high level, when they send it back to us again, it's going to be, okay, are you good? Here's what we've narrowed it down to. Here's an alternative, cutting X amount of this on the right, if we want to stay below 10%, or we go back. And the other argument is the voters approved the 18%, which we could have gone this year or last year, this year. Yeah. And we're not. So those two arguments to be weighed.
Yeah, they're just spreadsheets, so we can play with the spreadsheets. But we should probably play with this a little bit now since our time is so short. Could we just take that 1.5 out of capital on the left? Because I think that gets to 3.3, and then we could fiddle around on the right, and we could probably.
And let me ask, Brad talked about 200,000 or 300,000 that we could push out. If there is that, that would be relatively painless, maybe we should just do that.
What category is that?
I don't think he said it was painless. And in fact, yeah, I probably shouldn't mention them, but there will be some pain involved even with that amount.
Well, and even with the street part, if we took $500,000 out of street repair, that's $500,000. That's significant. And that difference is not going to be readily apparent to folks. It's part of a longer term. It's even a question of whether that $500,000 is going to keep up, or is it that the $500,000 that would be catch up? I don't think any of us actually know. If anybody does, I want to know, because I've been anxious to know that, but I don't think we can put our finger on that. So I just wanted, and I don't know what that, okay, maybe it's not so painless. I don't know what those things are. But those are other things that we could present to the council as alternatives. So what should we, on that capital funding, should we keep $500,000 in there in reduction or zero?
Oh, let's answer that question in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Because taking it out, we're down to 3.3, and before cutting, we're at 3.5 over here with the change in the gas. So that's already getting pretty close without some TBDs.
Yeah, except that with that change in gas may be somewhere in between.
Yep.
Ultimately.
It could be.
Yep.
Yep. But as
So
a
I-
placeholder for right now, if we went to the 14.5, if we could scroll down, and look at that bottom line again. So
3.4.
So I would not look at the left-hand side. So the two sides are independent of each other at the moment. So the right-hand side is sort of the balancing that we're working on right now.
So
the $173,000, that is your surplus that you have right now.
oh, we do.
And then a $500,000 deficit in ongoing costs.
Okay.
Do we want to try to trim some of these and get it a little bit better, or?
Well, if we actually have a 173 surplus, and of course, a bunch of these, all those ones at Brown, we just ballparked. So it could very easily plus or minus that 173.
So if the brown ones get somewhat more baked before Monday, and it was presented as a, I don't know, hopefully roughly balancing, that, but if people don't like the optics of the double digit transfer, then these are the things that they would need to cut. Is that the idea?
And as you said, trim back to maybe 1.5 million and see what the
Yeah,
spreadsheet
just
says.
the whole range in between there.
Yeah. And I don't mind putting that on the table at the council meeting, that we don't want to go above double digits. It's not, I mean, we should be totally transparent about that
Yeah.
as a goal.
But if we don't, here's your list of things to cut.
Correct.
Yep, and whether we frame it to the council, it says voters approved 18%.
Yeah.
We're proposing that we go 14.5, but even at that, that puts the gas increase at double digits, as opposed to flipping it the other way in the argument.
And there's still some trimming I think we can do on this right-hand side here.
You do.
There is. You.
Yeah.
I'll pick your favorites, you pick mine. No.
Well, I mean, for example, I know we only got 5 minutes left or something, but for example, I mean, I love them all. Okay. Nobody wants to do cuts. I like another 10 million so we can spend it somewhere else. So I'm on. But I'm concerned about, for example, the ability path at that number, because it concerns me that it's a little bit precedent setting. It's a phenomenal nonprofit that needs some help building out their interior. So it's great, but does that mean that advertises that we're in the business of now subsidizing interiors of nonprofits?
Yeah, and we really hadn't had kind of a deep discussion on that.
Correct. I think the closest you have is when we do CDBG calls for funding, or HISRAP as another example, where there's a open opportunity for organizations to tell the city what their funding needs are. So these quite frankly are coming out of cycle.
So, yeah, I didn't really have a sense on that one, and we kind of took it whole cloth.
Because it was a council referral.
Yeah. Okay, well, when we take it to the council, we can, talk about which
Flag
ones
that
we
issue.
give some ground. And we had others, like the Magical Bridge asked for 150,000. We don't have that in there.
It's also kind of a HISRAP issue.
Yep.
It's exactly the kind of stuff that's HISRAP.
Mhm.
So
I think just for your awareness, we're treating the Magical Bridge request as part of the package in the events.
Yes, understood. Okay,
Because Ability Path has a lot of visibility to members of the public and council, it would be important for us to know how we represent that number Monday. Because right now it says 250. Do you want us to say 250 and asterisk? I don't want us to
yeah, maybe an ask.
have an
Yeah,
uncomfortable
I think that's
conversation.
helpful.
I think
It says that's their ask. That's not what we have come forward with a recommendation on.
Right, it's a question of, does that even qualify as the type of thing that's a normal part of general fund?
I just want to be on the same page and be a little
Yep.
bit more
I
transparent.
think that's really good.
Yep. Okay, so I guess we would need to vote on referring this parking lot of expenses and revenues to the council for discussion. We're not at a point where we're making specific recommendations, but here's how we've framed it, narrowed it down. Does that sound like a good way to do it? Okay.
Just on the left side, you said don't compare the left and the right sides, but on the,
Yeah, sorry. So the left side is typically what we end up putting into the actual budget. So actual changes that we're going to make. I think at this point where we are, we're still sort of in the workshopping and figuring
Right.
out the dollars.
Right.
So the right hand side is what we will go forward with when we present this to council on
But-
Monday.
but they don't know where we're getting the extra money.
Oh, let me clarify. It's the green table is what we'll do on May 21st. The yellow table is what we're presenting Monday. Is that right, Paul? When we say left and right?
Correct. And the
Okay.
source, so the source side that I put over here in the green, I also copied over here in the yellow,
Yeah,
so
it's
that
there,
the sources
as a
are
negative
there in the same
on the
place.
right side.
Yeah.
So when we come back again on May 21st, those will be the final wrap-ups from this committee. Then it'll say, here are the adjustments. For now, it's going to be everything in yellow based on what we've said so far that we'll present to council.
So you're saying we're not going to discuss our ideas for where we're going to get these extra funds?
Oh, they are. So let me help walk us through. The top section, thank you for highlighting, Paul. That is the sources. See the
Okay,
two
got it.
line items?
Okay, got it.
The million and the 2,000,003.
I didn't see that all that was
No,
up there.
it's moving pretty fast. And so, and the bottom portion are the additional appropriations.
Perfect.
And hence the balancing at the bottom.
And I realize I have a question at the point that Paul had made about that the BSR with these additional expenditures would be a different percent. Have you factored that into the right side or that's outside of this?
I have not.
Okay, so then really our balance is worse than this 173 based on the placeholders. And I think that goes back to a question of whether we would want to recommend any other reductions in the CIP or anything else, because I don't want to go to the council with something that's actually a negative there if we can avoid it. And so once Paul makes that adjustment, we're going to look worse than we do here. And so do we want to put over a placeholder of up to X amount in reductions in CIP? Whether it's 500,000 or 300,000 or whatever. And that would, I assume, allow us to go with the 18.5 BSR and still a small positive number based on these assumptions.
So, what do you see on the screen there is if we go forward with additional appropriation of 3,000,004, right, 3,397, we have a BSR target of 18.5%. So what I did was I said, if we had to create a BSR for that additional spin, which we do because we have a policy, it would cost us 628,000 that we'd have to put aside in reserve. So that's the additional balancing we need to get to. Do I need to say that again one more time?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
BSR is 18.5%. It's 18.5% of $1 of expense. We just created $3.4 million of new expense.
Yep.
So we have to set aside 18.5%, 16,000. So 600,000. So we need to find 630,000 to balance.
Yep, and that can either come from cutting things on the right or taking it out of the CIP or some combination or who knows what. So I go back to the question, do we want to put a placeholder on reduction in CIP, or do we want to go to the council with a negative number of 450,000 because we got 173, right? It would erase the 173 from the 628, right?
I'm just not sure how realistic the reduction of CIP is.
How realistic? Well,
Like, how likely?
well, The
Of that
CIPs, these are things that we could choose to defer. They're not without consequence.
Right. Even though it's not necessarily a recommendation, I think if we put that reduction of CIP work, that could be inferred, and I just don't.
And we give it as a choice to council. That they say, if we wanted to balance this, we'd need to have, call it whatever, another $500,000 out of the CIP. Or cut some of these other expenditures.
Agreed. And I think presenting it, I mean, I don't like going with the negative either, but yeah, I think presenting it as the choice is the way to go.
Well, the advantage of that is that we've retained all the referrals at this point. So that 7 people can weigh in on referrals such as Ability Path.
Yeah, and if they don't want to do that, then something else has to give.
Yes.
Okay,
But I
so
think-
should we put in how much in CIP reduction?
So you mean into the
placeholder.
chart as
Yeah.
opposed to just saying it in the text?
Yeah, so that we give them something that balances.
Yeah, we could. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'd prefer not to, but I don't.
Prefer to give them a negative number?
Yeah, just to tell them, look,
28.
because we're not recommending the negative number, just saying that's what would have to be made up and that you could do it with the CIP or by cutting.
Right, so I think for Monday, I think this is incredible progress. I just commend all of you. If that's okay, I think this is, to your point, nice because we've included a lot of the council referrals when we're going back.
Right.
We footnoted some of them and also recognize as of this date, we still have to tweak some to balance it. So if you're okay, just being mindful of today and tomorrow, we usually publish the agenda report for council's Monday meeting. Staff would like to just prepare some slides based on what's in yellow, should you vote on it. And then we'll present the slides in similar fashion on Monday and then turn it over to chair to speak to it. So just offering that for your consideration.
Yeah, if we can, at least, even if we don't put it in there, we present that we had considered the option of reducing the CIP.
Yes,
certainly.
And we can even list the areas that we were considering, the ones that Brad talked about of 200,000 to 300,000, and what I talked about on the pavement, not the sidewalk, and not as in the numbers, but if we wanted to do it, this is where it would come from. Okay?
Yep.
All good? All right. So we have a motion to refer the right side with those caveats.
Right side.
Sure. So moved. Prefer the right side.
Okay, so in favor.
Hi.
All right.
Don't want to refer the wrong side.
That's good. Are we ready to adjourn? Is that it?
Anything else?
Until 2 weeks. All right, thanks everybody for gruesome work. All right, yes.